Chapter 3, The Neolithic and Bronze Ages. 119. 1. See the Osborne Tables. As evidence of far earlier dates of the Neolithic in the East, we may quote Sir A.J. Evans, 2, p. 721. He calculates that the earliest settlement at Knossos in Crete, which was Neolithic, is about 12,000 years old, for he assumes that in the western court of the palace the average rate of deposit was fairly continuous. Professor Montelius, in Anthropology, T. Roman 17, p. 137, argues from the stratigraphy of finds at Susa that the beginning of the Neolithic age in the East may be dated about 18,000 BC. 119. 6. See the note to p. 147. 119. 15. Balkh. Balkh in Afghanistan was the capital of Bactria, the ancient name of the country between the range of the Hindu Kush and the Oxus, and is now for the most part a mass of ruins, situated on the right bank of the Balkh River. The antiquity and greatness of the place are recognized by the native populations who speak of it as the mother of cities, and it is certain that at a very early date it was the rival of Ecbatana, Nineveh, and Babylon. Bactria was subjugated by Cyrus, and from then on formed one of the satrapies of the Persian Empire. Zaborowski 1 p. 43 says, after the conquests of Alexander there was founded a Greco-Bactrian kingdom, which embraced Sogdiana, Bactria, and Afghanistan. The Greco-Bactrian kings struck a quantity of coins. They bore a double legend, the one Greek, the other still called Bactrian, which is not Zend, nor even the language really spoken in Bactria. It is a popular dialect derived from Sanskrit. Again, on p. 185. Zend has been called, and is still called, Bactrian or Old Bactrian. It may be because Bactria has been conceived as the original country or an ancient place of sojourn of the Persians. It may be because Zoroaster, a Median magus, had, according to a legend, fled to the Bactrians, where he found protection under Prince Vishtaspa. Eulogy of this prince is often incorporated in the sayings of Zoroaster. Later a new race appeared, tribes called Scythians by the Greeks, amongst which the Tochari, identical with the Yuezhi of the Chinese, were the most important. According to Chinese sources, they entered Sogdiana in 159 BC. In 139 they conquered Bactria, and during the next generation they had made an end to the Greek rule in eastern Iran. In the middle of the 1st century BC the whole of eastern Iran and western India belonged to the great Indo-Scythian Empire. In the 3rd century the Kushan dynasty began to decline. About 320 AD the Gupta Empire was founded in India. In the 5th the Ephthalites, or White Huns, subjugated Bactria. Then the Turks, about AD 560, overran the country north of the Oxus. In 1220, Genghis Khan sacked Balkh and leveled all buildings capable of defense, while Timur repeated this treatment in the 14th century. Notwithstanding this, Marco Polo could still, in the following century, describe it as a noble city and a great. See also Raphael Pompelli, Explorations in Turkestan, where 10,000 years is said to be the age of the remains of early civilization. More modern authorities, however, do not accept these ancient dates. 119, 21. Osborne 1 p. 479. 120, 1 sec. Osborne 1 pp. 493-495. Ripley pp. 486-487, and also S. Rianich 3 and G. Sergi 2 pp. 199-220. 120, 28 sec. Oman, England before the Norman conquest, pp. 642 sec, says, the position which he chose is that where the road from London to Hastings emerges from the forest, on the ground named Senlac, where the village of Rattle now stands. This hill formed the battleground. On reaching the lower slopes of the English position, the archers began to let fly their shafts, and not without effect, for as long as the shooting was at long range, there was little reply, since Harold had but few bowmen in his ranks. The Fiad, it is said, came to the fight with no defensive weapons but the shield, and were ill-equipped, with javelins and instruments of husbandry turned to warlike uses. And the abatis, whatever its length or height, would not give complete protection to the English. But when the advance reached closer quarters, it was met with a furious hail of missiles of all sorts, darts, lances, casting axes, and stone clubs such as William of Poictiers describes, and the Bayeux tapestry portrays, rude weapons, more appropriate to the Neolithic age. Many a moral has been drawn from this great fight. Neither desperate courage, nor numbers that must have been at least equal to those of the invader, could save from defeat an army which was composed in too great a proportion of untrained troops, and which was behind the times in its organization. But the English stood by the customs of their ancestors, and, a few years before, Earl Ralph's attempt to make the Thenhood learn cavalry tactics, see the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, had been met by sullen resistance and had no effect. 121, 4 the note top, 128, 2. 121, 15. F. Keller, The Lake Dwellings of Switzerland and Other Parts of Europe, Schenck, La Suisse Préhistorique, pp. 533-549, G. and A. de Mortelet, Le Préhistorique, Part 3 and Munro, The Lake Dwellings of Europe. The lake dwelling, known as Pont de la Thiel, between the lakes of Bayonne and Neuchâtel, according to Grillieren's calculations, is dated 5000 BC. C. Keller, p. 462. Lyell, Antiquity of Man, p. 29, Avebury, Prehistoric Times, p. 401, and de Mortelet, Le Préhistorique, p. 621. 121, 17. Schenck, p. 190, says concerning Switzerland, there were 3 stages, stone, bronze, and iron. On the other hand, from the anthropological point of view, this subdivision can also be made. In the first stage, we find only brachycephalic crania. In the second, there are an almost equal number of brachycephalic and dolichocephalic. In the third, there is a predominance of dolichocephalic. That is, Schenck divides the Neolithic into 3 periods according to skulls, and the last runs into the age transitionary to bronze. See also G. Hervé, Les Populations Lacusters, p. 140, His and Rudheimer, Crania Helvetica, pp. 12, 34, etc., and the note on p. 275 of Rice Holmes's Caesar's Conquest of Gaul. Ripley gives useful and concise discussions on pp. 120, 471, 488, and 501. 121, 19. See both Keller and Schenck for the numbers of dwellings. 121, 22. There were, of course, the caves and rock shelters used during a large part of the year, but probably no other regularly constructed dwellings served as permanent, all-the-year-round places of abode prior to the lake dwellings, and it is doubtful if these were inhabited in winter. It is generally believed that the custom of building pile villages arose from considerations of safety. This protection would be absent when the lakes were frozen over, and at the same time the huts would be exposed on all sides, including the floor, to the wintry blasts sweeping the lakes. They would in this way be rendered practically uninhabitable during the winter season. Keller declares that the same type of dwelling is found in the whole circle of countries which were formerly Celtic. Introduction, p. 2. The crannigs of Scotland and Ireland continued in use until the age of iron in those countries. In Switzerland, the lake dwellings disappeared about the 1st century, p. 7. The population was numerous, p. 432, large enough to have to depend upon cattle and agriculture, p. 479. This type of dwelling is found from Ireland to Japan and even in South America. Many lake dwellings exist at the present day. The Welsh, Scotch, and Irish crannigs are related in structure to the European fascine types, Keller, p. 684 and Introduction. Others are built somewhat differently and are, of course, of independent origin. An ancient site was unearthed at Finsbury, on the outskirts of London not long since, where there used to be a marsh. The inhabitants of this lake dwelling were native outcasts during Romano-British times. 121, 26. See Schenck and Keller, p. 6. On p. 140 of Keller we read, the pile dwellings of eastern Switzerland ceased to exist before the Bronze Age or at its beginnings. Those of western Switzerland came to their full development during this period. On p. 37, describing the settlement of Musidorf, C. Keller says, a very striking circumstance ought to be mentioned, namely, that even heavy implements, such as stone chisels, grinding or sharpening stones, etc., were found quite high in the relic bed, while lighter objects, such as those made out of bone, were met with much deeper. It is known that the Musidorfsee settlement is very old. No metal has been found here, but a bone arrowhead is described by Keller on p. 38. He remarks that the bones of very large animals were uncommonly numerous. It seems as if the earlier inhabitants were users of bone rather than of stone implements. 122. 1 Herodotus, v. 16 describes them. He also is the source of our information regarding the keeping of cattle, although archaeological finds have proved the location of stables out on the platforms between the houses. His interesting account is given herewith. Their manner of living is the following. Platforms supported upon tall piles stand in the middle of the lake, which are approached from land by a single narrow bridge. At the first, the piles which bear up the platforms were fixed in their place by the whole body of the citizens, but since that time, the custom which has prevailed about fixing them is this. They are brought from a hill called Orberlis, and every man drives in 3 for each wife that he marries. Now the men all have many wives apiece, and this is the way in which they live. Each has his own hut, wherein he dwells, upon one of the platforms, and each has also a trapdoor giving access to the lake beneath. And their wont is to tie their baby children by the foot with a string, to save them from rolling into the water. They feed their horses and their other beasts upon fish, which abound in the lake to such a degree that a man has only to open his trapdoor and to let down a basket by a rope into the water, and then to wait a very short time, when he draws it up quite full of them. The fish are of 2 kinds, which they call the paprax and the tylon. 122. 3 in the introduction, p2, and elsewhere Keller says regarding cattle. Cattle were kept, not on land, as in the Tarahumara region, but on the platforms themselves, out in the lakes. Many charred remains of stables and stable refuse have been taken from the lakes, but only from certain parts of the sites between those of the houses. See also Schenck, p. 188. Rice Holmes, pp. 8990 of Ancient Britain, says of that country that agriculture was limited in the Neolithic, but flourished in the Bronze Age. 122. 14. The Tarahumara period. Keller, pp. 378 sec, as related to Switzerland, pp. 391-393. For swamp and riverbank sites, pp. 391-397 sec. For bronze in Tarahumara settlements, p. 386. For the Upper Robenhausen, see Schenck, p. 190, and Montelius, La Civilisation Primitive en Italy. Pete, the Stone and Bronze Ages in Italy, and Munro, the lake dwellings of Europe and Paleolithic man and the Tarahumara settlements must also be read in this connection. Schwer's Volkerschaften der Schweiz gives, for the average cranial indices of the lake dwellers, 79 during the Stone Age, 75.5 in the Copper Age, and 77 in the Bronze Age. Of these last 14% only were brachycephalic, 20% were extremely long-headed. In the Iron Age, 46% were brachycephalic. Consult also Denneker, 2, p. 316. 122, 21. Ripley, pp. 502-503, Sergey 2, Robert Munro 2, Pete 2. 122, 27-123. 4C the note to p. 117. 18. 123. 5 on the kitchen middens, see especially Madsen, Sophus Muller, and others in a Faudstinger fra Stenaldern I Danmark. 123. 12. Salomon Rianich 3 and 5, Denneker 2, p. 314, and Peak 2, p. 156, where we find the following. Over the greater part of Sweden, all in fact, except a strip of coastline on the western side of Scania, and all along the shore of the Baltic, from the Gulf of Bothnia southwards and westwards, as far as a point midway between the Vistula and the Oder, there are found abundant remains of a primitive civilization which dates from the Neolithic age, and indeed from early in that age. This civilization, known as the East Scandinavian or Arctic culture, extended, perhaps later, over the whole of Norway. Consult the notes to pp. 125, 4 sec, for Western trade. 123, 20. Sergey 4, Beto 4 pp. 26, 29, Fleur and James pp. 122 sec. 123, 23. Paleolithic population. Fleur and James, Anthropological Types in Wales, p. 120. Rice Holmes, Ancient Britain, p. 380, says they were confined to the south. No Paleolithic implements were found north of Lincoln, or at least of the East Riding of Yorkshire. 123, 26. John Munro, The Story of the British Race, p. 45, Rice Holmes, Ancient Britain, p. 68, and Fleur and James, pp. 40, 6974, 122 sec. 124, 4 for the ALPINE CPP, 134 sec. Of this book. 124, 9 consult the note to p. 143 on this subject. 124, 15, on the Nordic CPP, 167 sec. and 213 sec. On the Scandinavian blondes, see the note to p. 20, 5. 124, 20, see the notes to pp. 168 sec. 125, 1 G. Elliott Smith, The Ancient Egyptians, especially pp. 146 and 149 sec. Breasted, 1, 2, and 3, Keene, Ethnology, pp. 72 sec. Sophus Muller, L'Europe préhistorique, p. 49, Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, p. 3. 125, 4 Denneker, 2, pp. 314-315, The great trade route for amber, and perhaps tin, between Denmark and the archipelago is well known at the present day. It passes through the valley of the Elbe, the Moldau, and the Danube. The commercial relations between the north and the south explain the similarities which archaeologists find between Scandinavian bronze objects and those of the Aegean district. See also E. H. Minns, Scythians and Greeks, for trade in the east via the Vistula, Dnieper, and Danube, pp. 438-446, 458, 459, 465, 493, etc. and Deschillet, Manuel d'Archaeology, T.I., p. 626 and Roman II, p. 19. Herodotus, Roman 4, 33, gives the trade route from the Hyperboreans to Delos. Felix Sarciox, Troy, La Guerre de Troie, pp. 162, 181, also discusses the trade routes for amber. 125, 7 Amber. Tacitus, Germania. They ransack the sea also, and are the only people who gather in the shallows, and on the shore itself the amber which they call in their tongue, glissum. Nor have they, being barbarians, inquired or learned what substance or process produces it. Nay, it lay there long among the rest of the flotsam and jetsam of the sea, until Roman luxury gave it a name. To the natives it is useless. It is gathered crude, it is forwarded to Rome unshaped. They are astonished to be paid for it. Yet you may infer that it is the exudation of trees. Certain creeping and even winged creatures are continually found embedded. They have been entangled in its liquid form, and as the material hardens, are imprisoned. I should suppose, therefore, that, just as in the secluded places of the East, where frankincense and balsam are exuded, so in the islands and lands of the West, there are groves and glades more than ordinarily luxuriant, etc. Amber, if rubbed, has magnetic qualities and develops electricity. Our word electricity is derived from its Greek name, electron. Tacitus says, if you try the qualities of amber by setting fire to it, it kindles like a torch and soon dissolves into something like pitch and resin. 125, 13. Gowland, Metals in Antiquity, pp. 236, 252 sec. 125, 15 sec. Copper. Reisner's opinion that the predynastic Egyptians invented the use of copper, Naga ed Derer, IP 134, which is followed by Elliott Smith, Ancient Egyptians, p3, is not the view held by all scholars. Hall believes that the knowledge of the use of metal came to the prehistoric southern Egyptians, Ancient History of the Near East, p90, toward the end of the predynastic age from the north. But he counts the Mount Sinai and Cyprus deposits as northern centers of origin, from which a knowledge of the working of the metal radiated. The mines of the Sinaitic Peninsula were worked for copper at the time of Sennacherib, about 3733 BC, and probably much earlier, Gowland, p. 245, and elsewhere. But long before the actual mining operations were carried on, how long it is impossible to say, the metal must have been obtained by primitive methods from the surface ore. It is hence not unreasonable to assume that at least as early as about 5000 BC, the metal copper was known and in use in Egypt. The same writer believes that an earlier date than 5000 BC should be assigned to the first use of copper in the Chaldean region. In this, he bases himself on the discovery of copper figures associated with bricks and tablets bearing the name of King Urnina, about 4500 BC, and the fact that the upper Tigris region is known to contain rich deposits of the mineral. Jastrow, Jr., assigns the date of 3000 BC to Urnina, which may be more correct. Gowland dates copper in Cyprus at 2500 BC, or even 3000, judging by the finds at Crete dated 2500 BC in the Troad. He thinks it was used not later than in Cyprus. For China the date is unknown, but if we accept 2205, given in the Chinese annals as the time when the 9 bronze cauldrons were cast, which are often mentioned in the historical records, then copper may have been in use as early as 3000 or even earlier. De Morgan dates copper at 4400 BC in Egypt, where it was found in the supposed tomb of Menes. See also Lord Avebury, Prehistoric Times, pp. 7172, who gives 3730 for copperworking in Sinai, and its first appearance about 5000 BC. Montelius, 1 p. 380, gives copper in Cyprus as about 2500 BC, hardly 3000, and for Egypt 5000. He regards it as having been known in Babylon at about the same time. Breasted, Ancient Times, assigns the date of the earliest copper as at least 4000 in Egypt. 125, 27 Eduard Mayer, 1 p. 41, but cf. Reisner, Naga ed Derer, IP, 126, Note 3. Also Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, p. 28. 126, 1 Elliot Smith, 1, p. 8. Most serious scholars who concern themselves with the problems of the ancient history of Egypt and Babylonia have now abandoned these inflated estimates of the lengths of the historical periods in the two empires. And it is now generally admitted that Mayer's estimate of 3,400 plus, or minus 100 BC, is a close approximation to the date of the union of Upper and Lower Egypt, and that the blending of Semitic and Sumerian cultures in Babylonia took place shortly after the time of this event in the Nile Valley. See also Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, p. 3. 126, 7 Bronze. Rice Holmes, 1, p. 125. The oldest piece of bronze that has yet been dated was found at Medum, in Egypt, and is supposed to have been cast about 3700 BC, but the metal may have been worked even earlier in other lands. For a bronze statuette and a bronze vase, which were made 25 centuries before our era, have been obtained from Mesopotamia, and the craft must have passed through many stages before such objects could have been produced. Yet it would be rash to infer that either the Babylonians or the Egyptians invented bronze, for neither in Egypt nor in Babylonia is there any tin. The old theory that it was a result of Phoenician commerce with Britain has long been abandoned, and British bronze implements are so different from those of Norway and Sweden, Denmark and Hungary, that it cannot have been derived from any of these countries. German influence was felt at a comparatively late period, but from first to last British bronze culture was closely connected with that of Gaul, and through Gaul with that of Italy. 126, 9. Gowland, p. 243. It has been frequently stated that the alloy used by the men of the Bronze Age generally consists of copper and tin in the proportions of 9 to 1. I have hence compared the analyses which have been published with the following results. Early weapons and implements, 57 analyses. In 25, the tin ranges from about 8 to 11%. 6, 11, 13, 26, 3, 8. Later palstaves and socketed axes, 15 analyses. In 13, the tin ranges from about 4.3 to 13.1%. 2 was about 18.3%. Spear and lance heads. In 5, the tin ranges from about 11.3 to 15.7%. Still later, swords, 33 analyses. In 14, the tin ranges from about 8 to 11%. 12, 18, 7 is less than 9%. It is obvious, therefore, that these statements do not accurately represent the facts, and if we consider the different uses to which the implements or weapons were put, it is evident that no single alloy could be equally suitable for all. It is worthy of note that these proportions, i.e., different hardnesses for different implements, appear to have been frequently attained. And for this, the men of the later Bronze Age are deserving of great credit as metallurgists and workers in metal. On the percentages of tin with copper for bronze, see also Montelius, 1 pp. 448 sec. 126. 12. Schenk, p. 241, describes a copper axe exactly like those of polished stone, and another of bronze, of very primitive patterns showing that these were copied from the earlier stone models. Some authorities think that iron, in Egypt at least, came in about the same time as bronze or even earlier. Certain peoples missed altogether one or another of these stages, as the absence of remains indicates. For instance, the Central Africans had, as far as is known, no Bronze Age, but passed directly from the use of stone to that of iron. See Rice Holmes, Ancient Britain, p. 123. See the notes to p. 129 on the value of iron. Occasional implements of any material better than that ordinarily in use, which had been introduced by trade or acquired by fighting, were very highly prized. Any books on primitive peoples contain references to the value of such foreign tools. 126. 24. Diodorus Siculus, v. Consult Crania Britannica, by Davis and Thurnham, the chapter on the historical ethnology of Britain, for evidence that the Phoenicians did have intercourse with Britain. For a full discussion of this disputed question, see pp. 483-514 in Rice Holmes's Ancient Britain. Herodotus and other early writers allude to the fleets of the Phoenicians, and of course the voyage of Pytheas about the last half of the 4th century BC was undertaken to discover the source of the Phoenician tin. See Holmes's Britain, pp. 217-226 Darbois de Jubainville, Les Premiers Habitants de l'Europe, Volume I, Chapter V. Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, pp. 158, 402-403, and G. Elliott Smith, Ancient Mariners on the Phoenicians. On pp. 251-252 of Ancient Britain, Rice Holmes makes the suggestion that the export of tin from Britain may have died down by Roman times. 127, 9 sec. G. Elliott Smith, 1 p. 178 and map 3. Denneker 2 p. 315 says, "It is generally admitted that the ancient Bronze Age corresponds with the Aegean civilization, which flourished among the peoples inhabiting, between the 30th and 20th centuries BC, Switzerland, the north of Italy, the basin of the Danube, the Balkan Peninsula, a part of Anatolia, and lastly, Cyprus. It gave rise, between 1700 and 1100 BC, to the Mycenaean civilization, of which the favorite ornamental design is the spiral." Myers in Ancient History, pp. 134-135, states that in Crete the metal development began as early, at least, as 3000 BC, and was at its height in the island about 1600 or 1500 BC. Articles of Cretan handiwork found in Egypt point to intercourse with that country as early as the 6th dynasty, which he makes about 2500 BC. See also G. Elliott Smith, 1 pp. 147, 179-180, and the authorities quoted on bronze. 127, 26-128, 1 sec. G. Elliott Smith, 1 pp. 178-180. Rice Holmes, 1 p. 123 gives in a footnote the 6th dynasty as about 3200 BC, cf. above, when Elliott Smith says the movement first began. Ibid, pp. 169-171. They do not agree on the date of this dynasty. See also Rice Holmes, Ibid. p. 125, and Breasted, 3, p. 108. Montelius assigns 2100 BC for the small copper daggers of northern Italy. 128, 2. The Neolithic period. G. Elliott Smith, 1 pp. 20 sec. 37 and 163 sec. Professor Orsi is responsible for the introduction of this term. See T. E. Pete, The Stone and Bronze Ages in Italy, and G. Sergi, Italia, pp. 240 sec. on the Neolithic period in Italy. 128, 13 Oscar Montelius, The Civilization of Sweden in Heathen Times, and Kulturgeschichte Schwedens von den altesten Zeiten, Sophus Muller, Nordische Alterthumbskund. The latter gives 1200 BC. See also Rice Holmes, 1 pp. 64, 127, 424, 454, Beddoe, 4 p. 15, Haddon, 3 p. 41. According to G. Jerset, in his History of the Norwegian People, the Bronze Age in Norway began about 1500 BC, the Iron Age at 500 BC. Lord Avebury, pp. 7172. Reed, Guide to the Antiquities of the Bronze Age. And Denneker, 2, p. 315, give 1800 BC for Britain, and for Northern Europe Avebury assigns 2500 BC 1800 is the generally accepted date for the beginning of the Bronze Age in Britain. 128.16. Alpines in Ireland. Beddoe 4, p. 15, Fleur and James, pp. 128, 129, 135, 139, Rice Holmes 1, p. 432, Ripley, pp. 302, 303, Abercrombie, pp. 111 sec. Crawford, pp. 184 sec. But Fleur and James say, p. 138, that other alpines without brow ridges are to be found at the present time in considerable numbers on the east coast of Ireland. Ripley's strong assertion that no alpines have remained in the British Isles has been proved by more recent study to require modification. 128.17. See in this connection Fleur and James, p. 127. 128.26. Cf. Elliott Smith 1 pp. 2021 163 181, Pete 2, Reisner Early Dynastic Cemeteries of Naga Ed Derer, and Rice Holmes 1, p. 65 sec. 129.28. The megaliths were not erected by alpines, for there are practically none in Central Europe, according to Keene Ethnology pp. 135-136 and Dr. Robert Munro in a discussion published in the Jour, Roy. Anth. Inst. 1889-1890, p. 65. On the other hand, Pete 1 pp. 3964 says they are being discovered in the interior, a few in Germany. He does not mention bronze among the finds in the megaliths of France, but there was a little gold. Bronze was, however, found in Spain. Consult Fleur and James, pp. 128 sec. Rice Holmes 2 pp. 89, and for an exhaustive archaeological study, Deschillet, Manuel d'Archaeology, Volume I, Chapter Roman 3, especially paragraph V, pp. 393 sec. For dolmens in Brittany, concerning the contents of these, we may quote the following. Polished hatchets, often enough of rare stone, beads from necklaces and pendants of Calais or of divers materials, implements of flint, knives, arrow points which are wing-shaped, scrapers, nodules, grinding stones, pottery, vases, grains of baked earth, some rare jewels of gold, collars, and bracelets. Such is, in general, the composition of the contents of the Neolithic dolmens of Brittany, contents different, as we shall see, from those of the sepulchres of the Bronze Age in the same region. These vast Armorican crypts belong certainly to the end of the Neolithic period, in spite of the absence of copper, the habitual forerunner of bronze objects. The smallness of the crypt, the size of the tumulus, the mixture of construction in huge blocks and in walls seem to indicate, as M. Cartilhack has observed, a more recent age than that of ordinary dolmens. In the pure Bronze Age, the monolithic supports are replaced by the walls of unmortared stones. Moreover, we shall see that there have been found in certain covered alleys in Brittany pottery of a very characteristic type called calciform vases, pottery belonging in the south of France and southern Europe with the first objects of copper and bronze. Jewels of gold confirm, on the other hand, these chronological determinations. On p. 397, the dolmen sepulchres of the Bronze Age in Brittany, and notably in Finisterre, are distinguished more often by the type of their construction from those of the Stone Age. The dolmens of Normandy and Isle-de-France contain some stone objects, fragments of vases, and numerous debris of human skeletons. The end of the pure Neolithic is the date of the megaliths in Armorica, as we read on p. 407. The first metals, imported from the south, penetrated into northern Gaul a little later than in the southern provinces. That is why certain typical objects of the end of the pure Neolithic in Armorica, such as Calais and the calciform vases, are associated with the first objects of copper or bronze in the funerary crypts of Provence and Portugal. G. Elliott Smith and W. H. R. Rivers claim that there is a close connection throughout the Eastern Hemisphere between the distribution of megalithic monuments and either ocean or freshwater pearls, but this appears to the author to be far-fetched. Two very recent articles dealing with megaliths are Anthropology and Our Older Histories, by Fleur and Winstanley, and The Menhirs of Madagascar, by A. L. Lewis. 129, 8. Rice Holmes, Caesar's Conquest of Gaul, p9. 129, 12 Earliest iron in the North. See the notes to pp. 131, 1 and 131, 9 on the Latine period. Also Montelius, 2, and Sophus-Muller, 2, pp. 145 and 165 sec. 129, 13. Mound burials among the Vikings. Montelius, 2. 129, 15 Iron in Egypt. Some authorities think that iron in Egypt came in about the same time as bronze, or even earlier. A piece of worked iron was found in the Great Pyramid, to which a date of about 3500 BC has been assigned. But according to the archaeological investigations of Professor Flinders Petrie, iron came into general use only about 800 B. 100. Myers in The Dawn of History is quoted from p60 for the following neat summary. Although any of the authorities on Egypt, such as Petrie, Maspero, Hall, Breasted, Elliott Smith, Reisner, Mayer, etc., should be consulted as original investigators. The presence of iron, rare though it is as far back as the First Dynasty, puts Egypt into a position which is unique among metal-using lands. For apart from these rare but quite indisputable finds, Egypt remains for thousands of years a bronze-using, and for long a merely copper-using country. In Egypt, iron was known as a rarity, worn as a charm and an ornament, and even used, when it could be gotten ready-made, as an implement. And it does not seem to have been worked in the country, and probably its source was unknown to the Egyptians. In historic times, they still called it the metal of heaven, as if they obtained it from meteorites, and it looks at present as though their earliest knowledge of it was from the south, for Central Africa seems to have had no Bronze Age but direct and ancient transition from stone to iron weapons. Yet when they conquered Syria in the 16th century, they found it in regular use and received it in tribute. At home, however, they had no real introduction to an age of iron until they met an Assyrian army in 668 BC and began to be exploited by Greeks from overseas. In this connection, see also Ridgway, The Early Age of Greece, pp. 613-614. The same author, pp. 154 sec, discusses the value of iron in these early times. Denneker, p. 315 of his Races of Man, says Italy had iron as early as 1200 BC. Montelius assigns 1100 for iron in Etruria. 129, 19. Hallstatt iron culture. See Baron von Sacken des Grabfeld von Hallstatt, Dr. Moritz Hoerns Die Hallstatt-Periode, Bertrand and Salomon Rienich, Les Celtes dans les Vallées du Po et du Danube, and Ridgway, The Early Age of Greece, pp. 407-480 and 594 sec. There is a brief summary by Ridgway which it will serve to quote. Everywhere else the change from iron weapons to bronze is immediate, but at Hallstatt iron is seen gradually superseding bronze, first for ornament, then for edging-cutting implements, then replacing fully the old bronze types, and finally taking new forms of its own. There can be no doubt that the use of iron first developed in the Hallstatt area, and that thence it spread southwards into Italy, Greece, the Aegean, Egypt and Asia, and northwards and westwards in Europe. At Noria, which gave its name to Noricum, less than 40 miles from Hallstatt, were the most famous iron mines of antiquity, which produced the Noric sword so prized and dreaded by the Romans. See Pliny Hist. Nat. Roman 34, 145, Horace Epod. 1771. This iron needed no tempering, and the Celts had found it ready smelted by nature, just as the Eskimos had learned of themselves to use telluric iron embedded in basalt. The Hallstatt culture is that of the Homeric Achaeans, see Ridgway, Early Age of Greece, pp. 407 sec. But as the brooch, along with iron, cremation of the dead, the round shield and the geometric ornament, passed down into Greece from Central Europe, and as brooches are found in the lower town at Mycenae, 1350 BC, they must have been invented long before that date in Central Europe. But as they are found here in the late Bronze and early Iron Age, the early iron culture of Hallstatt must have originated long before 1350 BC, a conclusion in accordance with the absence of silver at Hallstatt itself. Keller, p. 160, describes an iron sword modeled after the same pattern as those of bronze. Schenk, p. 341, mentions a copper axe exactly like those of stone, and another of bronze of very primitive pattern. These and numerous other examples show the gradual growth of each age. The generally accepted date for Hallstatt is about 900 or 1000 BC. Even Rice Holmes approves of this. C2, P9. But if we believe that iron spread from Hallstatt, and it was in Etruria at 1200–1100 BC, and in Greece, in the form of swords like those of Hallstatt, at 1400 B.C. According to Ridgway, together with pins and various other objects which originated in the Tyrol. It is certainly very conservative to place the appearance of iron in Austria at 1500 BC. Iron weapons were found in the remains of Troy from the War of 1184 BC. See Ridgway, Op. Cit. and Larchiox, p. 179. We may quote from Hoerns as follows regarding the dates. The temporal limits of the Hallstatt period are uncertain, according to the districts which one includes and the phenomena which one considers. It is now known that the Hallstatt relics for the most part belong to the first half of the last millennium BC, but while some assign these relics as from the time of perhaps 1200 to perhaps 500, others are satisfied with the period from 900 to 400, or bring them even farther forward. It is certain that one must differentiate in these questions between the west and the east of the Hallstatt culture areas. In the one, the particular Hallstatt forms would come nearer to the close than in the other. One, or perhaps more centuries, lie between the first appearance of the Latine forms in western Germany and in the eastern Alps. Also, the beginning varies according to the locality and the criteria which one takes for a guide. That is to say, according to whether the phenomena of the time about 1000 BC are considered as belonging still in the pure Bronze Age, to a transition period, or indeed to the First Iron Age. 129.26. Ridgway, speaking of the Achaeans, says, "They brought with them iron which they used for their long swords and cutting implements." The culture of the Homeric Achaeans, these are dated about 1000 BC, about the time of the Dorians, according to Berry, p. 57, corresponds to a large extent with that of the early Iron Age of the Upper Danube Hallstatt and to the early Iron Age of Upper Italy, Villanova. Myers' Dawn of History, p. 175, says that there was a gradual introduction of iron, first for tools and then for weapons. It had been known as precious metal in the Aegean since the late Minoan Third period, or even the late Minoan Second period, which is usually dated with the XVth Egyptian dynasty as about 1500–1350. Most other writers, however, including Berry, p. 57, Myers, Ank. Hist. p. 136, and Denneker, Races of Man, p. 315, ascribe the general use of iron to a much later invasion, namely that of the Dorians, about 1100 BC. 129.29. Iron Swords of the Nordics. Ridgway, 1 pp. 407 sec. Their chief weapon was a long iron sword. With trenchant strokes delivered by these long swords, the Celts had dealt destruction to their foes on many a field. They used not the thrust, as did the Greeks and Romans of the classical period. This is put beyond doubt by Polybius, Roman 2:30, who in his account of the great defeat suffered by the combined tribes of Transalpine Geecati, Insubers, Boii, and Tourisci, when they invaded Italy in 225 BC, tells us that the Romans had the advantage in arms, for the Gallic sword can only deliver a cut but cannot thrust. Again, in his account of the great victory gained over the Insubers by the Romans in 223 BC, the same historian tells us that the defeat of the Celts was due to the fact that their long iron swords easily bent, and could only give one downward cut with any effect, but that after this, the edges got so turned, and the blades so bent, that unless they had time to straighten them out with the foot against the ground, they could not deliver a second blow. When the Celts had rendered their swords useless by the first blows delivered on the spears, the Romans closed with them, and rendered them quite helpless by preventing them from raising their hands to strike with their swords, which is their peculiar and only stroke, because their blade has no point. The Romans, on the contrary, having excellent points to their swords, used them not to cut but to thrust, and by thus repeatedly smiting the breasts and faces of the enemy, they eventually killed the greater number of them. Roman 2, 33 and Roman 3. Further evidence in support of our contention that iron was in use much earlier than is generally admitted comes from an unexpected quarter. J.N. Esferonos, in a recent book on ancient Greek coinage entitled El Hellenisme Primitif de la Macédoine, prouvé par la numismatique, p. 171, remarks, "In the first place, indeed, it is forgotten that some of this information, that which is derived from people of mythical times, can be referred not only to the invention of the first money struck in precious metal, gold, electrum, or silver, but even to obelisks of iron, or to cast plinths in the form of copper axes, which, of a determined weight and legally guaranteed by the state, constituted, already before the XVTH century, as we positively know at the present time, the first legal money." 130. 2 Curie, The Vikings in Western Christendom, Chapter Roman 13, Steenstrup Normannern. 130. 4. Furor Normanorum. On account of the suffering inflicted by the Vikings and other northern raiders in Europe, a special prayer, a Furore Normanorum Libera nos, was inserted in some of the litanies of the West. 130. 5 Rome was sacked by Alaric in 410 AD, and during the 40 years following the German tribes seized the greater part of the Roman provinces and established in them what are known as the barbarian kingdoms. Consult Valeri, The Barbarian Invasions of Italy. 130. 8 sec. See Chapter Roman 13 pp. 242 sec. of this book. 130. 13 sec. Ripley, pp. 125-126. The discovery of the Alpine type was the work of von Baer. 130. 24. The Iron Age in Western Europe. Denneker, 2, p. 315 says, "So also, according to Montelius, the introduction of iron dates only from the 5th or 3rd century BC in Sweden, while Italy was acquainted with this metal as far back as the 12th century BC, the civilization of the Iron Age, distributed over 2 periods, according to the excavations made in the stations of Hallstatt, Austria, and Latine, Switzerland, must have been imported from Central Europe into Greece through Illyria. The importation corresponds perhaps with the Dorian invasion of the Peloponnesus. The Hallstattian civilization flourished chiefly in Carinthia, southern Germany, Switzerland, Bohemia, Silesia, Bosnia, the southeast of France, and southern Italy, the pre-Etruscan age of Montelius. The period which followed, called the Second, or Iron Age or the Latine period, was prolonged until the 1st century BC in France, Bohemia, and England. In Scandinavian countries, the First Iron Age lasted until the 6th century, and the Second Iron Age until the 10th century AD, referring to the Latine period in a footnote. Denneker says, "This term, first used in Germany, is accepted by almost all men of science. The Latine period corresponds pretty nearly with the Age Marmian of French archaeologists and the Late Celtic of English archaeologists." Cf. M. Hoerns, Urgiskich D. Mensch. Chapters Roman 8 and Roman 9. Rice Holmes, 1, p. 231, remarks, "Iron in Britain is hardly older than 500 BC, i.e. the earliest products of the British Iron Age were traded in." CP 229. In Gaul, the Hallstatt period is believed to have lasted from about 800 to about 400 BC, on p. 126. It is certain that in the southeastern districts, iron tools began to be used not later than the 4th century BC. See also Sir John Evans, Ancient Bronze Implements, pp. 470-472. Consult especially Deschillet, Manuel d'Archaeologie, T. Roman 2, pp. 152 sec. On iron in Western Gaul during the Latine period. 130, 28. Latine period. M. Waver and P. Vauga, Extrait du Musée Neuchâtelois, p. 7, V. Gross, Latine, un oppidum Helvete, E. Vauga, Les Helvetes a Latine, and F. Keller, The Lake Dwellings of Switzerland. 131, 3 Montelius suggests this date. Lord Avebury, in Prehistoric Times, even goes so far as to suggest 1000 BC. 131, 5 Rice Holmes 2, the footnote to p9. Deschillet, Manuel d'Archaeologie, T. Roman 2, p. 552. 131, 9. Latine culture and the Nordic Cymry. This is also in Britain termed the Late Celtic period. See Rice Holmes, 2, p. 318. for the expansion of the Celtic Empire and Latine C. Jean Bruns, p. 779. G. Dotton, in his Manuel Celtique, devotes a whole chapter to the Celtic Empire. Simri, see the note to p. 174, 22 of this book. As to the Nordic characters of these people, see Rice-Holmes, 1, p. 234. 131, 12. Nordic Gauls and Goidels as users of bronze. Rice-Holmes, 1 pp. 126, 229 and elsewhere. 131, 15. Haddon, Wanderings of People, p. 49. 131, 19. S-faced Europa im Licht der Vorgeschichte, p. 9, etc. 131, 23. Tacitus, Germania. 131, 26. Tacitus, Germania 4. Personally, I associate myself with the opinion of those who hold that in the peoples of Germany there has been given to the world a race untainted by intermarriage with other races, a peculiar people and pure, like no one but themselves, whence it comes that their physique, in spite of their vast numbers, is identical. Fierce blue eyes, red hair, tall frames, etc. See Beto, 4 pp. 81-82, Fleur and James, pp. 122, 126, 151, 152, and Ripley, Passim, for remarks on the increasing brunettness of Britain and other parts of Europe which were formerly more blonde. The recent article by Parsons entitled Anthropological Observations on German Prisoners of War contains an interesting reference, on p. 26, to the resurgence of Alpine types in Central Europe. Chapter 4, The Alpine Race. 134, 1. There seem to have been at least 3 distinct types of Alpines, one with a broad head and developed occiput typical of Western Europe, a second with a flat occiput and a high crown, represented by such peoples as the Armenoids of Asia Minor, and a third, of which little notice has been taken, except by such men as Zaborowski, 2, and Fleur and James, pp. 137 sec. This third type is encountered here and there in nests which stretch at least from southern Italy to Ireland, by way of the Straits of Gibraltar and across France by the Dolman Line. Fleur and James may be quoted for the following discussion. Questions naturally arise as to the homologies of this type and its distribution beyond the line here mentioned. If we had the type in Britain by itself, we should be inclined to connect it with the general population of Central Europe, the dark, broad-headed Alpine type. We should, however, retain a little hesitation about this, as our type is sometimes of extraordinary strength of build, and while often fairly short, it is occasionally outstandingly tall. Moreover, the hair is frequently quite black, and this is not on the whole an Alpine character. But when we note the coastal distribution of this type, our hesitation is much increased, for the Alpine type has spread typically along the mountain flanks, and its characteristic rarity in Britain is evidence of how little it has followed the sea. We cannot but wonder also whether what Denneker calls the Atlanto-Mediterranean type is not a result of averaging these dark broadheads with the true Mediterranean type. Seeking further distributional evidence, we find that the dark broadheads are highly characteristic of Dalmatia and may be an old established stock, but it would appear that this region is famous for the height of the heads there, and our type is not specially high-headed. Broadhead brunnets do, however, occur farther east in Asia Minor, the Aegean, and Crete, for example. Many are certainly hypsicephalic, but in others it seems that the brow and head are moderate and the forehead rather rectangular, as in our type. It is interesting that there should be evidence of our dark broadheads beyond the Irish end of the line now discussed, the line of intercourse which Deschillet thinks must be older than the Bronze Age. The chief evidences for the type beyond Ireland are: 1 Ripley, p. 309, shows that a dark, broad-headed element is present in Shetland, West Caithness, and East Sutherland. This is sometimes called the Old Black Breed. 2 Arbo finds the coast and external openings of the more southerly Norwegian fjords have a broad-headed population, whereas the inner ends of the fjords and the interior are more dolichocephalic. The broadheads stretch from Trondheim's fjord southward, and from their exclusively coastwise distribution, he supposes them to have come across from the British Isles. The population is darker than the rest of Norway and its area of distribution. As Dr. Stuart McIntosh has kindly pointed out to us, is like that of the same type in the British Isles, characterized by a pelagic climate. Von Luschen has fully discussed the Armenoid type in his Early Inhabitants of Western Asia, and with E. Peterson, in Reisen in Lycian, Milias, und Kiberatis. A special study was made by Chanter in his Recherches anthropologiques dans l'Asie occidentale. The first type, then, the Western European, has a short, thick stature, round head, and rather light pigmentation. The second, Armenoid, a rather tall stature, square, high head, flat occiput, and dark pigmentation. The third, the Old Black breed, is rather small and dark. In addition to these, we have a fourth type, which has been called the Bronze Age race, or better, the Beaker-Maker type Borreby. This has been discussed by Greenwell and Rolleston, Beddoe, and Keith, especially as to their possible survivors at the present day, by Abercrombie in Bronze Age pottery, by Crawford, the distribution of early Bronze Age settlements in Britain, and by Peake in a discussion of the last work in the same number of the Geographical Journal. Fleur and James describe it also. See the note to p. 138, one of this book. Further anthropological studies may simplify the problem somewhat, but the author is now inclined to believe that the above-mentioned third brachycephalic type, the Old Black breed, represents the survivors of the earliest waves of the Roundhead invasion, in Britain antedating the arrival of the Neolithic Mediterraneans, while the first type mentioned above represents the descendants of the last great Alpine expansion. This type in southern Germany has been so thoroughly Nordicized in pigmentation that these blonde South Germans are sometimes discussed as though they were a distinct Alpine subspecies. The type is scantily represented in England, and when found may be partly attributed to ecclesiastics and other retainers brought over by the Normans. The second of the above types, the Armenoids, are virtually absent from Europe, and seem to be characteristic of eastern Anatolia and the immediately adjacent regions. The author regards the fourth, Borreby or Beaker-Maker type of tall, round heads as distinct from the three preceding types. The distribution of their remains would indicate they entered Britain from the northeast. We have no clue as to their origin. A similar type is found in the so-called Dinaric race of Denneker, which Fleur and James mention in connection with the third type, but hesitate to class with it, which extends from the Tyrol along the mountainous east coast of the Adriatic into Albania. Further study of the Tripalge culture, see note to p. 143. 15, and the mixture of population north of the Carpathians, where the early Nordics and early Alpines came in contact, may throw light on this question, as well as upon the problem of the acquisition of Aryan languages by the Alpines. All these four round, skulled types seem to have been of West Asiatic origin, but their relationship to each other and to the true Mongols of Central Asia is as yet undetermined. One thing is certain, that the Alpine Slavs north and east of the Carpathians, and, to a less degree, the inhabitants of Hungary and Bulgaria, have in their midst a very considerable Mongoloid element, which has entered Europe since the beginning of our era. 134, 12 sec. For further characters of the Alpines, see Ripley, pp. 123-128, 416 sec, and p. 139 of this book. 135, 1 Haddon, Races of Man, pp. 1516, Denneker, Races of Man, pp. 325-326. 135, 14 sec. Zaborowski, Les Pupils Aryans, p. 110. 135, 17. See the authorities given in Ripley for the Württembergers, pp. 233-234, for Bavaria and Austria, p. 228, for Switzerland, pp. 280-286, and for the Tyrolese, p. 102. 135, 22. Beddoe 4, chapter Roman 6, is particularly good on the physical anthropology of the Swiss, while his and Rutheimer, Crania Helvetica, are classic authorities. 135, 23. The Historical Geography of Europe by Freeman and Beddoe 4, pp. 75 sec. 135, 25 sec. Beddoe 4, p. 81 says, as Switzerland, especially its central region, was for ages the great recruiting ground of mercenary soldiers, it is probable that the tall, blonde, long-headed element would emigrate at a more rapid rate than the brown, short-headed one. In this way may also be accounted for the apparent decline in the stature of the modern Swiss, who certainly do not, as a rule, now justify the descriptions given of their huge physical development in earlier days, the days of halberds, morgensterns, and two-handed swords. These mercenaries were Teutonic, but their Celtic predecessors were addicted to the same habit, as G. Dotton has shown on p. 257 of his Manuel Celtique. When the Celts could not battle on their own account or against their neighbors, they offered their services for the price of silver to foreign kings. There is hardly a country that was not overrun with Celtic mercenaries, nor struggles in which they had not taken part. As far back as 368 BC, an army sent by Denies, the Ancient, to Corinth to aid the Spartiates, was in part formed of Celtic foot soldiers. Pas d'argent, pas de Suisses, as the old saying has it. See also Gibbon, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, chapter LV, where are described the Teutonic Varangians in Constantinople, who became the bodyguard of the Greek emperor. 136, 5 Osborne, 1, pp. 458 and 479 sec. CP 116 of this book. 136, 7 G. Elliott Smith, 1 p. 179, Haddon 3 peak 2 pp. 160-163 Denneker 2 p. 313, Zaborowski 1 pp. 172 sec. Hervé 1 Roman 4 p. 393 and v. p. 18, and the authorities quoted in Osborne. 136, 14. Russian brachycephaly C. Ripley pp. 358 sec. and the authorities quoted. 136, 16. CP 143, 13 of this book and notes. 136, 1926. Brachycephalic colonies in Scandinavia. CP 211, 6 and notes. 136, 29. Ripley, p. 472. 137, 2. See the notes to p. 128, 13. 137, 8. CPP. 138, 1 and 163, 26 of this book. 137, 21. See the notes to p. 128, 16. 137, 29 sec. Beto, 4 pp. 231-232. 138, 1 sec. Beto, 4 pp. 15, 17, 231-233. Davis and Thurnham, Keene 1 p. 150, Rice Holmes 1 pp. 194-441, Ripley pp. 308-309. Holmes suggests that the beaker makers may have come from Denmark. Compare this theory with that expressed by Fleur and James, pp. 128 sec. and 135, and by Abercrombie, Crawford, and Peake as given there. The beaker makers are quite fully discussed on pp. 86-88, 117, 128 sec. and 135-137 in the article by Fleur and James. See also Greenwell, British Barrows, pp. 627-718, and J. P. Harrison, on the survival of certain racial features in the population of the British Isles. Fleur and James describe the type as follows on p. 136. With the beakers have long been associated the broad-headed, strong-browed type, long known to archaeologists as the Bronze Age race, but better called the beaker makers, or Borreby type, for we now think that these people reached Britain without a knowledge of bronze. The general description of them is that they must have been taller than the Neolithic British, averaging 5 feet 7 inches, rather strongly built, with long forearms and inclined to roughness of feature. The head was broad, skull index over 80, often 82 or more, and the superciliary arches strong, but very distinctly separated in most cases by a median depression, and thus strongly contrasted with the continuous superciliary ridges of e.g. Neanderthal man. Keith thinks it was usually brown to fair in coloring at all periods, and this seems to be a very general opinion. 138, 3 Beto, 4 p16. On the whole, however, we cannot be far wrong in describing the British skulls of the Bronze period as distinctly brachycephalic, and this seems to have been the case in Scotland as well as in England. C. D. Wilson, Archaeological and Prehistoric Annals, pp. 168-171. Whensoever they came, the men of the British bronze race were richly endowed, physically. They were, as a rule, tall and stalwart. Their brains were large, and their features, if somewhat harsh and coarse, must have been manly and even commanding. The chieftain of Gristhorpe, whose remains are in the Museum of York, must have looked a true king of men with his athletic frame, his broad forehead, beetling brows, strong jaws, and aquiline profile. 138-14. Rice Holmes, 1 p. 425. 138-17. Dinaric race. Denneker, 1 pp. 113-133, also 2 p. 333. For allusions to this and descriptions, see Ripley, pp. 350, 412, 597, 601, 602. 138-18. Remains of Alpines. Fleur and James, pp. 117, number 3, and pp. 137-142. 138-22. See the notes to p. 122, 3. Also Jean Bruns and Le Correspondent for September, 1917, p. 774. 139, 3 cp. 121, 16. 139, 6 sec. Sergi, Africa, p. 65, Studer and Banworth, Crania Helvetica Antiqua, pp. 13 sec. His and Rutimir, Crania Helvetica, p. 41. 139, 16. CP 144 of this book. 139, 22 sec. CP 130. 140, 1 sec. C. Delapage Passim, Ripley, p. 352, Johans Rank der Mensch, Volume Roman 2, pp. 296 sec. Part 2 of Topinard's L-Anthropology Generale, and the note to p. 131, 26. 140, 4 sec. Alpines in the Cantabrian Alps. C. Ripley, p. 272, and Allores, Distribution Geographica del Indus Cephalica. 140, 9. Basques and the Basque language. See the notes to p. 234, 24 sec. 140, 15. Aquitanian. CP 248, 14. Ligurian. See the notes to p. 235, 17. 140, 17. Round skulls on North African coast. CPP 127-128. 140, 22 sec. See the authorities quoted in Ripley, chapter Roman 7. For the Walloons, see Rice Holmes 2 pp. 323, 325, 334. Denneker 2 p. 335. Darbois de Jubinville 2 pp. 8795. G. Kurth, La Frontière linguistique en Belgique. L. Funnel, Les Parleurs populaires du Département des Alpes Maritimes, pp. 298-303. The dialects or patois spoken today in France all fall under one of these two languages. They can be classified as follows. Languedoc, patois spoken in the departments of Languedocian Gard, Hérault, Pyrénées-Orientales, Aude, Ariège, Haute-Garonne, La-Tête-Garonne, Tarn-Aveyron, Lot, Tarn-et-Garonne. Provençal-Drôme, Vaucluse, Bouches-du-Rhône, Hautes and Basses-Alpes, Var. Dauphinois-Iser. Lyonnais-Rhône, Ain, Seine-et-Loire. Auvergnat-Allier, Loire, Haute-Loire, Ardèche, Lozère, Puy-de-Dôme, Cantal. Limousin-Corrèze, Haute-Vienne, Creuse, Indre, Cher-Vienne, Dordogne, Charente, Charenton-Ferrier, Indre-et-Loire. Gascon-Gironde, Landes, Hautes-Pyrénées, Basses-Pyrénées, Gers. Langue-d'Isle. Normandy, Bretagne, Perche-Maine, Anjou, Poitou, Saintonge. Picard, Modern French, Picardy, Ile-de-France, Artois, Flandre. Hainault, Basse-Maine, Thidrake, Rithellois. Burgundian Nivernais, Berry, Orléanais, Lower Bourbonnais, part of Ile-de-France, Champagne, Lorraine, Franche-Comté. 140, 28 sec. For the distribution of the Alpines, see Ripley, p. 157. 141, 6 Austria and the Slavs. See Ripley's authorities mentioned on pp. 352 sec. 141, 9 cp. 143 of this book. 141, 13. See the notes to chapter Roman 9. 141, 23 142, 4 Introduction of the Slavs into Eastern Germany. See Jordan's History of the Goths, v. 34, 35 and Roman 23, 119. Freeman, Historical Geography of Europe, pp. 113 sec. 141, 25. Wens, Antis and Sclaveny. See the notes to p. 143, 13 sec. 142. 4 Haddon 3, p. 43. 142. 9 Ripley, p. 355 and the authorities quoted. The word slave originally signified illustrious or renowned in Slavic language, but in Europe was a word of disdain for the backward Slavs. C. T. Pasker, The Expansion of the Slavs, Hist. Volume Roman 2, p. 421, n2. 142, 13, CPP. 143-144 of this book. 142, 23. Russian populations. Ripley, based on Anichin, Terensky Niederl, Zakruski, Takohiansiewicz, Olchnovich, Matiska, Karuzin Ritzius, Bonsdorf, etc. Consult his chapter Roman 13, especially pp. 343, 346, and 352. Olchnovich and Takohiansiewicz both remark on the dolichosphaly and blondness of the upper classes of Poland. 143, 1 Keen 2 pp. 345-346, Beto 1 p. 35, Freeman 1 pp. 107, 113, 116, 155, 158. 143, 3 Avars. See the authorities just given, also Eginhard, The Life of Charlemagne, Gibbon, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, chaps, Roman 42, Roman 45 and Roman 46. 143, 4. Hungarians. That the Hungarians as such were known earlier than this date appears from a passage in Jordan's, written about 550 AD. See the History of the Goths, v. 37, where he says, "Farther away and above the Sea of Pontus are the abodes of the Bulgars, well known from the disaster our neglect has brought upon us. From this region, the Huns, like a fruitful root of bravest races, sprouted into 2 hordes of people. Some of these are called Altsiagiri, others Sabiri, and they have different dwelling places. The Altsiagiri are near Cherson, where the avaricious traders bring in the goods of Asia. In summer they range the plains, their broad domains, wherever the pasturage for their cattle invites them, and betake themselves in winter beyond the Sea of Pontus. Now the Hunugiri are known to us from the fact that they trade in marten skins, but they have been cowed by their bolder neighbors." Also on the Hunugiri sea's use, p. 712. 143, 5 sec. The Invasion of the Avars and the Magyars. See Freeman 1 pp. 107, 113, 115, 116, Beto 1 p. 35, and Ripley p. 432. 143, 13 sec. Haddon 3, chapter Roman 3, Europe, especially p. 40, and A. Lefevre, Germans et Slavs, p. 156. Minns, in an article on the Slavs, says, Pliny Nh. Roman 4, 97 is the first to give the Slavs a name which can leave us in no doubt. He speaks of the Veneti, cf. Tacitus, Germania 46 Veneti, Ptolemy, Geog. Roman 3, 5, 7, 8 calls them Veneti and puts them along the Vistula and by the Venetic Gulf, by which he seems to mean the Gulf of Danzig. He also speaks of the Venetic mountains to the south of the sources of the Vistula, that is, probably the northern Carpathians. The name Veneti is clearly Wend, the name that the Germans have always applied to the Slavs. Its meaning is unknown. It has been the cause of much confusion because of the Armorican Veneti, the Paphlagonian Eneti, and above all the Eneti Veneti at the head of the Adriatic. Other names in Ptolemy, which almost certainly denote Slavic tribes, are the Velti on the Baltic. The name Slav first occurs in Pseudo-Caesarius, Dialogues Roman 2, 110, Mean, PG Roman 38, 985, early 6th century, but the earliest definite account of them under that name is given by Jordan's Getica, v. 34-35, about 550 AD. Within these rivers lies Dacia, encircled by the Alps as by a crown. Near their left ridge, which inclines toward the north, and beginning at the source of the Vistula, the populous race of the Venethi dwell, occupying a great expanse of land. Though their names are now dispersed amid various clans and places, yet they are chiefly called Sclaveny and Antis. The abode of the Sclaveny extends from the city of Novaiajunum and the lake called Murcianus to the Dniester, and northward as far as the Vistula. They have swamps and forests for their cities. The Antes, who are the bravest of these peoples dwelling in the curve of the Sea of Pontus, spread from the Dniester to the Dnieper, rivers that are many days' journey apart. See also Zaborowski, 1 pp. 272 sec. The name Wends, as has been said, was used by the Germans to designate the Slavs. It is now used for the Germanized Polacks and especially for the Lusatian Wends or Sorbs. It is first found in English used by Alfred. Canon I. Taylor, in Words and Places, p. 42, says, "The Sclavonians call themselves either Slojan, the intelligible men, or else SRB, which means kinsmen, while the Germans call them Wends." Haddon 3, p. 47 says, "The Slavs, who belong to the Alpine race, seem to have had their area of characterization in Poland and the country between the Carpathians and the Dnieper. They may be identified with the Veneti." In the author's opinion, these people have, so far as is known, nothing whatever to do with the tribe of Veneti at the head of the Adriatic, nor with the Veneti in Western Europe in what is now Brittany. Of the former, Ripley, p. 258, says that they have been generally accepted as of Illyrian derivation and cites Darbois de Jubinville, Von Dune, Pigorini, Sergi, Poulet, Moschen, and Tedeschi as authorities. The Veneti in Italy are tall, broad-headed, and some are blonde, having mixed with the Teutons. They possess some Eastern habits, such as their marriage customs, as set forth in Herodotus. They were flourishing, wealthy, and peaceful. Later they were driven to what is now Venice. The Veneti in Gaul were a powerful maritime people who carried on a sea trade with Britain. Strangely, perhaps, the ancient name of northern Wales was Venedotia. The name Veneto, however, has nothing to do with that of Vandal. For some theories as to the relationships of some of these Veneti, see Zaborowski 3. 143, 15, Galicia and the Tripalge culture. Cf. pp. 113-114. Galicia is not far from the known location of the Brun-Praird-most race, which was dolichocephalic with a long face. This early appearance of a dolichocephalic race at the point where the dolichocephalic Nordics later came in contact with the Alpines is very significant. The locality is in the neighborhood of the Tripalge area in southern Russia, for which see Minns, Scythians, and Greeks pp. 130-142, and Peak 2, p. 164. Minns says, "The first finds of Neolithic settlements in Russia were made near the village of Tripalge, on the Dnieper, 40 miles below Kiev, and this name has since been extended to the culture of a large area in southern Russia. The remains consist of so-called areas, with buildings which had wattled, clay-covered walls which were fired when dry to give them greater hardness. Pottery is present in great abundance and variety of forms. These bear painted decorations which are very artistic. There are a few figurines. The buildings were not dwellings but probably chapels. The homes were probably pit dwellings. Bodies of the dead were incinerated and deposited in urns. The theory has been abandoned that this was an autochthonous development, typical of the Indo-Europeans before they differentiated cf. Ch. Vojka, the first discoverer. Although similar to Aegean art, this was earlier, see von Stern, prehistoric Greek culture in the south of Russia. It came suddenly to an end and had no successor in that region. The people were agriculturalists long before the Scythians, but the next people who lived there were thorough nomads, Niederl Slav. Ant. I dates them 2000 BC. The Tripalge people either moved south or were overwhelmed by newcomers. As Peake says, 2 pp. 164-165, here was a very likely point of contact between the Nordic and Alpine stocks, a mixture which, in the opinion of the author, may ultimately throw some light on the origin of the Dinaric and beaker maker types. Through this region, both Alpines and Nordics must have passed many times in their wanderings. Here perhaps the Alpines became partly Nordicized, especially as to their language. 143, 21. Sarmatians. There has been considerable confusion over these people, owing to the various ways in which the name has been spelled by early and later writers, and to the fact that they dwelt in the region where both Alpines and Nordics must have existed side by side. The name Sarmatians has been applied at one time to Nordics, at another to Alpines or even Mongolians, depending on the dates when they were discussed and the bias of various writers. We have no generic name for the Alpine peoples who must have been in this region in early times except that of Sarmatians or Scythians. As the Scythians are apparently strongly Nordic in character, the name Sarmatians seemed more fitting to apply to the Alpine tribes who were certainly there. Not all authorities are agreed as to their affiliations, however, as has been said. Jordanes declares that the Sarmatians and the Saurimati were the same people. Stephanus Byzantius states that the Siamati were identical with the Saurimati. They are first mentioned by Polybius as being in Europe in 179 BC, Roman 25, Roman 2, Roman 26, Roman 6, 12. But in Asia we hear of them as early as 325 BC, according to Mins, p. 38, who says that they gradually shifted westward, until in 50 AD they were in the Danube Valley. Jordanes later speaks of the Carpathian Mountains as the Sarmatian Range. Miro, in the notes to his translation of Jordanes, makes the Sarmatians a great Slavic people dwelling from the Vistula to the Don, in what is now Poland and Russia. See also Hodgkin, Italy, Volume I, Part 1, p. 71. According to Jordanes, the Sarmatians were beyond Dacia, the ancient Gothic land, and to the north Roman 12, 74. It is with these statements in mind that the author has designated them as Alpines. Mins describes the Sarmatians as nomads of the Caspian steppes who wore armor like the Hyungnu. About 325 BC, there was a decline of the Scythes, and they appear. During the 2nd and 3rd centuries, AD, was the time when they spread over the vast regions from Hungary to the Caspian. Mins, however, is firm in the belief that they were Iranians, like the Alans, Ossetes, Jaci, etc. In the second half of the 4th century BC they were still east of the Don or just crossing. For the next century and a half we have very scanty knowledge of what was happening in the steppes. Procopius, Roman 3, Roman 2, also makes them Goths. See the note to p. 66, 16. Feist 5 p. 391 quotes Tacitus as to their being horse-loving nomads of South Russia. See also Darbois de Jubinville, 4, Ti and Gibbon chaps. Roman 18, Roman 25, etc. for further discussions. 144, 11 sec. See the authorities quoted in Ripley, pp. 361-362. The Bashkirs, however, are partly Finn, partly Tatar as well. 144, 26-145, 1 Ripley, pp. 416 sec. and 434. 145, 3 Ripley, p. 434. 145, 7 Freeman 1 pp. 113-115, Haddon 3 p. 45. 145, 10. Ripley, p. 421. These are the Volga Finns, Old Bulgaria according to Prunerbay 2 Ti pp. 399-433, P.F. Kanitz and others seems to have been between the Ural Mountains and the Volga. The Old Bulgarians were a Finnic tribe, just which is a matter of much dispute. They crossed the Danube toward the end of the 7th century. See Freeman, 1 pp. 17, 155. 145, 11 sec. Ripley, p. 426, based on Basinovich, p. 30. 145, 16. Ripley, p. 421. 145, 19. Of the numerous tribes who, since the Christian era, have entered Europe and Anatolia from Western Asia, some were undoubtedly pure Mongoloids, like the Huns of Attila or the hordes of Genghis Khan. Others were probably under Mongoloid leaders, and included a large proportion of West Asiatic Alpines, i.e. Turkomans, while still others may have been substantially Alpines. The Mongols in their sweep into Europe would naturally gather up and carry with them many of the tribes of Western Asia, or perhaps more often would drive the latter ahead of them. 146, 3 sec. Ripley, p. 139, Taylor, 1 p. 119, Peake, 2 p. 162. 146, 8, Ripley, p. 136. These primitive nests occur also in Norway. 146, 12. See the note to p. 131, 26. 146, 19-147, 6 cpp. 122 and 138 of this book. 147, 7 sec. Akkad and Sumer. Prince and Zaborowski, after Dsarzek, give the earliest date of Akkad as about 3800 BC, but Prince thinks this date too old by 701,000 years. See also Zaborowski, 1 pp. 118-125. H.R. Hall, in The Ancient History of the Near East, reviews the entire work in this field in his first chapter. According to him, dates in Babylonia can be traced as far back as those of Egypt, without coming to a time when there was no writing or metal, while Egyptian records begin in a Neolithic culture. The earliest dates so far established are in the 4th millennium BC, but already a high degree of civilization had been reached there or elsewhere by people who brought it to Babylonia. Hall, p. 176 says, "The most ancient remains that we find in the city mounds are Sumerian. The site of the ancient Shuruppak, at Farah in southern Babylonia, has lately been excavated. The culture revealed by this excavation is Sumerian, and metal using even at the lowest levels. The Sumerians apparently knew the use of copper at the beginning of their occupation of Babylonia, and no doubt brought this knowledge with them." See Chapter V of Hall's book, and the two great works of King, the Chronicles concerning the early Babylonian kings, and the history of Sumer and Akkad, as well as Rogers's history of Babylonia and Assyria. In his preface to the first mentioned of his two works, King states that the new researches are resulting in a tendency to reduce the dates of these ancient empires very considerably, especially for the dynasties. Thus for Suabu, the founder of the first dynasty, a date not earlier than 2100 BC is now given, and for Hammurabi one not earlier than the 20th century B.C. Akkad is by many authors, including Breasted, considered to have been Semitic from the beginning and to have been established about 2800 B.C. But Zaborowski claims that it was not originally Semitic, but Semitized at a very early date. He makes both city kingdoms originally Turanian with an agglutinative language related to the Altaic. See also Zaborowski, 2. He dates the cuneiform inscriptions between 3700 and 4000 BC, after de Sarzec and de Morgan. Hall draws attention to the remarkable resemblance of the Sumerians to the Dravidians, and is inclined to believe that they may have come from India. Both G. Elliott Smith and Breasted claim the Babylonians derived their culture from Egypt, but the weight of evidence is gradually accumulating against them. See Hall, Chapter V. The relations of the two regions and Egyptian dates are treated in Reisner's Early Dynastic Cemeteries of Naga Ed-Derer, and Eduard Mayer, Geschichte des Altertums, should also be consulted. Against these Egyptologists are most of the later writers, such as Hall and King and many others. The location of Babylonia is a fact distinctly in favor of its earlier beginnings. There is no denying the very remote origin of Egyptian culture, which in its isolation for so many centuries had ample time to develop its own peculiar features and to become sufficiently strong to later extend a very wide influence. There is an interesting study of the fauna of Egypt by Lortet and Gaillard, which proves that much of it was originally African, not Asiatic, as those who wish to prove the opposite theory, that Egyptian culture was derived from the East in very remote times, have endeavored to establish. There is no doubt that the Egyptians were sufficiently plastic and adaptable in the earlier centuries of their development, wherever they may have come from, to make use of what the continent of Africa contributed in the way of resources. See also Gaillard, Les Tâtonnements des Egyptiens, etc., and H. H. Johnston, on North African animals. To claim that the civilization of Sumer was derived directly from Elam, which in turn obtained its earliest culture from Egypt, is, in the opinion of the author, to reverse the truth. Some authorities believe that Elam was the origin from which came the civilization found by Pumpelly in Turkestan, and believed by him to have been not earlier than the end of the 3rd millennium BC. For a further reference to this, see the note to p. 119. 15 of this book, on Balk. See Hall as to the relationship of the Akkadians and Sumerians with Elam. Zaborowski says they were all of the same Alpine stock, that is, the very early Sumerians and Akkadians and Elamites. See 2, p. 411. For Susa, Elam and Media, see Les Pupils Aryans, pp. 125-138, and Hall, Chapter V for the Persians, Zaborowski 1 pp. 134 sec. Ripley, pp. 417, 449-450 discusses some of the eastern tribes, among them the Tajiks, whom general opinion makes round-skulled. These, according to Zaborowski, are the living prototypes of the Susians, Elamites, and Medes. Many writers consider the Medes to have been Nordics and related to the Persians. The author, however, follows Zaborowski in classing them as the early brachycephalic population of Elam or its highlands or plateau, which was conquered by the Persians. On the Medes and Media, see the notes to p. 254, 13. Chapter 5, The Mediterranean Race. 148, 1. The Mediterranean Race. Sergey 4, Ripley, and Elliott Smith 1. 148, 14, Denneker 2 pp. 408 sec. Ripley pp. 450-451. 148, 15, see the notes to pp. 257-261. 148, 18. Dravidians. Bishop R. Caldwell, Comparative Grammar of the Dravidian or South Indian Family of Languages. G. A. Grierson Linguistic Survey of India, Volume Roman 4, Munda and Dravidian Languages, Friedrich Müller, Reis der Österreichischen Fregat Novera die Erd in den Jahren 1857-1859, etc., pp. 73 sec. Grundriss der Sprachwissenschaft, Volume Roman 3, pp. 106 sec. See also Haddon 3, p. 18. 148, 22 sec. Denneker 2, p. 397, Haddon 1, 3, but Haddon has pointed out that the Andamanese are not racially of the same stock as the Sakai Vedas, etc. 149, 6. Haddon 3 and Sergey 4, p. 158, Ripley, Fleur and James, Peake, etc. 149, 12, Peake 2, p. 158. 149, 21. On this point Ripley, pp. 465 sec. Quotes von Dubin Ritzius Arbo Montelius Barth Zagraf Leben Olchnovich, etc. 150, 8. See the notes to p. 149. 150, 12. See the notes to p. 257. 150, 21. Beto 4 and 3 pp. 384 sec. and Ripley pp. 326, 328 sec. 150, 24 sec. See the notes to p. 149. 150, 29, 151, 3. A. Ritzius 1, 2, G. Ritzius 1, 2, Peake 2, p. 158. Taylor, Origin of the Aryans, p. 101, says the Iberian type is not found in northern Europe east of Namur. In the British Isles, however, it extends to Caithness. 151, 3 sec. See the notes to p. 149, Ripley, pp. 461-465, Sergey 4 p. 252, Osborne 1 p. 458. 151, 18. Sir Harry Johnston Passim, G. Elliott Smith 1 pp. 18, 30, 31 and Chapter V. 151, 22 sec. G. Elliott Smith 1 p. 30. For a contrary opinion see Sergey 4. 152, 3. W. L. and P. L. Sclater, The Geography of Mammals, pp. 177 sec. Flower and Lidecker, Mammals, Living and Extinct, pp. 96-97. 152, 6. Elliott Smith 1 Chapter Roman 4 and elsewhere, Sergey 4 Chapter Roman 3. 152, 12. Negroes seem to have been unknown in Egypt and Nubia in pre-dynastic days and only appear in small numbers in the 3rd and 4th dynasties, in the south. The great ruins on the Zambezi at Zimbabwe were probably the work of the Mediterranean race, and are to be dated about 1000 BC. In other words, all northeast Africa, including Nubia, the northern Sudan, the ancient kingdom of Merea at the junction of the Blue and White Niles. Abyssinia and the adjoining coast were originally part of the domain of the Mediterranean race. In the recent kingdom of the Mahdi, the predominant element was not Negro, but Arab more or less mixed. 152, 16. Sir Harry Johnston Passim, Ripley, pp. 387-390, Hall, Ancient History of the Near East. 152, 27. Sardinia, see Ripley and von Luschen. A recent article by V. Giuffrida Ruggeri, entitled A Sketch of the Anthropology of Italy, in the Journal of the Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland, is well worth consideration. On pp. 9192, the author gives a short sketch of the Sardinians, and his authorities are to be found in a footnote on p91. 153, 4 Albanians. See the notes to p163, 19. 153, 6 sec. Fleur and James, pp. 122 sec. 149, Beto 4 pp. 25-26. Davis and Thurnham, especially p212, Boyd Dawkins, Early Man in Britain. 153-10, Scotland, see the notes to pp. 150, 10 and 204, 5. 153, 14 sec. See the notes to p229, 512. 153, 24 sec. The Mediterranean race in Rome. Montelius, La Civilization Primitive en Italy. Pete, The Stone and Bronze Ages in Italy. Munro, Paleolithic Man and the Terramara Settlements. Modestov, Introduction à l'Histoire romaine. Frank, Roman Imperialism. Giuffrida Ruggeri, in a sketch of the anthropology of Italy, p. 101, says of the composition of the population of Rome. The three fundamental European races, H. Mediterraneus, H. Alpinus, and H. Nordicus, had their representatives among the ancient Romans, although the skeletal remains of the Mediterraneans and the Northerners are difficult to distinguish from each other. It is also possible that the Northerners belonged to the aristocrats who preferred to burn their dead. In the calm tenacity and quiet growth of the Roman people, perhaps the descendants of H. Nordicus represented the turbulent restlessness of violent and bold individuals which, even in Roman history, one is able to discern from time to time. In this connection, it is interesting to note what Charles W. Good has said on p. 117 in America, A Family Matter, concerning Sulla. He describes him as follows: even during the terror Sulla found time for enjoyment. Tawny hair, piercing blue eyes, fair complexion readily suffused with color as emotion and red blood surged within, Norseman that he was, he presided over constant and splendid entertainments, taking more pleasure in a witty actor than in the degenerate men and women of the old nobility who elbowed their way in. Also see the notes to p. 215, 21. 154, 5 Quarrels between the patricians and the plebs. See Tenny Frank, Roman Imperialism, pp. 5 sec. For a discussion of the mixture of races, only we cannot agree that a social state can accomplish race amalgamation. The two races are still there. Boni, Notizie degli Scavi, Volume Roman 3 p. 401, believes that the patricians were the descendants of the immigrant Aryans, while the plebeians were the offspring of the aboriginal non-Aryan stock. Compare this with the statements of early writers concerning the conditions in Gaul, especially as summed up by Dotton in his Manuel Celtique. Frank says, concerning the quarrels, in chapter Roman 2, op. Cit. Roman tradition preserved in the first book of Livy presents a very circumstantial account of the several battles by which Rome supposedly razed the Latin cities one after another. Needless to say, if the Latin tribe had lived in such civil discord as the legend assumes, it would quickly have succumbed to the inroads of the mountain tribes. Thus probably the quarrels between Latin and Etruscan have been overrated. See again p14 for the Oriental origin of some intruding people. He says, in a note at the end of the chapter, Ridgway, in Who Were the Romans, 1908, has ably, though not convincingly developed the view that the patricians were Sabine conquerors. Kuno, Vorgeskicht Roms, I-14, held that they were Etruscans. Fustel de Coulanges, in his well-known work, La Cité Antique, proposed the view that a religious caste system alone could explain the division. Eduard Mayer, the article on the plebs in Handwerderbuch der Staatswissenschaften, and Botsford Roman Assemblies, p16, have presented various arguments in favor of the economic theory. See Binder, Die Plebs, 1909, for a summary of many other discussions. Breasted, Ancient Times, pp. 495 sec, and Sir Harry Johnston, Views and Reviews, p97, are two who have touched upon these questions. On Etruria, see the note to p. 157, 14. 154, 11. An allusion to the short stature of the Roman legions of Caesar in Gaul may be found in Rice Holmes, 2, p. 81. Darbois de Joubinville, Les Celts and Espagny, Roman 14, p. 369, says in describing a combat between p. Cornelius Scipio and a Gallic warrior, Scipio was of very small stature, the Celtiberian warrior with the high stature which in all times in the tales of the Roman historians characterizes the Celtic race, and the beginning of the struggle gave him the advantage. Taylor Origin of the Aryans, p. 76, says, "The stature of the Celts struck the Romans with astonishment." Caesar speaks of their mirifica corpora and contrasts the short stature of the Romans with the magnitudo corporum of the Gauls. Strabo, also, speaking of the Coritavi, a British tribe in Lincolnshire, after mentioning their yellow hair, says, "To show how tall they are, I saw myself some of their young men at Rome, and they were taller by 6 inches than anyone else in the city." See also Elton, Origins, p. 240. 154, 18 sec. Nordic aristocracy in Rome, tenny Frank race mixture in the Roman Empire. But he also makes Gauls and Germans on the same level as other conquered people, as legionaries, etc. See also Geoffrida Ruggery, p. 101. 155, 5 sec. G. Elliott Smith, 1, Pete, 2, pp. 164 sec. Fleur and James use the terms Neolithic and Mediterranean interchangeably. Recent study is giving a somewhat different interpretation to the significance of the megaliths. See the article by H. J. Fleur and L. Winstanley in the 1918 Journal of the Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland. On the megaliths, see also the note to p. 129, 2 sec. 155, 22 sec. See the notes to p. 233 sec. 155, 27 156, 4 see the notes to p. 192. 156 14, see the notes to p. 244, 6. 156, 8, Sergi 4 p. 70. 156, 10. Gauls. Darbois de Jubainville 1 Roman 14 p. 364 says, Hannibal left Spain for Italy in 218, but he left there a Carthaginian army in the ranks of which marched auxiliaries furnished by the Celtic peoples of Spain. Roman troops came to combat this army, and 4 years after the departure of Hannibal, i.e. in 214, they gave many battles to the Carthaginian generals where the Celts were vanquished. In the booty there were found abundant Gallic trappings, especially a great number of collars and bracelets of gold. Among the dead of the Carthaginian army left upon the plain were 2 petty Gallic kings, Moncapitus and Vismaris. Livy, who tells us these things, says distinctly that the trappings were Gallic, Gallica, and that the kings were Gallic. See Livy I Roman 24, c. 42. 156, 13. See the note to p. 192. 156, 16. Feist, 5 p. 365, is one of the authors who notes the fact that classic writers spoke of light and dark types in Spain. 156, 18. This of course means racial evidence. See Mommsen, History of the Roman Provinces, I, Chapter Roman 2, and Burke, History of Spain, p. 2. 156, 25 157. 3. On the history of the Albigenses, the most important authority is C. Schmidt, Histoire de la secte des Cathars ou Albiges, Paris, 1849. The Albigenses were deeply indebted to the Arabic culture of Saracenic Spain, which was the medium through which much of the ancient Greek science and learning was preserved to modern times. 157, 4 Ripley, pp. 260 sec. For an exhaustive resume of the subject see Rice Holmes, 2, pp. 277-287. Also consult the notes to p. 235, 17 of this book. 157, 6 CP 122, for the predominance of the Mediterraneans. 157, 10. Umbrians and Oscans. It is fair to assume that some people brought the Aryan languages into Italy from the north, and this introduction is credited to the Umbrians and Oscans. See Helbig, Die Italiker and der Pobin pp. 2941, Ridgway, Early Age of Greece, Conway, Early Italic Dialects. The Umbrians and Oscans were closely allied in regard to their language, whatever may have been their ethnic affinities. In a remoter degree, they were connected with the Latins, from the time and starting point of their migrations, as well as from their type of culture. It would appear that they were cognate with the early Nordic invaders of Greece. Whether they were wholly Nordic, or were thoroughly Nordicized Alpines, or merely Alpines with Nordic leaders is not of particular moment in this connection. But if they were the carriers of Aryan language and culture, they were Nordicized in a degree comparable to the genuine Nordics who invaded Greece. Giuffrida Ruggeri, in one of the latest papers on Italy, as well as many earlier authorities, regards the Umbrians as Alpines, but he says they were not all round-skulled. The Osci, the Sabines, the Samnites, and other Sabalic peoples were Aryans or Aryanized, although they inhumated their dead instead of burning them. It is possible that the founders of Rome consisted of both families, as we find both rites in ancient Rome, p. 100. 157. 14. Etruscans. The author is familiar with the persistent theory that the Etruscans came from Asia Minor by sea, but he nevertheless regards them as indigenous inhabitants of Italy, that is, the pre-Aryan, pre-Nordic Mediterraneans, who, as part of a large and extended group, were spread over a great part of the shores of the Mediterranean, and were at that time the Italian exponents of the prevailing Aegean culture. During the second millennium in which this culture flourished, they were much influenced by Crete, although they developed their civilization along special lines. The Etruscan language, excluding the borrowed elements from later Italic dialects, is apparently in no sense Aryan, cf. Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, pp. 53-54. 157. 16. The date 800 is given by Feist, 5, p. 370. 157. 18. Livy v. 33 sec. is the authority for the date of the 6th century. See also Polybius, 1 Roman 2, see Roman 17, section 1. Meyer's Ancient History makes the settlement of the Gauls in Italy about the 5th century BC. Most authorities follow Livy. 157. 21. To show how approximate the authorities are on this date, Rice-Holmes, 2, p. 1 and Meyer's Ancient History make it 390, while Breasted gives 382. 157. 23. Livy v. 3549 treats of the taking of Rome by the Gauls. The name Brennus means raven. It is from the Celtic bran, raven, crow. 157. 26. There is a considerable Frankish element there also, among the aristocracy. 158. 1 sec. An interesting discussion of this event is given by Salomon Ryanich, 2. The invasion was resisted first at Thermopylae and later at Delphi. On p. 81 Ryanich says, in the detailed recital which Pausanias has left us of the invasion of the Galatic bands in Greece, dealing with the glorious part which the Athenians played in the defense of the pass of Thermopylae. But when the defile had been forced, the Athenians departed, and Pausanias makes no more mention of them in relating the defense of Delphi, where only the Phocians, 400 Locrians, and 200 Aetolians figured. It is only after the defeat of the Gauls that the Athenians, according to Pausanias, came back together with the Boeotians to harass the barbarians in their retreat. On p. 83 he says, the barbarians are incontestably the Galatians. See also by the same author, The Gauls in Antique Art. G. Dotton, pp. 461-462 gives us the following. Hannibal, traversing southern Gaul, found on his passage only Gauls. On the other hand, Livy mentions the arrival of Gauls in Provence at the same time as their first descent into Italy, and Justinius places the wars of the Greeks of Marseille against the Gauls and Ligurians before the taking of Rome by the Gauls. The invasion of the Belgae is placed then in the 3rd century. It is doubtless contemporaneous with the Celtic invasion of Greece, which was perhaps caused by it. See also the notes to p. 174, 21 of this book. According to Meyer's Ancient History, where the account of these events is briefly given on pp. 269-270, the year was 278 BC. Breasted, 1, p. 449, gives 280 BC. As late as the 4th century of our era, Celtic forms of speech prevailed among the Galatians of Asia Minor. According to Jerome, Fraser's Golden Bough, Roman 2, p. 126, footnote, the language spoken then in Anatolia was very similar to the dialect of the Treveri, a Celtic tribe on the Moselle, of whose name Treves is the perpetuator. It was to these people that St. Paul addressed one of his epistles. It is interesting to note that at the present time, the finest soldiers of the Turkish army are recruited in the district of Angora, which includes the territory of ancient Galatia. 158, 13. Procopius, Roman 4:13, says that a number of Moors and their wives took refuge in Sicily and also in Sardinia, where they established colonies. The recent article by Giuffrida Ruggeri sums up the data for Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica. See also Gibbon, Passim, and Ripley, pp. 115-116. 158-16. G. Elliott Smith, 1 pp. 94 sec, and the notes to pp. 127, 26, and 128. 158-21. Pelasgians. Sergi, 4, followed by many anthropologists, describes as Pelasgian one branch of the Mediterranean or Eurafrican race of mankind and one group of skull types within that race. Ripley, pp. 407, 448, considers them Mediterraneans in all probability, as this is the oldest layer of population in these regions. So also do Myers, Dawn of History, p. 171, and most of the other authorities. In his History of the Pelasgian Theory, Myers sums up all that was written up to that time. Homer and other early writers make them the ancient inhabitants of Greece, who were subdued by the Hellenes. It is generally agreed that a people resembling in its prevailing skull forms the Mediterranean race of North Africa was settled in the Aegean area from a remote Neolithic antiquity. Darbois de Joubinville, 4 Ti, devotes a chapter or more to them and declares on p. 110. In fact, the Pelasgians and the Hellenes are of different origin. The first are one of the races which preceded the Indo-Europeans in Europe, the others are Indo-European. Another recent writer who deals with this puzzling problem is Sarciox in his Troy, pp. 140-143. Finally, Sir William Ridgway says, the Achaeans found the land occupied by a people known by the ancients as Pelasgians who continued down to classical times the main element in the population, even in the states under Achaean and later under Dorian rule. In some cases, the Pelasgians formed a serf class, e.g. in Peniste, in Thessaly, the Helots in Laconia, and the Gymnesi at Argos, whilst they practically composed the whole population of Arcadia and Attica, which never came under either Achaean or Dorian rule. This people had dwelt in the Aegean from the Stone Age, and though still in the Bronze Age at the Achaean conquest, had made great advances in the useful and ornamental arts. They were of short stature, with dark hair and eyes, and generally dolichocephalic. Their chief centers were at Cnossus, Crete in Argolis, Laconia, and Attica, in each being ruled by ancient lines of kings. In Argolis, Protus built Turins, but later under Perseus, Mycenae took the lead until the Achaean conquest. All the ancient dynasties traced their descent from Poseidon, who at the time of the Achaean conquest was the chief male divinity of Greece and the islands. As to the Pelasgian being a non-Aryan tongue, the ancient script at Crete has not yet been deciphered. Since the ancient Cretans were presumably Pelasgians, it is safe to identify them with this non-Aryan language, although Conway, 2 pp. 141-142, is inclined to believe that it is related to the Aryan family. See also Sweet, The History of Language, p. 103. 158-22, Nordic Achaeans. Ridgway, 1 p. 683, says, we found that a fair-haired race greater in stature than the melanocruous Aegean people had there been domiciled for long ages, and that fresh bodies of tall, fair-haired people from the shores of the northern ocean continually through the ages had kept pressing down into the southern peninsulas. From this it followed that the Achaeans of Homer were one of these bodies of Celts, who had made their way down into Greece and had become the masters of the indigenous race. This conclusion we further tested by an examination of the distribution of the round shield, the practice of cremation, the use of the brooch and buckle, and finally the diffusion of iron in Europe, North Africa, and Western Asia. Our inductions showed that all four had made their way into Greece and the Aegean from Central Europe. Accordingly, as they all appeared in Greece along with the Homeric Achaeans, we inferred that the latter had brought them with them from Central Europe. Elsewhere in the same book, Ridgway identifies the Homeric age with the Achaean and post-Mycenaean, the Mycenaean with the pre-Achaean and Pelasgian. Barry, The History of Greece, p. 44, says, the Achaeans were a people of blonde complexion, of Indo-European speech. Among the later Greeks there were two marked types, distinguished by light and dark hair. The blonde complexion was rarer and more prized. This is illustrated by the fact that women and fops use sometimes to dye their hair yellow or red. The Kappa Omicron Mu Eta Sigma Xi Alpha Nu Theta Ota Sigma Mu Alpha Tau Alpha mentioned in the Danny of Euripides. 159.4.5. Date of the Siege of Troy. Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, p. 69, and many other authorities accept the ARYAN Chronicle, which makes it 1194–1184 BC for the whole question of the Trojan War. C. Felix Sarciox, Troy, La Guerre de Troy. 159.6 sec. See the notes to p. 225.11. 159.10 sec. Barry, History of Greece, p. 44, de Lapouge, Les Sélections Sociales. Beddoe noted in his Anthropological History of Europe that almost all of Homer's heroes were blonde or chestnut-haired, as well as large and tall. There are many passages in the Iliad which refer to the blondness and size of the more important personages. 159.19 sec. Barry, History of Greece, pp. 57-59 describes the Greek tribes which moved down before the Dorians, conquering the Achaeans, the Thessalians, Boeotians, etc., but see Peak 2 for Thessalians. Also Darbois de Jubainville 4 T Roman 2, p. 297 and Myers Ank. Hist. pp. 127-136 sec. 159.23. Dorians. See the authorities quoted above, also Ridgway, von Luschen, Denneker 2, pp. 320-321 and Hawes. 160.1. C. H. Hawes, p. 258 of the Annal of the British School at Athens, volume Roman 16. Some Dorian descendants, says the Dorians were Alpines, and this view is shared by many others, among them von Luschen. See also Myers, The Dawn of History, pp. 173 sec. and 213. While this may be partially true even of the bulk of the population, all the tribes to the north of the Mediterranean fringe carried a large Nordic element, which practically always assumed the leadership. 160.17. For the character of the Dorians, see Barry, p. 62. 161.20. The philosopher Xenophanes, a contemporary of both Philip and his son, in discussing man's notion of God, insists that each race represents the great supreme under its own shape. The Negro with a flat nose and black face, the Thracian with blue eyes and a ruddy complexion. 161.27. Loss of Nordic blood among the Persians. See the note to p. 254.11. 162.8. Barbarous Macedonia. Barry, The History of Greece, pp. 680–731. 162.14. Alexander the Great. Descriptions of Alexander are found in Plutarch, who quotes the memoirs of Aristoxenus, a contemporary of Alexander, regarding the agreeable odor exhaled from his skin. Plutarch also says, without giving his authority, who was probably the same, that Alexander was fair and of a light color, passing to ruddiness in his face and upon his breast. An authority for the statement of blue and black eyes is Quintus Curtius Rufus, a Roman historian of the 1st century A.D., in Historiarum Alexandri Magni, Libri Decem. This was written 3½ centuries after the death of Alexander. The quotation, from North's translation of Plutarch, reads, "But when Apelles painted Alexander holding lightning in his hand, he did not show his fresh color, but made him somewhat blacky and swarter than his face indeed was. For naturally he had a very fair white color, mingled also with red which chiefly appeared in his face and in his breast." In Gabon's Inquiries into the Human Faculty, original English edition, frontispiece, is a composite photograph of Alexander the Great from 6 different medals selected by the curator in the British Museum. The curly hair and Greek profile are significant features. The sarcophagus of Alexander in the Constantinople Museum, called the Sidonian, throws some light on this point, although there is some uncertainty among archaeologists as to whether or not it is Alexander's sarcophagus. 162.19. See von Luschen, The Early Inhabitants of Western Asia, the section on Greece. 163. 7 Greeculus, a. According to the Latin dictionaries, the diminutive adjective, understood mostly in a depreciating, contemptuous sense, a paltry Greek. 163. 10 Physical Types in Early Greece. Ripley, pp. 407-408, quotes Nicolucci, Zaborowski, Virchow, Delapouge, and Sergi. Cf. Peak 2, pp. 158-159, also Ripley, p. 411. 163, 14, Physical Types of Modern Greeks. See the authorities given on p. 409 of Ripley's book and von Luschen, pp. 221 sec. Von Luschen and most other observers say that the modern Greeks, at least in Asia Minor, are a very mixed people. See his curve for head form. 163, 16. Von Luschen, p. 239. As in ancient Greece, a great number of individuals seem to have been fair, with blue eyes. I took great care to state whether this were the case with the modern Greeks in Asia. I have notes for 580 adults, males and females. In this number there were 8 with blue and 29 with gray or greenish eyes. All the rest had brown eyes. There was not one case of really light-colored hair, but in nearly all the cases of lighter eyes, the hair also was less dark than with the other Greeks. See Ripley for European Greeks. 163, 19. Albanians. Denneker 2, pp. 333-334. Von Luschen, p. 224, Ripley, p. 410. Most Albanians are tall and dark. See H. Hawes, Some Dorian Descendants, p. 258 sec. Says that the percentage of light eyes over light hair is nearly 10 times as great, i.e., there is 3% of light hair to 38% light eyes among Albanians and selected Greeks and Cretans. Also Gluck, Zur physischen Anthropologie der Albanessen, pp. 375-376, and the note to p. 25 of this book. Hall gives some interesting data on p. 522 of his Ancient History of the Near East. 163, 26. See the note to p. 138, 1 sec. 164, 4 sec. Dinaric type identified with the Spartans CCH. Hawes, op. Cit. pp. 250 sec, where he discusses the Spartans and the Dinaric type, and Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, pp. 74 and 572. 164, 12. On p. 57 of his History of Greece, Barry inclines to the belief that the Dorians came through Epirus and attributes the cause of their invasion to the pressure of the Illyrians, to whom the Dorians were probably related. It is known that the Illyrians were round-headed. Finally, they left the regions of the Corinthian Gulf and sailed around the Peloponnesus to southeast Greece, where they settled, leaving only a few Dorians behind, who gave their name to the country they occupied, but ever afterward were of no consequence in Greek history. Some bands went to Crete, others on other islands, and some to Asia Minor. 164, 15. Character of the Spartans. See Barry, History of Greece, pp. 62, 120, 130, 135. 164, 22. CP 153 of this book. 165, 6 sec. Cf. The note to p. 119, 1 and that to p. 223, 1. 165, 10. G. Elliott Smith, Ancient Mariners. 165, 14. See the note to p. 242, 5 on languages. 166, 3 Gibbon, Chapter Roman 48. Chapter 6, The Nordic Race. 167, 1 sec. Cf. Peak 2, p. 162 and numerous other authorities. Peak summary is brief, clear, and up-to-date. 167, 13 sec. R. G. Latham was the first to propound the theory of the European origin of the Indo-Europeans. He says that there is a tacit assumption that as the East is the probable quarter in which either the human species or the greater part of our civilization originated, everything came from it. But surely in this, there is a confusion between the primary diffusion of mankind over the world at large and those secondary movements by which, according to even the ordinary hypothesis, the Lithuanians, etc., came from Asia into Europe. 167, 17. See the so-called North European race of mankind by G. Ritzius. Linnaeus and Delapouge were the first to use this term, Homo europaeus. See Ripley, pp. 103 and 121. 168, 13. See the notes to pp. 31:16 and 224:19. 168:19 sec. Ripley, Chapter Roman 9 p. 205 based on Arbo, Holtkrantz and others. G. Ritzius in the article mentioned above pp. 303-306 and also Crania Susica, L. Wilser, K. Penka, O. Schrader 2 and 3, Feist 5, Matthias Much, Hurt 1 and Peak 2 pp. 162-163 are other authorities. There are many more. 169, 1 sec. G. Ritzius 3 p. 303. See also 1 for the racial homogeneity of Sweden. 169, 9. Osborne 1 pp. 457-458 and authorities given. 169, 14. Gerard de Geer, A Geochronology of the Last 12,000 Years. 169, 20 sec. See the note to p. 117, 18. 170, 3 sec. Kuno, Forschungen im Gebiet der alten Völkerkunde, Posch, der Arier. 170, 10 sec. Peak 2, Woodruff 1, 2 and Myers 1, p. 15. See also the notes to pp. 168, 19 and chapter Roman 9 of this book. 170, 21. See the notes to pp. 213 sec. 170, 29 171, 12. See Osborne's map 1, p. 189. 171, 12. Cf. Ellsworth Huntington, The Pulse of Asia. 171, 25. Peak, 2 and Montelius, Sweden in Heathen Times, and most of the authors already given on the subject of the Nordics. 172, 125. Ripley, pp. 346-348 and pp. 352 sec, together with the authorities quoted. Also Feist 5 and Zaborowski 1 pp. 274-278. Marco Polo, about 1298 in chapter Roman 46 of his travels, says that the Russian men were extremely well favored, tall and with fair complexions. The women were also fair and of a good size, with light hair which they were accustomed to wear long. 173, 9 C. Barry, History of Greece, pp. 111-112, and the notes to chapter Roman 14 of this hook. 173, 11, Saka or Saki. See the notes to p. 259, 21. 173, 11, Cimmerians. For an interesting summary see Zaborowski, 1, pp. 137-138. For a lengthy discussion of them and of their migrations, and of their possible affiliations with the Cimbri, see Ridgway, 1, pp. 387-397. According to the best Assyriologists, the Cimmerians are the same people who, known as the Gemiri or Gimari, according to cuneiform inscriptions, were in Armenia in the 8th century BC. See Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, p. 495. Barry, History of Greece, also touches on their raids in Asia Minor. Minns, p. 115, believes them to have been Scythians. G. Dotton, p. 23 and elsewhere, speaking of the Cimmerians and Cimbri, says, "The latter are without doubt Germans, therefore the Cimmerians who are the same people are not ancestors of the Celts." The Cimmerians were first spoken of by Homer Odyssey, Zeit 12:19, who describes them as living in perpetual darkness in the far north. Herodotus, Roman 4, 11-13, in his account of Scythia, regards them as the early inhabitants of South Russia, after whom the Bosphorus, Cimmerius, and other places were named, and who were driven by the Scythes along the Caucasus into Asia Minor, where they maintained themselves for a century. The Cimmeri are often mentioned in connection with the Thracian Triers who made their raids across the Hellespont, and possibly some of them took this route, having been cut off by the Scythes as the Alani were by the Huns. Certain it is that in the middle of the 7th century BC, Asia Minor was ravaged by northern nomads, Herodotus, Roman 4:12, one body of whom is called in Assyrian sources Gimari and is represented as coming through the Caucasus. They were Aryan-speaking, to judge by the few proper names preserved. To the north of the Euxine, their main body was merged finally with the Scythes. Later writers have often confused them with the Cimbri of Jutland. There is no relation between the Cimbri and the Cimbri or Cymri, a word derived from the Welsh Cumbracs and used by them to denote their own people. See note to p. 174, 26. 173, 14. Medes, see the notes to p. 254, 13. 173, 14, Achaeans and Phrygians, see Peak 2 who dates them at 2000 BC, Barry says pp. 5 and 44 sec. After the middle of the 2nd millennium BC, but there were previous and long-forgotten invasions. Consult also Ridgway 1 and the notes to pp. 158, 161, and 225, 11 of this book. 173, 16, see the note to p. 157, 10. 173, 18. The Nordics crossed the Rhine into Gaul. Rice Holmes, 2, pp. 1112, gives the 7th century BC as the date when tall fair Celts first crossed the Rhine westward, but it is unlikely that they were homogeneous. Physically, they resembled the tall fair Germans whom Caesar and Tacitus describe, but they differed from them in character and customs as well as in speech. See also p. 336, at the bottom, where he remarks, early in the Hallstatt period, a tall dolichocephalic race appeared in the Jura and the Dubs, who may have been the advanced guard of the Celts. 1000 BC, for the appearance of the Celts on the Rhine, is a very moderate estimate of the date at which these Nordics appear in Western Europe, as that would be nearly 4 centuries after the appearance of the Achaeans in Greece, and fully 2 centuries after the appearance of Nordics who spoke Aryan in Italy. The Hallstatt culture, CP 129, with which the invasion of these Nordics is generally associated, had been in full development for 4 or 5 centuries before the date here given for the crossing of the Rhine. 700 BC, given by many authorities, seems to the author too late by several centuries. 173, 18 sec. G. Dotton, Manuel Celtique, pp. 453 sec, says, if the Celts originated in Gaul, it is likely that their language would have left in our nomenclature more traces than we find, and above all, that the Celtic denominations would be applied as well to mountains and watercourses as to inhabited places. According to Darbois de Jubainville, these names were Ligurian. Thus the Celts would have named only fortresses, and the names properly geographic would be due to the populations which preceded them. These constituted for the most part the plebs, reduced almost to the state of slavery, which the Celtic aristocracy of Druids and Equites dominated. On the other hand, if one derives the Celts from Central Europe, one explains better both the presence in Central Europe of numerous place names, proving the establishment of dwellings of the Celts, and their invasions into southeastern Europe, more difficult to conceive if they had had to traverse the German forests. The migration of a people to a more fertile country is natural enough. The departure of the Celts from a fertile country like Gaul to a less fertile country like Germany would be very unlikely. And it must be remembered that Tacitus wondered why anyone should want to live in Germany, with its disagreeable climate, trackless forests, and endless swamps. Dotton adds the interesting bit of information on p. 197 that the Gauls, mixed with the Illyrians Alpines, were the farmers of Old Gaul. The real Gauls were warriors and hunters. 173, 22, Teutons, Rice Holmes 2 pp. 546 sec. 173, 26 sec. Denneker 2 p. 321, Oman, England before the Norman conquest pp. 13 sec. For Celts and Teutons consult also G. de Mortelet, La Formation de la Nation Francaise pp. 114 sec. 174, 1 Goidels, Rice Holmes 1 pp. 229, 409, 410, and 2 pp. 319, 320 says not earlier than the 6th or 7th centuries BC, but Montelius and others give 800. G. Dotton pp. 457, 460, and Darbois de Jubainville 4 ti pp. 342, 343 contend that there is no historical record of it. The date depends upon whether the word kappa alpha sigma sigma iota tau epsilon rho omicron sigma, which designates tin in the Iliad, is a Celtic word. See also Oman 2 pp. 1314 and Rees and Jones, The Welsh People pp. 1, 2. 174, 7 Rice Holmes 2 pp. 308 sec. and 325 sec. Dotton pp. 1 and 2 and his conclusion. Also numerous other writers, especially Darbois de Jubainville, in various volumes of the Revue Celtique. 174, 10, Nordicized Alpines. Dotton, p. 237. Caesar tells us that the plebs of Gaul was in a state bordering on slavery. It did not dare by itself to do anything and was never consulted. Cf. Note to p. 173, 20. 174, 11 Gauls in the Crimea. Ridgway, Early Age of Greece, p. 387, quotes Strabo 309 and 507, and the long Protogenes inscription from Albia, Corp. Insker. Greek, Roman 2, number 2058. 174, 15, Migration of Nordics from Germany. It occurred about the 8th century BC, according to many authors, among them G. Dotton, pp. 241, 457, 458. Caesar, Livy, Justinius, summing up Pompeius Trogus, Appian, and Plutarch, without doubt following a common source, even think that excess population is the cause of the Gallic migrations. It is one of the reasons to which Caesar attributes the emigration of the Helvetii. Cisalpine Gaul nourished an immense population. 174, 21. Cymri move westward. See Rice Holmes 2 pp. 319-321, Oman 2 pp. 13 sec, and especially p16, Denneker 2 pp. 320-322, Dotton pp. 460 sec. Both Rees and Jones in The Welsh People and G. Dotton suggest that this movement was only part of one great migration which dispersed the Nordics from a central home. Their appearance in Greece as Galatians at about the same time may be ascribed to this migration. See the notes to p. 158, 1 sec. Oman and many other authorities think the movement occurred sometime before 325 BC. 174, 21 sec. Cymri and Belgi. The Cymri or Belgi were P-Celtic in speech. They first appeared in history about 300 BC, equipped with a culture of the Second Iron Period called Latine. The classic authors were apparently uncertain as to whether or not they were Germans or Teutons, but they appear to have been largely composed of this element and to have arrived previously from Scandinavia and to have adopted the Celtic tongue. These Belgi drove out the earlier Q-Celts or Goidels, and the pressure they exerted caused many of the later migrations of the Goidels or Gauls. The groups of tribes which in Caesar's time occupied the part of France to the north and east of the Seine were known as Belgi, while the same people who had crossed to the north of the Channel were called Brythons. To avoid designating these groups separately, the author has called all these tribes Cymri, although the term can properly be applied only to the P-Celts of Wales, who adopted this designation for themselves about the 6th century AD, according to Rees and Jones, p. 26, where we read, "The singular is Cymro, the plural Cymri." The word Cymro is derived from the earlier Cumbrox or Cumbrox, which is parallel to the Gaulish Alabrox, plural Alabroges, a name applied by the Gauls to certain Ligurians whose country they conquered. As the word is to be traced to Cumberland, Cumberland, its use must have extended to the Brythons. See Rice Holmes 2, p. 15, where he says the Brythons spread the Latine culture. But as the name Cymri seems to have been unknown, not only in Brittany, but also in Cornwall, it may be conjectured that it cannot have acquired anything like national significance for any length of time before the Battle of Dioram in the year 577, when the West Saxons permanently severed the Celts west of the Severn from their kinsmen of Gloucester, Somerset, etc., as now known. Thus it is probable that the national significance of the term Cymro may date from the 6th century, and is to be regarded as the exponent of the amalgamation of the Goidelic and Brythonic populations under high pressure from without by the Saxons and Angles. Therefore it is a purely Welsh term, properly speaking. Broca, in the Memoirs d'Anthropologie, I. 871, p. 395, is responsible for the word as applied to the invaders of Gaul who spoke Celtic. He called them Cymris. See also his remarks in the Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie, Xi 1861, pp. 308-309, and the article by L. Wilser in L'Anthropologie Roman 14, 1903, pp. 496-497. 175, 12 sec. See the notes to p. 32, 8, also Rice Holmes 2, p. 337, Fleur and James, pp. 118 sec. Taylor 1p109 says that there is a superficial resemblance between the Teutons and Celts, but a radical difference in skulls, the Teutonic being more dolichocephalic. Both are tall, large-limbed, and fair. The Teuton is distinguished by a pink and white skin, the Celt is more florid and inclined to freckle. The Teuton eye is blue, that of the Celt gray, green, or grayish-blue. 175, 21 sec. Rice Holmes 2p 326 sec. Gives a summary of the descriptions of various classic authors. Salomon Ryanich 2 pp. 80 sec. Discusses Pausanias' detailed recital of the event. For the original see Pausanias x 22. Cf. Also the note to p 158, 1. 176. 15177, 27. The series of notes which were collected by the author on the wanderings of these Germanic tribes proved so lengthy, and the relationships of the peoples under discussion so intricate, that they grew beyond all reasonable proportions as notes, and carried the subject far afield. Hence, it has seemed best to omit them in this connection, and to embody them in another work. Perhaps it will therefore be sufficient to say here that the results of the research have made it clear that all of these tribes were related by blood and by language, and came originally from Scandinavia and the neighborhood of the Baltic Sea. For some unknown reason, such as pressure of population, they began, one after another, a southward movement in the centuries immediately before the Christian era, which brought them within the knowledge of the Mediterranean world. Their wanderings were very extensive and covered Europe from southern Russia and the Crimea to Spain, and even to Africa. Many of these tribes broke up into smaller groups under distinct names, or united with others to form large confederacies. Not only did some of them clash with each other almost to the point of extermination in their efforts to obtain lands, but in attempting to avoid the Huns came into contact with the Romans and broke through the frontier of the empire at various points. From the Romans, they gained many of the ideas which were later incorporated by them in the various European nations which they founded. The result of their conquests was to establish a Nordic nobility and upper class in practically every country of Europe, a condition which has remained to the present day. 177, 12. Varangians. See the note on the Varangians to p. 189, 24. 177, 18. See Jordan's History of the Goths. 177, 27. Darbois de Jubainville 2 pp. 92-93, Taylor Words and Places p. 45, and G. Dotton Manuel Celtique p. 28. This word came from Valky, the name of a Celtic tribe of the Upper Rhine. Their name to the neighboring Teutons came to designate a foreigner. The Valky were separated into two branches, the Arakomaci, established between the Rhone and the Garonne, and the Tecticiges in the region of the Upper Garonne. The term Valky has become among the Germans Walla, then Walch, from which is derived Welsh, which designates the people of Romance language, such as the Italians and French. Among the Anglo-Saxons, it has become Wheel, from which the derivation Welsh, which designates the Gauls, and nowadays their former compatriots who migrated to England and settled in Wales. Chapter 7, Teutonic Europe. 179, 10, Micklegard, the Great City. This was the name given to Byzantium by the Goths. 180, 211. Procopius, Vandalic War, Gibbon Chaps. Roman 31, Roman 38, Freeman, Historical Geography of Europe. 181, 14. Gibbon Chaps, Roman 37 and Roman 38. 182, 1 Eginhard, The Life of Charlemagne. 183, 24. The Political History of England, Volume V, by H.A.L. Fisher, p. 205. While the sovereigns of Europe were collecting tithes from their clergy for the Holy War, and papal collectors were selling indulgences to the scandal of some scrupulous minds, the empire became vacant by the death of Maximilian on January 19, 1519. For a few months, diplomacy was busy with the choice of a successor. The King of France, Francis I, poured money into Germany and was supported in his candidature by the Pope. The King of England, Henry Roman VIII, sent Pace to counteract French designs with the electors, but the issue was never really in doubt. Germany would not tolerate a French ruler, and on June 28, 1519, Charles of Spain was elected King of the Romans. 184, 8. Depopulation. 30 Years' War. Cambridge Modern History, Volume Roman 4, p. 418, says that Germany was particularly afflicted. The data are unreliable, but the population of the empire was probably reduced by 2/3, or from 16 million to less than 6 million. Bavaria, Franconia, and Swabia suffered most. W. Menzel says, Germany is reckoned by some to have lost 1/2, by others, 2/3, of her entire population during the 30 Years' War. In Saxony, 900,000 men had fallen within 10 years. In Bohemia, the number of inhabitants at the demise of Frederick Roman II, before the last deplorable inroads made by Barrier and Torstenson, had sunk to 1/4. Augsburg, instead of 80,000, had 18,000 inhabitants. Every province, every town throughout the empire had suffered at an equal ratio, with the exception of Tyrol. The working class had almost totally disappeared. In Franconia, the misery and depopulation had reached such an extent that the Franconian estates, with the assent of the ecclesiastical princes, abolished in 1650 the celibacy of the Catholic clergy and permitted each man to have 2 wives. The nobility were compelled by necessity to enter the services of the princes, the citizens were impoverished and powerless, the peasantry had been utterly demoralized by military rule and reduced to servitude. It has been said that the city of Berlin contained but 300 citizens, the Palatinate of the Rhine but 200 farmers. In character, intelligence, and in morality, the German people were set back 200 years. There are, in addition to the authorities quoted here, numerous others who make the same observations. In fact, this depopulation is one of the outstanding results of the 30 Years' War. See also Anton Gindley, History of the 30 Years' War, p. 398. 184, 22 sec. The British Medical Journal for April 8, 1916, and Parsons, Anthropological Observations on German Prisoners of War. 185, 6. See the note to p. 196, 27. Chapter 8, The Expansion of the Nordics. 188, 5. Beto 4, Ripley, Chapter Roman 6. 188, 11. British Medical Journal for April 8, 1916. 188, 15. Ripley, pp. 221 and 469, and the authorities quoted. 188, 24. 189, 6. P. Kretschmer, and on the history of High and Low German, see Hermann Paul, Grundriss der Germanischen Philologie. The Encyclopaedia Britannica, under German language, gives a good summary. 189, 7. Ripley, p. 256. 189, 12. Valeri, The Barbarian Invasions of Italy, those. Hodgkin, Italy and Her Invaders. 189, 15. Brenner Pass. C. Rice Holmes, Caesar's Conquest of Gaul, p. 37. Ripley, p. 290, and most histories of the incursions of the barbarians into Italy. 189, 24. Varangians. Most of the early historians of Russia and Germany, and the monk Nestor, who was the earliest annalist of the Russians, agree in deriving the Varangians or Vergnes from Scandinavia. They probably were more of the same people whom we find as Varini on the continental shores of the North Sea. The names of the first founders of the Russian monarchy are Scandinavian or Northmen. Their language, according to Constantine Porphyrogenitus, differed essentially from the Sclavonian. The author of the Annals of St. Bertin, who first names the Russians, Rose, in the year 939 of his Annals, assigns them Sweden for their country. Liutprand calls them the same as the Normans. The Finns, Laplanders, and Esthonians speak of the Swedes to the present day as Roots, Rootsi, Ruorsi, Rootslane, or Rudersmen, meaning rowers. See Schlosser in his Nestor, p. 60, and Malt Brunn, p. 378, as well as Klashevsky, Volume I, pp. 5676 and 92. The Varangians, according to Gibbon, formed the bodyguard of the Greek emperor at Byzantium. These were the Russian Varangians, who made their way to that city by the eastern routes. Canon Isaac Taylor, in Words and Places, p. 110, remarks that, for centuries the Varangian Guard upheld the tottering throne of the Byzantine emperors. This Varangian Guard was very largely reinforced by Saxons fleeing from the Norman conquest of England. The name Varangi is undoubtedly identical with Frank, and is the term used in the Levant to designate Christians of the Western Rite, from the days of the Crusades down to the present time. Cf. Farangistan, land of the Franks, or, as it is now interpreted, Europe, especially Western Europe. E.B. Sohn, to Mesopotamia and Kurdistan in disguise, uses the phrase acute la Farangi as describing anything imported from Western Europe. 190, 1 Denneker 2 pp. 333-334, Ripley. 190, 9 Denneker the same. 190, 13, Ripley pp. 281-283. 190, 15, Ripley pp. 343 sec. 190, 19. See the notes to pp. 131, 26, 140, 1 sec, and 196, 18. 190, 26. CP 140 of this book. 192, 1 sec. Darbois de Jubainville, 1 T Roman 14 pp. 357-395, Faced 5 p. 365. Call W. R. Livermore, in Correspondence, says that practically all students on the Celtiberian question agree upon the point where the Celts entered Spain, namely, that designated by de Jubainville. They passed along the Atlantic coast, across the Pyrenees, where the railroad from Paris to Madrid now crosses, about 500 BC, between the time of Avienus, plus or minus 525, and Herodotus, plus or minus 443. In the time of Avienus, the Ligurians had both ends of the Pyrenees from Empúries to Bayonne and controlled the sources of the Badis. In the time of Herodotus, the Gauls had the country up to the Curites. See also Mullenhoff, Deutsche Altertumskunde, Roman 2, p. 238, and Denneker 2, p. 321. Darbois de Jubainville op. Cit. Especially pp. 363-364 says, the name Celtiberian was adopted at the time of Hannibal, who entered Spain, married a Celt, and thus won the assistance of the Celts in his march on Rome. The name Celtiberian is the generic term for designating the Celts established in the center of Spain, but the word is sometimes taken in a less extended sense to designate only one part of this important group. 192, 8, Sergi 4 p. 70, see also p. 156 of this book. 192, 14. See the note to p. 156, or Ridgway, The Early Age of Greece, p. 375. 192, 18 Ridgway, op. Cit. p. 375. This may refer to the veins showing blue through the fair Nordic skin. 192, 18 Ridgway, op. Cit. p. 375. Here he says, the Visigoths became the master race, and from them the Spanish grandees, among whom fair hair is a common feature, derive their sangue azul. After a glorious struggle against the Saracens, which served to keep alive their martial ardor and thus brace up the ancient vigor of the race. From the 16th century onward, the Visigothic wave seems to have exhausted its initial energy, and the aboriginal stratum has more and more come to the surface and has thus left Spain sapless and supine. 102, 22. Taylor 2 pp. 308-309 says, from the name of the same nation, the Goths of Spain, are derived, curiously enough, two names, one implying extreme honor, the other extreme contempt. The Spanish noble, who boasts that the sangue azul of the Goths runs in his veins with no admixture, calls himself an hidalgo, that is, a son of the Goth, as his proudest title. A footnote to this reads, the old etymology hijodalgo, son of someone, has been universally given up in favor of Hidalgo, son of the Goth. More correctly Hidalgo. See a paper on Auk and Oil, translated by Bishop Thirlwall, for the Philological Museum, Volume Roman 2, p. 337. Taylor goes on to say, however, that the version Hidalgo, son of someone, is still given as the origin of this word in R. Barsh's Primer Diccionaria General Etymologico de la Lengua Espanol. Concerning some other derivations, Taylor continues, of Gothic blood scarcely less pure than that of the Spanish hidalgos are the Cagots of southern France, a race of outcast pariahs who in every village live apart, executing every vile or disgraceful kind of toil, and with whom the poorest peasant refuses to associate. These Cagots are the descendants of those Spanish Goths, who, on the invasion of the Moors, fled to Aquitaine, where they were protected by Charles Martel. But the reproach of Aryanism clung to them, and religious bigotry branded them with the name Goths or Gothic dogs, a name which still clings to them and keeps them apart from their fellow men. Elsewhere we find the following. The fierce and intolerant Aryanism of the Visigothic conquerors of Spain has given us another word. The word Visigoth has become bigot, and thus, on the imperishable tablets of language, the Catholics have handed down to perpetual infamy the name and nation of their persecutors. 193, 14 sec. Cf. De Lapouge l'Aryan, p. 343, where he says that the exodus of the conquistadores was fatal to Spain. 193, 17. Rice Holmes, 2, and the note to p. 69 of this book. 194, 1. See the note to p. 173. 194, 8. Ridgway, 1, p. 372 says, "We know from Strabo and other writers that the Aquitani were distinctly Iberian." Consult also Rice Holmes, 2, p. 12, where he quotes Caesar. 194, 14 sec. Ridgway, op. Cit. pp. 372 and 395, Ripley, chapter Roman 7 pp. 137 sec. 194, 19 sec. Rice Holmes, 2, under Belgi pp. 5, 12, 257, 259, 304, 305, 308, 309, 311, 315, 318, 325. An Ancient Britain, p. 445. The modern composition of the French population has been investigated by Edmund Bale and Dr. Leon McAuliffe, who find that there is decided race mixture, with chestnut pigmentation of hair and eyes predominating. Blonde traits were found to be almost confined to the north and east, while brunette characters prevail in the south. Pure black hair is exceedingly rare. 195, 14. Vanderkinder, Recherches sur l'ethnologie de la Belgique pp. 569-574, Rice Holmes, 2, p. 323, Beddoe, 4 pp. 21 sec. and 72. 195, 18. Ridgway, 1, p. 373, Ripley, p. 127, Rice Holmes, 2, and Feist, 5, p. 14. 195, 25 sec. Franks of the Lower Rhine. Eginhard, in his Life of Charlemagne, p. 7, states the following. There were two great divisions or tribes of the Franks, the Salians, deriving their name probably from the river Isala, the Ussel, who dwelt on the Lower Rhine, and the Ripuarians, probably from Ripa, a bank, who dwelt about the banks of the Middle Rhine. The latter were by far the most numerous, and spread over a greater extent of country. But to the Salians belongs the glory of founding the great Frankish kingdom under the royal line of the Merwangs, Merovingians. 196, 2 sec. Ripley, p. 157, De Lapouge Passim. 196, 7 sec. Oman, 2 pp. 499 sec. Beddoe, 4, p. 94 and chapter Roman 7 Fleur and James, pp. 121, 129, Taylor, 2, p. 129, Ripley, pp. 151, 153, 316, 317. 196, 18 sec. De Lapouge Passim, Ripley, pp. 150, 155. 197, 3C. David Starr Jordan, War and the Breed, pp. 61 sec. This stature has somewhat recovered in recent years. It is now, in Corres, only 2 cm, below the average for the whole of France. C. Grillier, pp. 392 sec. W.R.N.G. Outspoken Essays, pp. 41-42, the notion that frequent war is a healthy tonic for a nation is scarcely tenable. Its dysgenic effect, by eliminating the strongest and healthiest of the population while leaving the weaklings at home to be the fathers of the next generation, is no new discovery. It has been supported by a succession of men, such as Tenon, Dufault, Foissac, De Lapouge and Richet in France, Tiedemann and Seek in Germany, Guerini in Italy, Kellogg and Starr Jordan in America. The case is indeed overwhelming. The lives destroyed in war are nearly all males, thus disturbing the sex equilibrium of the population. They are in the prime of life, at the age of greatest fecundity, and they are picked from a list out of which from 20 to 30% have been rejected for physical unfitness. It seems to be proved that the children born in France during the Napoleonic Wars were poor and undersized, 30 millimeters below the normal height. 197, 11. Delapauge Passim, Rice Holmes 2 pp. 306 sec. 197, 29 198, 10. R. Collignon Anthropologie de la France pp. 3 sec. Delapauge Les Sélections Sociales, Ripley pp. 87-89, in GP. 41, Jordan Passim. 198, 22. Conscript Armies. Two interesting letters bearing on the racial differences composing conscript and volunteer armies in the recent World War may here be quoted. The first, from Mr. T. Rice Holmes, relates to the English Army of Kitchener in 1915. Perhaps it may interest you to know that in 1915, when recruits belonging to Kitchener's army were training near Rochampton, I noticed that almost every man was fair. Not, of course, with the pronounced fairness of the men of the north of Scotland, who are descended from Scandinavians, but with such fairness as is to be seen in England. These men, as you know, were volunteers. The second, from Delapauge, concerns our American army in France. I have been able to verify for myself your observations on the American army. The first to arrive were all volunteers, all Delichoblons, but the draft afterwards brought in inferior elements. At Saint-Nazaire, at Tours, and at Poictiers, I have been able to examine American soldiers by the tens of thousands, and I have been able to formulate for myself a very definite conception of the types. 199, 9. H. Belloc, The Old Road, Peak Memorials of Old Leicestershire pp. 3441, Fleur and James, p. 127. 199, 23. See the notes to pp. 174, 21 and 247, 3 of this book. 199, 29 200, 11. CP 131 of this book, also Rice Holmes, 1 pp. 231 236, 434, 455 456, and 2 p. 210. Cf. Rice Holmes 1 pp. 446, 449 and the note on 451, also Oman 2 p. 212. Inferred from Rice Holmes 1 p. 232, also Beto 4 p. 31. 218. Oman 2 pp. 174-175 and chapter Roman 3 sec. Treats specially of these times. See also Beto 4 pp. 36, 37 and chapter v. 224. Oman 2 pp. 215-219. 201. 1 Valeri, Vol I or Hodgkin. 201, 6 sec. Oman 2, Ripley pp. 154-156, Beto 4 p. 94, Fleur and James pp. 121-129, Taylor 2. 201, 11 sec. Beto 4, chapter Roman 7 and the notes to p. 196, 7 of this book. 201, 18 sec. CPP, 63-64. 201, 23 sec. See the notes to p. 247. Decline of the Nordic type in England. Beto H., Fleur and James, Peake and Horton, A Saxon Graveyard at East Shefford Berks, p. 103. 202, 4 Beto 4, p. 148. 202, 13. Beto 4, p. 92 and also chapter Roman 12. 202, 17. Ripley under Ireland. 202, 23 sec. See the notes to p. 108, 1. 203, 5 sec. The intellectual inferiority of the Irish. If there is any indication of the intellectual rating of various foreign countries to be derived from the draft examinations of our foreign-born, grouped according to place of nativity, a paper by Major Bingham of Washington, in regard to the relation of intelligence ratings to nativity, may be quoted. The total number of foreign-born examined, which formed the basis of this report, was 12,407, while the total number of native-born whites was 93,973. Only countries were considered which were represented by more than 100 men in the examinations. The tests were divided into those for literates and those for illiterates, so that even men not speaking English could be graded. In these examinations, the Irish made a surprisingly poor showing, falling far below the English and Scotch, who stood very high, as well as below the Germans, Austrians, French-Canadians, Danes, Dutch, Belgians, Swedes, and Norwegians, being about on a par with the Russians, Poles, and Italians. Therefore, if these tests are any criterion of intellectual ability, the Irish are noticeably inferior. 203:18, CP 123 of this book. 203:24, Beto 4, p. 139 and chapter Roman 14. 204:1, see the note to p. 150, 21. 204:5, there is an amusing discussion in Rice Holmes 1 on the Pictish question. See pp. 409-424. Rice Holmes contends that the Picts were not pure remnants of the pre-Celtic inhabitants, but a mixture of these with Celts. The term Picts has been very widely accepted as a designation for those pre-Celtic inhabitants who were certainly there. No other name has been given for them, and it is in this sense that it is used here, and that Rice Holmes himself is obliged to use it on p. 456. It will be useful to the reader to peruse pp. 1316 of Rees and Jones, The Welsh People. Appendix B of that volume, pp. 617 sec. Written by Sir J. Morris Jones, entitled Pre-Aryan Syntax in Insular Celtic, shows the Anaryan survivals in Welsh and Irish to be remarkably similar to ancient Egyptian, which, with the Berber of intermediate situation, belongs to the great Hamitic family of languages and was the tongue of the primitive Mediterraneans. For Beto's opinion C4, p. 36. On p. 247 he says, speaking of the Highland people, every here and there a decidedly Iberian physiognomy appears, which makes one think Professor Rees right in supposing that the Picts were in part, at least, of that stock. See Hector Maclean, 1, p. 170, where he suggests that the Picts were originally the Pictones from the south bank of the Loire in Gaul. The name Pixie, met with so frequently in Irish legends, and relating to little people similar to dwarfs, may have some connection with these shy little Mediterraneans whom the Nordics found on their arrival and who were forced back by them into inaccessible districts. 204:19. See the article on Pre-Aryan syntax in Insular Celtic, just mentioned, and Beto 4, p. 46, quoting Elton, p. 167. For other non-Aryan remnants, especially in names, see Hector Maclean, 1, Passim. 205. 3c Fleur and James, pp. 62, 73, 119, 128, and especially pp. 125 and 151. 205:10, the same pp. 38, 39, 75, and elsewhere. 205:16. This is intimated by Rees and Jones in The Welsh People, p. 33. 205:20 sec. The same, chapter I, especially p. 35 and pp. 502 sec. Fleur and James, p. 143. 206, 3 Fleur and James, pp. 38, 75, 119, 152. These gentlemen say, on p. 38, that they believe that certain types, without any intervening social or linguistic barrier for centuries, have apparently persisted side by side in very marked fashion in certain parts of Wales. A letter from Mr. Baring Good confirms this. In Wales there are two types, the dark Siluric and the light Norman. Here in the west of England we have the same two types. In this neighborhood one village is fair, the next dark and sallow. It is the same in Cornwall. In certain villages the type is dark and sallow, in others fair. There is no comparison between the capabilities moral and physical between the two types. The dark is tricky, unreliable, and goes under, and the fair type predominates in trade, in business, in farming, and in every department. Beto, Fleur, and James, and also Hector Maclean remark on the various moral and mental capabilities of the different physical types. 206:13, Beto 4, chapter Roman 8. 206:16 sec. Taylor 2, p. 129, Curie pp. 486 sec. On the Norman C. Beto chaps, Roman 8, Roman 9, and x. 207, 2 Beto the same. 207, 11. Gibbon, Chapter LVI, Taylor 2, p. 133. 207, 15. Beddoe, Chapter Roman 8. 208, 8. Beddoe 4, p. 95. The breadth of skull of the Norman aristocracy may probably have been smaller, but the ecclesiastics of Norman or French nationality, who abounded in England for centuries after the conquest, and who, in many cases, rose from the subjugated Celtic layer of population, have left us a good many broad and round skulls. Thus the crania of 3 bishops of Durham yield an index of 85.6, while those of 8 Anglican canons dating from before the conquest yield one of 74.9. So far, however, as the actual conquest and armed occupation of England was concerned, the aristocracy and military caste, who were largely of Scandinavian type, came over in much larger proportion than the more Belgic or Celtic lower ranks, insomuch that it has been said that more of the Norman noblesse came over to England than were left behind. During the Middle Ages, the Church was a very democratic institution, and it was only through its offices that the lower ranks succeeded in working their way up. This was partly because the older peoples possessed the Roman learning, and because the northern invaders were more addicted to martial than to priestly pursuits. The conquered people had no chance to rise in political, aristocratic, or military circles, and contented themselves with the Church. At the present time, in many Catholic countries, notably Ireland, the priests are derived from the lowest stratum of the population, as may be clearly recognized in their portraits. 208, 14. Beddoe Passim. 208, 20. Beddoe 4, p. 270, G. Ritzius 3, Ripley, Fleur and James, p. 152, Alphonse de Candolle, Histoire des Sciences et des Savants depuis du Cycles, p. 576, Peake and Horton, p. 103, and the note to p. 201, 23 of this book. 208, 26. Beddoe 4, p. 148. 210, 5 cf. Beddoe, p. 94. 210, 20. Ripley, pp. 228, 283, 345. 210, 24. Holland and Flanders. Ripley, pp. 157 and 293 sec. 210, 25. Flemings and Franks. See Sir Harry Johnston, Views and Reviews, p. 101. 211, 6. The authorities quoted in Ripley, p. 207. See also Fleur and James, p. 140, Zaborowski, 2, and C. O. Arbo, Unner, p. 25. 211, 26. Ripley, pp. 363-365, Feist, 5, and Dr. Westerlund as quoted in The Finns, by Van Cleef. 212, 1 Ripley, p. 341. 212, 4c the note to p. 242, 16. Chapter 9, The Nordic Fatherland. 213, 123. Cf. O. Schrader 2 and 3, Matthias Much, Hurt 1 2 Zaborowski 1 pp. 109-110, Peake 2 pp. 163-167, Feist 1 p. 14 Taylor 1, Ripley p. 127, Ridgway 1 p. 373 and the notes to pp. 239, 16 sec, and 253, 19 of this book. Darbois de Jubainville 4 t. I. pp. Roman 9 and 214, gives the date when the Indo-Europeans were united as 2500 BC. Feist, 5, believes the Nordics were still in their homeland between 2500 and 2000 BC. This was the transition period from stone to bronze in North Middle and Eastern Europe. Breasted, Ancient Times says, it has recently been scientifically demonstrated on the basis, chiefly, of the Amarna tablets and other cuneiform evidence, that the Aryans had by 2000 or 1800 BC begun to leave a home on the east or southeast of the Caspian, where they divided into 2 branches, one going southeast into India, the other southwest into Babylon. The first occurrence of Indo-European names is in the Tel el Amarna, Egyptian, correspondence, says Myers, Dawn of History, p. 153, which gives so vivid a picture of Syrian affairs in the years immediately after 1400. They represent chieftains scattered up and down Syria and Palestine, and they include the name of Tushratta, king of the large district of Mitanni beyond Euphrates. But this is a minor matter. Nothing is commoner in the history of migratory peoples than to find a very small leaven of energetic intruders ruling and organizing large native populations without either learning their subjects, language, or improving their own until considerably later, if at all. The Norman princes, for example, bear Teutonic names, Robert, William, Henry, but it is Norman French in which they govern Normandy and correspond with the King of France. All these Indo-European names, mentioned in the tablets, belong to the Iranian group of languages, which is later found widely spread over the whole plateau of Persia. 214, 1 sec. CPP, 158-159 of this book. 214, 7 sec. Herodotus, Roman 4, 17, 18, 33, 53, 65, 74, etc., for notes on the Scythians. Wheat was cultivated in the southern part of Scythia, corn was an article of trade, and the loom was used. See also Zaborowski, 1, Ripley, Feist, 5. 214, 10. Scythians. According to Zaborowski, 1, the Scythians were the earliest known Nordic nomads of Scythia, or southern Russia, from whom no doubt came the Achaeans, Cimmerians, etc., and later the Persian conquerors, the leaders of the Kassites and Mitanni, etc. The Saki were an eastern branch of the Scythians, and likewise the Massagetae, who threw off branches into India. Possibly the Wusuns and the Ephthalites, or White Huns, were eastern offshoots. Owing to the fact that Scythia has been swept time and again by various hordes moving east and west, and has served no doubt as a meeting ground for Alpines, Nordics, and Mongols, these may all, at some period or another, have been called Scythians because they inhabited this little-known territory. But the indications are strongly in favor of the original Scythians being Nordics. It is in this sense that the name is here applied. Minns, Scythians, and Greeks, and Darbois de Jubinville, 4, Ti, are two other authorities who have discussed the Scythians at length. 214, 11. Cimmerians. See the note to P173. On the Persians, see the notes to P254. For the Saki, the note to P259, 21. For the Massagetae, the same. For the Kassites, that to P239, 13. These last are non-Aryan, according to some authors including Prince, but Hall, the Ancient History of the Near East, says they are undeniably Aryans. For the Mitanni, see the note to P239, 16. 214, 26-215, 3 CP 161 of this book. 215, 15, CP 160 of this book. 215, 25. Dante Alighieri. It is interesting to know that the name Alighieri is Gothic, a corruption of Aldiger. It belongs to such German names as those which include the word Ger, spear, as in Gerhard, Gertrude, etc. This name came into the family through Dante's grandmother on the father's side, a Goth from Ferrara, whose name was Aldegero. With regard to the origin of his grandfather and mother, the attempt to connect him with Roman families is known to be a pure fiction on the part of the Italian biographers, who thought it more glorious to be a Roman than anything else. But his descent from pure Germanic parentage is practically proved, since the grandfather was a warrior, knighted by the Emperor Conrad, and Dante himself declares that he belonged to the petty nobility. Even to the beginning of the 15th century, many Italians are described in old documents as Alemani, Langobardi, etc., ex Alaminorum gener, legibus vivens Langobardorum, etc., though the majority of them had adopted Roman law, whereby the documentary evidence of their descent usually disappeared. They were thoroughly Germanic in blood, especially those to whom Rome owes much. See Franz Xaver Kraus, Dante, pp. 21-25, and Savigny, Geschichte des Römischen Reiches im Mittelalter, I, chapter Roman 3. 216, 1. See the notes to p. 254, 13-15. 216, 4. Nordic Saki. See the notes to p. 259, 21. 216, 9. See the notes to pp. 70 and 242, 5. 216, 12. Gibbon, especially vols, Roman 3 and Roman 4, which contain numerous references, and the note to p. 135, 25. 216, 17. Tenny Frank, Race Mixture in the Roman Empire, pp. 704 sec. 217, 3. Plutarch's Life of Pompey the Great, and his Life of Caesar also Ferrero, The Greatness and Decline of Rome, Volume Roman 2, Caesar, Chapter Roman 7. 217, 12. Decline of the Romans and the Punic Wars. Livy, I. Roman 21 sec, and Appian de Rebus Hispaniensibus and de Bello and Abalico. Also Pliny, I. and Polybius, I. Darbois de Jubinville, 1, section entitled Les Celtibers pendant la Seconde Guerre Punique, pp. 44 sec, says that Hannibal's success in Rome was due to the aid of the Celts and the Celtiberians. Hannibal gained much of his army from the Celts of Spain, Gaul, and Cisalpine Gaul, as he marched toward Rome. 217, 16. Social and Servile Wars. Plutarch's Lives of Fabius Maximus and of Sylla. 217, 26. See the note to p. 18. 218, 16. Tenny Frank 1 and 2, Dill 2, Book 2, Chaps. Roman 2 and Roman 3 and 1, Book 2, Chapter I. Myers, Ancient History, pp. 498, 499, 523, 525. Barry, in A History of the Later Roman Empire, Volume I, Chapter Roman 3, makes slavery, oppressive taxation, the importation of barbarians and Christianity the 4 chief causes of the weakness and failure of the empire. Gibbon, Vol I, at the end of Chapter X, says, in speaking of the extinction of the old Roman families, that only the Calpurnian gens long survived the tyranny of the Caesars. See the last 3 or 4 pages of the chapter. Also Frederick Adams Wood's The Influence of Monarchs, p. 295. 219, 11 220, 19. Frank 1, p. 705. 220, 21. CP 216 of this book. 221, 25. Gibbon, Lecky, The History of European Morals, and the note to p. 218, 16. Chapter 10, The Nordic Race Outside of Europe. 223, 2 Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, pp. 380 sec. Myers, Ancient History, p. 33, footnote. Also consult von Luschen, The Early Inhabitants of Western Asia, p. 230. 223, 5 Delapauge L. pp. 200 sec. 223, 5 Tamahu, Authorities Above, Sergi 4 pp. 59 sec. Beto 4 p. 14 for the question of their race. 223, 12. Broca 1, Collignon 5 and 7, Sergi 1, and Ripley p. 279. There are numerous articles on the blonde Berbers and references to their relation to the Vandals. Ripley, based on Broca, gives the essential information. Gibbon, Chapter Roman 33, is an important reference. Blonde Moors. Procopius says Roman 4, 13, describing the fighting with the Moors in Mauritania beyond Mt. Orasium, which is 13 days' journey west of Carthage. I have heard Ortiz say that beyond these nations of Moors, beyond Orasium, which he ruled, there was no habitation of men, but desert land to a great distance, and that beyond this desert there are men, not black-skinned like the Moors, but very white in body and fair-haired. Mr. J.B. Thornhill relates that about 15 years ago he was in Morocco, presumably near Tangier, and while there he saw several purely blonde Berbers from the Rif Mountains. A young girl, especially, was an almost pure Swedish blonde. The coloring, however, was pale and whitish rather than pink. The eyes were blue, and the hair wavy and very blonde. 223, 21. For the Philistines, Anakim and Achaean C. Ridgway, 1, pp. 618 sec. Sir William Ridgway places the appearance of the Philistines as nearly synchronous with that of the Achaeans, and states that their weapons and armor were similar to those of the Achaeans, but different from those of the other nations of the early world. Cf. Also Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, p. 72, especially footnote 1, where he says, the Philistines were specially receptive of Hellenic culture and eager to claim relationship with the Greeks, and disassociate themselves from the Semites. Their coin types show this, CP 399, N, he regards them as Cretans. 223, 22-23. Sons of Anak. Numbers Roman 13:33. And there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which came of the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. Deuteronomy I 28. Whither shall we go up? Our brethren have discouraged our heart. saying, "The people is greater and taller than we, the cities are great and walled up to heaven, and moreover we have seen the sons of the Anakim there." Fairness of David. I Samuel, Romans 16:11-12. And Samuel said unto Jesse, "Are here all thy children?" And he said, "There remaineth the youngest, and behold, he keepeth the sheep." And Samuel said unto Jesse, "Send and fetch him, for we shall not sit down till he come hither." And he sent, and brought him in. Now he was ruddy, and withal of a beautiful countenance, and goodly to look to. Chapter Romans 17, 4142. And the Philistine came on and drew near unto David, and when the Philistine looked about, and saw David, he disdained him, for he was but a youth, and ruddy, and of a fair countenance. In the Hebrew, the phrase of a beautiful countenance means fair of eyes. The presence of Nordics in Syria among the Amorites is indicated by the tall stature, long-headedness, and fair skin with which they are depicted on the Egyptian monuments. In some instances, their eyes are blue. CP 59 of Albert T. Clay's The Empire of the Amorites, also Sayce and Hall. 224, 3 Wu sons and Hyungnu. Mins, Scythians and Greeks, p. 121. Delapauge, ARYAN, mentions the existence of a number of Central Asiatic tribes in addition to the Wusans, who were Nordic. See also J. Klaproth, Tableaux historiques de l'Asie. Zaborowski, Les Pupils Aryans, p. 286 says, "The Hyungnu hurled themselves upon the Ili, and upon another blond people the Wusans, whose importance was such that the Chinese, who have made them known to us, sought their alliance against the Huns. The Chinese knew then, in Turkestan, only the Wusans, the Sse or Saki, and the Tahia Artajiks. The Yuetichai, repulsed by the Wusans in 130 BC, hurled themselves upon Bactria. See the notes to p. 119, 13. The Saki were then masters of it, and their dispossession resulted in pressing them in part into India, where they founded a kingdom, and also in part into the Propamirian valleys, especially that of the Oxus. The Yuetichai ruled over Central Asia until 425 AD. They were dispossessed in their turn by the Hoas, or Ephthalite Huns, White Huns. The remainder of the chapter, pp. 287-291, is concerned with Turkestan, the Wusans, Huns, Kyrgyzes, etc. 224, 13. Denneker 2, pp. 59 and 371 says the Ainus are dolichos-phallic and have in addition other Nordic traits. See also Haddon 1 pp. 8, 15, 16, 49, 50, Ratzel and others. The Ainus are, according to Darwin Descent of Man, p. 852, the hairiest people in the world. 224, 19. See the notes to pp. 31, 1632, 4. 224, 28. Denneker 2 pp. 59 and 371, Haddon 1 pp. 8, 15. 225, 11. Phrygians Berry, History of Greece, pp. 46-48 says, "But about this very time, 1287 BC, the Hittite power was declining, and northwestern Asia Minor as far as the valley of the Sangarius was wrested from their rule by swarms of new invaders from Europe. These were the Phrygians to whose race the Dardanians belonged, and who were so closely akin to the Thracians that we may speak of the Phrygo-Thracian division of the Indo-European family." On p. 44 we read, "The dynasty from which the Homeric kings, Agamemnon and Menelaus sprang, was founded according to Greek tradition, early in the 13th century, BC, by Pelops, a Phrygian. Agamemnon and Menelaus represent the Achaean stock. The meaning of this Phrygian relationship is not clear. But if we follow the extent of the Achaean invasions and the relation of the art and language of archaic Phrygia to archaic Greece, the difficulty seems solved." See Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, p. 475. The Encyclopaedia Britannica, Phrygia says, "According to unvarying Greek tradition, the Phrygians were most closely akin to certain tribes of Macedonia and Thrace, and their near relationship to the Hellenic stock is proved by all that is known of their language and art, and is accepted by almost every modern authority. The inference has been generally drawn that the Phrygians belonged to a stock widespread in the countries which lie around the Aegean Sea. There is, however, no conclusive evidence whether this stock came from the east, over Armenia, or was European in origin and crossed the Hellespont into Asia Minor, but modern opinion inclines decidedly to the latter view. And we may add that the recently demonstrated linguistic affiliations strengthen this assumption. See also Ridgway, 1, pp. 396 and elsewhere, Peak 2p. 172, Feist 5 p. 407, Felix Sarciox, Troy, La Guerre de Troy and O'Schrader, Jevon's translation, p. 430. 225, 15, Sumerians, see the note to p. 173, 11. 225, 17, Gauls and Galatians, see the note to p. 158, 1. 225, 19. Von Luschen, p. 243 says, all Western Asia was originally inhabited by a homogeneous melanochroic race, with extreme hypsibrachycephaly and with a Hittite nose. About 4000 BC began a Semitic invasion from the southeast, probably from Arabia, by people looking like modern Bedawi. 2000 years later commenced a second invasion, this time from the northwest by Xanthocris and long-headed tribes like the modern Kurds, and perhaps connected with the historic Hari, Amorites, Tamahu, and Galatians. The modern Turks, Greeks, and Jews are all three equally composed of these three elements: the Hittite, the Semitic, and the Xanthocris Nordic. Not so the Armenians and Persians. They, and still more, the Drusses, Maronites, and the smaller sectarian groups of Syria and Asia Minor, represent the old Hittite element, and are little, or not at all, influenced by the Semitic characters of alien invaders. Von Luschen means by Persians the round-headed Medic element, which has always been in the majority and which has, at the present day, practically submerged the once powerful, dominant Nordic class, which he says is still seen not rarely in some old noble families. 225, 20. Until rather recently nothing much was known about the wild Kurdish tribes living in southeast Anatolia, and what reports there were frequently conflicting. There are two kinds of Kurds, dark and light. More data has gradually accumulated, however, and it seems that the true Kurds are tall, blonde people who resemble very much the inhabitants of northern Europe. Ratzel, History of Mankind, says, quoting Pollack, the Kurds are, in color of skin, hair, and eyes, so little different to the northern, especially the Teutonic breed, that they might easily be taken for Germans. There is nothing to contradict this racial affinity in the reputation for honor and courage, which, in spite of their rapacious tendencies, the Kurds enjoy wherever it has been found possible to compel them to labor or to the trade of arms. In Persia, the Shah entrusts the security of his person to Kurdish officers rather than to any others. Their loyalty to their hereditary wali, which neither Turks nor Persians have been able to shake, is also noted with praise. The Kurd prefers to wander with his herds, and in the winter lives in caves like Xenophon's Carducci. The Kurds are a highly mixed race of a type chiefly Iranian, which has been compared with the Afghan, but is not homogeneous. The Eastern Kurds must have received a larger infusion of Turkish blood than the Western. Husbandmen by necessity, fighters by inclination, says Molk. The Arab is more of a thief, the Kurd more of a warrior. They are a vigorous, violent race, running wild in tribal feuds and vendettas. Their women hold a freer position than those of the Turks and Persians. The quotation is from volume Roman 3, p. 537. Von Luschen, op. Cit. p. 229 describes them thus: have long heads and generally blue eyes and fair hair. They are probably descended from the Cardushoi and Gordians of old historians. They live southeast of the Armenian mountains. The Western Kurds are dolichocephalic, and more than half of them are fair. The Eastern Kurds are little known, but are apparently darker and more round-headed. Sohn, Into Mesopotamia and Kurdistan in Disguise, gives a very full description of them, confirming the above. There are so many tribes differing from one another that only the briefest summary may be given. It is found on pp. 398 sec. Judged as specimens of the human form, there is probably no higher standard extant than that of the Kurds. The northerner is a tall, thin man. Obesity is absolutely unknown among the Kurds. The nose is long, thin, and often a little hooked, the mouth small, the face oval and long. The men usually grow a long mustache and invariably shave the beard. The eyes are piercing and fierce. Among them are many of yellow hair and bright blue eyes, and the Kurdish infant of this type, were he placed among a crowd of English children, would be indistinguishable from them, for he has a white skin. In the south, the face is a little broader sometimes, and the frame heavier. Of 40 men of the southern tribes taken at random, there were 9 under 6 feet, though among some tribes the average height is 5 feet 9. The stride is long and slow, and the endurance of hardship great. They hold themselves as only mountain men can do, proudly and erect. Many and many a man have I seen among them who might have stood for the picture of a Norseman. Yellow, flowing hair, a long drooping mustache, blue eyes, and a fair skin, one of the most convincing proofs, if physiognomy be a criterion, were their language not a further proof, that the Anglo-Saxon and Kurd are one and the same stock. For a list of Kurdish tribes and their numbers and affiliations, see Mark Sykes, volume Roman 38 of the Jour, of the Roy, Anth, Soch, of Great Britain and Ireland, and von Luschen, op. Cit. From all this evidence by men who have traveled among them, it would appear that the Kurds are descendants of some ancient Nordic invaders who have found refuge in the mountain regions north of Mesopotamia. Cf. The note to p. 239, 16. Chapter 11, Racial Aptitudes. 226. 7 Conklin, in Heredity and Environment, p. 207, says, psychological characters appear to be inherited in the same way that anatomical and physiological traits are. Indeed, all that has been said regarding the correlation of morphological and physiological characters applies also to psychological ones. No one doubts that particular instincts, aptitudes, and capacities are inherited among both animals and men, nor that different races and species differ hereditarily in psychological characteristics. The general tendency of recent work on heredity is unmistakable, whether it concerns man or lower animals. The entire organism, consisting of structures and functions, body and mind, develops out of the germ, and the organization of the germ determines all the possibilities of development of the mind no less than of the body, though the actual realization of any possibility is dependent also upon environmental stimuli. Cf. Haeckel, The Riddle of the Universe, Passim. 226, 17. Denneker 2 pp. 76, 97, 104. 227, 1 cf. Their busts with other Greek statues. 227, 15. This does not refer to the peculiar nests of round heads alluded to by Fleur and James and Zaborowski, but to the Alpines proper. 227, 20. De l'apogee les sélections sociales. 228, 18. See Tacitus, Germania. 229. 6. It may be interesting in this connection to quote Fleur and James, pp. 118-119, who, after giving illustrations of Mediterranean types, say of them, types 1, A to 1, C, contribute considerable numbers to the ministries of the various churches, possibly in part from inherent and racial leanings, but partly also because these are the people of the moorlands. The idealism of such people usually expresses itself in music, poetry, literature, and religion, rather than in architecture, painting, and plastic arts generally. They rarely have a sufficiency of material resources for the latter activities. These types also contribute a number of men to the medical profession, for somewhat similar reasons, no doubt. The successful commercial men, who have given the Welsh their extraordinarily prominent place in British trade, shipping firms, for example, usually belong to types 2 or 4, Nordic and Nordic Alpine beaker maker, rather than to 1, as also do the great majority of Welsh members of Parliament, though there are exceptions of the first importance. The Nordic type is marked by ingenuity and enterprise in striking out new lines. Type 2, C, in Wales, is remarkable for governmental ability of the administrative kind, as well as for independence of thought and critical power. The following remarks are taken from Beddoe, 4, p. 142. In opposition to the current opinion, it would seem that the Welsh rise most in commerce, the Scotch coming after them, and the Irish nowhere. The people of Welsh descent and name hold their own fairly in science, the Scotch do more, the Irish less. But when one looks to the attainment of military or political distinction, the case is altered. Here the Scotchmen, and especially the Highlanders, bear away the palm. The Irish retrieve their position, and the Welsh are little heard of. See also p. 10 of Beddoe's Races of Britain, and Hector Maclean in volume Roman 4, pp. 218 sec. of the Anthropological Review and elsewhere. The following quotation from Hall's Ancient History of the Near East is interesting. Knowing what we do of the psychological peculiarities of the different races of mankind, it is perhaps not an illegitimate speculation to wonder whence the Greeks inherited this sense of proportion in their whole mental outlook. The feeling of Hellenes for art in general was surely inherited from their forebears on the Aegean, not the Indo-European side. The feeling for naturalistic art, for truth of representation, may have come from the Aegeans, but the equally characteristic love of the crude and bizarre was not inherited. The sense of proportion inhibited it. In fact, we may ascribe this sense to the Aryan element in the Hellenic brain, to which must also be attributed the Greek political sense, the idea of the rights of the folk and of the individual in it. The Mediterranean possessed the artistic sense without the sense of proportion. The Aryan had little artistic sense, but had the sense of proportion and justice, and with it, the political sense. The result of the fusion of the two races we see in the true canon of taste and beauty in all things that had become the ideal of the Greeks, and was through them to become the ideal of mankind. Footnote 7. We have only to look around and seek, vainly, for any self-developed artistic feeling among the pure Indo-Europeans. The Kassites had none and blighted that of Babylonia for centuries. The Persians had none and merely adopted that of Assyria. The Goths and Vandals had none. The Celts and Teutons have throughout the centuries derived theirs from the Mediterranean region. Footnote 8. The predominance of the Aryan element in Greek political ideas is obvious. It is not probable that the old Aegean had any more definite political ideas than had his relative the Egyptian. Footnote 9. In matters of political and ordinary justice between man and man, they fell short of their ideal often enough, but they had the reasonable ideal. The barbarians had none. The Egyptians were an imaginative race, but their imagination was untrammeled by the sense of proportion. Their only thinker with reasonable and logical ideas, Akhenaten, soon became as mad a fanatic as any unreasonable Nitrian monk or Arab Mahdi. Ordinarily speaking, Egyptian and Semitic ideals were purely religious, and so, to the Greek mind, beyond the domain of reason. The Babylonians, Assyrians, and Phoenicians cannot be said ever to have possessed any ideals of any kind. 229-22. Fleur and James, p. 146 say, in the folk tales it is true the people are called fairies, but coloring is mentioned only in one case, that is of a trader from the sea who is said to be fair, i.e., fair hair is treated as something worthy of special mention. The fairy children changelings are always described in such a way as to suggest that they were dark, and that they were the children of the upland folk of our hypothesis, i.e., mostly of Mediterranean race. In the romances, the princes and princesses are said to be fair, as though that were exceptional. Our friend, Mr. J. H. Shaxby, draws our attention to the probability that the word fair in fair, or fair folk, does not refer to physical traits, but is an adulatory term such as men so generally use in describing beings about whom their superstitions gather. 230. 5 Pope Gregory, about 578 AD. 230-9. For evidence as to the blonde characters of Christ and the indications of his descent, see Haeckel, The Riddle of the Universe, chapter Romans 17. Every now and then some reference to this question is noted in the daily papers. Not long ago, in one of the large New York dailies, there appeared a short paragraph concerning the letter of Lentulus. All mention of the extremely doubtful authenticity of this letter was omitted. The Catholic Cyclopedia, volume Roman 9, discusses the matter as follows. Publius Lentulus, a fictitious person said to have been the governor of Judea before Pontius Pilate, and to have written the following letter to the Roman Senate. Lentulus, the governor of the Jerusalemites, to the Roman Senate and people, greetings. There has appeared in our times and there still lives a man of great power, virtue, called Jesus Christ. The people call him prophet of truth, his disciples son of God. He raises the dead and heals infirmities. He is a man of medium size, statura prosris, mediocris et spectabilis. He has a venerable aspect, and his beholders can both fear and love him. His hair is of the color of the ripe hazel nut, straight down to the ears, but below the ears wavy and curled, with a bluish and bright reflection flowing over his shoulders. It is parted in two on the top of the head, after the pattern of the Nazarenes. His brow is smooth and very cheerful, with a face without a wrinkle or spot, embellished by a slightly ruddy complexion. His nose and mouth are faultless. His beard is abundant, of the color of his hair, not long but divided at the chin. His aspect is simple and mature, his eyes are changeable and bright. He is terrible in his reprimands, sweet and amiable in his admonitions, cheerful without loss of gravity. He was never known to laugh, but often to weep. His stature is straight, his hands and arms beautiful to behold. His conversation is grave, infrequent, and modest. He is the most beautiful among the children of men. The letter was first printed in the Life of Christ by Ludolf the Carthusian at Cologne, 1474. According to the manuscript of Jena, a certain Giacomo Colonna found the letter in an ancient Roman document sent to Rome from Constantinople. It must be of Greek origin and have been translated into Latin during the 13th or 14th century, though it received its present form at the hands of a humanist of the 15th or 16th century. The description agrees with the so-called Abgar picture of our Lord. It also agrees with the portrait of Jesus Christ drawn by Nicephorus, St. John Damascene, and the Book of Painters of Mt. Athos. Munter, Die Sinnbilder an Kunstvorstellungen der alten Christen, Altona, 1825, p. 9, believes he can trace the letter down to the time of Diocletian, but this is not generally admitted. The letter of Lentulus is certainly apocryphal. There never was a governor of Jerusalem. No procurator of Judea is known to have been called Lentulus. A Roman governor would not have addressed the Senate but the emperor. A Roman writer would not have employed the expressions, prophet of truth, sons of men, Jesus Christ. The former two are Hebrew idioms, the third is taken from the New Testament. The letter, therefore, shows us a description of our Lord such as Christian piety conceived him. There is considerable literature touching on this letter, for which see the Catholic Cyclopedia. Although we cannot credit the letter as genuine, it is interesting, as the article indicated, in showing the popular attitude to the traits in question, and in attributing these Nordic characters to Christ, as are the occasional efforts to bring the matter up again in the journals of today. Chapter 12, ARYAN. 233, for synthetic. See the note on languages, p. 242, 5. 233, 13 Tenny Frank 2 pp. 1, 2 and the authorities quoted at the end of the chapter. Also Peak 2 pp. 154-173, Freeman, Historical Geography of Europe pp. 44-45. 233, 20. See the note to p99, 27. 233, 24. Ridgway 1 Conway 1 Peak 2 and numerous other authorities. 234. 2 The Messapians, according to Ridgway 1 p. 347, were the remnants of the primitive Ligurians, who once occupied central Italy but who migrated, under the pressure of the Umbrians, toward the south. There some of them survived under the name Iapyges or Messapians in the heel of the peninsula. The name Iapyges seems identical with that of the Iapodes, that Illyrian tribe which dwelt on the other side of the Adriatic, largely contaminated with the Celts, Nordics, who had flowed down over them. That the Umbrians had a deadly hatred of a people of the same name, who had survived in their coast area, is proved by the Iguvine tables, where the Iapuscum Numen is heartily cursed along with the Etruscans and the men of Nar. See also Geoffrida Ruggery. 234, 3 sec. See the notes to pp. 157, 10 and 157, 14. 234, 7 see the note to p. 192, 14. 234, 12. See pp. 174, 199 and 247 of this book. 234, 13 sec. Non-Aryan traces in Central Europe. Denneker 2 pp. 317, 334, Darbois de Jubinville 3 pp. 153 sec. Gives Ligurian place names. See also 4 T Roman 2. It all depends on whether one considers the Ligurians as non-Aryan. Darbois de Jubinville is inclined to class them as Aryans. Burke, History of Spain, says in his footnote to p. 2 that Basque place names are found all over Spain. For survivals in the British Isles, see the notes to pp. 204, 5 and 204, 19, and for the general question, tailor words and places. 234, 18. Finnic dialects. Zaborowski, 3, pp. 174-175 says there are very ancient traces of Germanic elements in the Finnic languages of the Baltic. Prior to the 4th century, they had a Gothic character. 234, 24 sec. Agglutinative language. See the note to p. 5 for the physical characters of the Basques, Collignon 3, p13, and Ripley, pp. 190 sec, who bases himself upon Collignon. On the language see Prunerbay 1, Feist 5, pp. 362-363, and Ripley, pp. 20, 183-185. There are, of course, other writers on the Basque language. As a result of the epoch-making study of Celtic by Professor J. Morris Jones of the University College, Bangor, Wales, which appears as Appendix B in Rees and Jones, The Welsh People, pp. 616-641, the assertion is made that Basque is apparently allied to Berber, and that other problems hitherto unsolved may be unraveled. It has not been possible to learn if any very recent progress has been the result of this new method. 235, 1 sec. Pseudobrachycephaly of the Basques. A. C. Haddon correspondent says, the Basque skull is long, but with a broadening in the temporal region in the French Basques, which forms a spurious kind of brachycephaly. 235, 11. See the notes above to p. 234, 24. 235, 17. Liguria and the Ligurian language. Sergi, 4, Ripley, Chapter X. The modern Liguria comprises virtually the coastlands of Italy around the Gulf of Genoa as far south as Pisa. For ancient Liguria, which once extended into Gaul, see Deschillet, Manuel d'Archaeology, T. Roman 2, pp. 625. Darbois de Joubinville treats of the Ligurians at length in several of his works mentioned, but Deschillet shows his wrong reasoning, rather convincingly it seems to the author. The opinions of Julian, as given in his Histoire de la Gaule, are also discussed by Deschillet. A full discussion in English of all the authorities on ancient Liguria, the Ligurians and their language is given in Rice Holmes, Caesar's Conquest of Gaul, pp. 277-287. The language is treated on pp. 281, 284, and 318, and by Pete, The Stone and Bronze Ages in Italy, pp. 164 sec. See also Darbois de Joubinville, 3, pp. 152 sec. Feist, 5, p. 369, says that the Ligurians were Mediterraneans. A number of others agree with him. The evidence points rather to their having been an early Alpine people, somewhat less brachycephalic than those who came later, and this is the opinion held by Ratzel, volume Roman 3, p. 561. The name Ligurian in this book designates a pre-Nordic race of Alpine affinities with a pre-Aryan language. The peculiar and discontinuous distribution of Alpine peoples with names which are variations of the term Veneti, a condition rather analogous to the scattered groups of Pelasgians as noted by various authors of antiquity, may indicate the last traces of a once widely distributed race. It is possible that the Ligurians displaced these, Veneti, in southern Europe, and later became confined to a part of Gaul and northern Italy. 235, 23. Denneker, 2, p. 317, and the note to p. 234, 13 of this book. 235, 27-236, 6 see the note to p. 234, 17. 236, 9 Feist 1 and 5, G. Ritzius 2, 3, Ripley, p. 351, Nordenski Old. 236, 14, Livs and Livonians, Ripley, pp. 358 sec. Abercrombie, The Pre- and Proto-Finns, Peak 2, p. 150. 236, 17 sec. Ripley, pp. 365-367. Feist, 5, p. 55, says the Finnish language was once agglutinative but is now inflectional. See also another reference to it on p. 231 and our note to languages, p. 242, 5 of this book. 236, 26. Magyar language. The most authoritative books on Finnish Ugrian and Hungarian speech are those of Chenier. See also Feist, pp. 394 sec. and Denneker, 2 pp. 349-351. 237. 1 Ripley, p. 415 says, Turkish is the westernmost representative of a great group of languages, best known perhaps as the Uralo-Altaic family. This comprises all those of northern Asia, even to the Pacific Ocean, together with that of the Finns in Russian Europe. According to Chanter, the word Turk seems quite aptly to be derived from a native root meaning brigand. Also see pp. 404, 405, and 419 in Ripley. 237, 13. Ripley, p. 418 and von Luschen, op. Cit. 237, 21. Gibbon, Chapter LVA on the Seljukian Turks. On the Osmanli Turks see Ripley, pp. 415 sec. On Turks in general see von Luschen. 237, 25. See the notes to p. 173, 11 and to pp. 253, 261. 238, 12. G. Elliott Smith, Ancient Egyptians, pp. 134 sec. Zaborowski, 1, and the Table of Languages in the note to p. 242, 5. Practically any book dealing with Aryans gives this information. 238, 24. Ripley, p. 415, von Luschen. 239, 1. See the notes to pp. 158 and 253. 239, 2 Hittites and the Hittite Empire. C. S. J. Garstang, The Land of the Hittites, L. Messerschmitt, Die Heditor der Alt-Orient Roman 4, 1, Feist 5 pp. 406 sec, and the Hittite Inscriptions, Cornell Expedition of 1911. The history of the Hittite Empire has been brought to light by the research and investigations of Professor Sayce. See his Hittites. There are a number of short general descriptions in practically all of the histories of ancient peoples and in those of the Near East. See, for instance, Barry, History of Greece, pp. 45-64, Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, pp. 200-334 sec. Myers, Dawn of History, pp. 118 sec, 152 sec, and 199 sec. Myers, Ancient History, pp. 91-93, Feist, Kultur, pp. 406 sec. Von Luschen, pp. 242-243, and Zaborowski, 1 pp. 121, 134, 138, and 160 deal more with the physical characters of the Hittites. According to some of the most recent authorities, the Hittites were an extraordinarily powerful nation and held Syria from about 3700 BC to 700 BC when the Assyrians overcame them. They had some contact with Babylon, and probably their development was influenced thereby. They seem to have been the Kheta or Khadi of the ancient Egyptians. About 1280 B.C., according to von Luschen, when Khatusul made his peace with Ramesses Roman II, there existed a large empire, not much smaller than Germany, reaching from the Aegean Sea to Mesopotamia and from Kadesh on the Orontes to the Black Sea. We do not know at present if this Hittite empire ever had a really homogeneous population, but we have a good many Hittite reliefs, and all these, without one single exception, show us the high and short heads, or the characteristic noses of our modern brachycephalic groups, Armenoids. As to their language, J. D. Prince, Correspondence, says that it was not Aryan, in spite of all conjectures to the contrary. Friedrich Delitzsch analyzed some of the only syllabized material we have of this language, and I analyzed it still further in the Journal of the American Oriental Society, Volume Roman 22, Hittite Material in the Cuneiform Inscriptions, reaching the conclusion as to the non-Aryan character of this idiom. The so-called Hittite inscriptions are in hieroglyphs and give us no clue as to the pronunciation, and hence none to the character of the language. Von Luschen, p. 242, says, Orientalists are unanimous in assuming that the Hittite language was not Semitic. A very recent communication from Fr. Cumont, in L'Académie des Inscriptions, et Belles Letters for April 20, 1917, says that the tongue is proved to have been Aryan. As to their physical characters, all are agreed that the Hittites had short, brachycephalic heads and thick, prominent noses. Myers, p. 44, remarks that the earliest portraits, which he dates about 1285 BC, have been thought by some to be Mongoloid, but the evidence is still scanty and inconclusive. Surely if the older likenesses were Mongoloid, they bear no resemblance to the later types. On the monuments, bearded figures are frequent, and the type is Armenoid. See Hall, The Ancient History of the Near East, p. 334, for a criticism of the Mongol theory. 239.10. Sumer. J.D. Prince, in his article on the Sumerians in the Encyclopedia Britannica, classes the Sumerian language as agglutinative. The language of Susiana is also known as Anzanite, Susian, or Elamite. The Anzanite may have been a dialect of Susian. Skeel's work with De Morgan's mission shows that Elamite was agglutinative and that inflections found in derived words are due to the influence of another language. The locality of Anzan is not known exactly, but is believed to have been in the plain south or southeast of Susa. See also Zaborowski, 1 pp. 149-150, and Hall, The Ancient History of the Near East. Hall agrees with Prince that Sumerian is agglutinative, p. 171. He also states that Elamite was agglutinative, but not otherwise like Sumerian. See his Chapter V for the relationships of Sumerians and Elamites. For media, see the notes to p. 254, 13. 239.12. Assyria and Palestine. Breasted, Ancient Times, p. 173 and Fig. 112. Hall, History of the Near East, Myers, Dawn of History, pp. 114, 116, 140, and Other Histories of the Near East. 239.13. Kassites. See Hall, pp. 198-200. Very little is known about the Kassites. Hall declares that there is very little doubt but that they were Indo-European. Prince, from the same information, says this could not possibly be the case. They are supposed to have been an Elamite tribe who were living in the northwestern mountains of Elam, immediately south of Halwyn, when Sennacherib attacked them in 702 BC. They attacked Babylonia in the 9th year of Samsuiluma, the son of Hammurabi, overran it, and founded a dynasty there in 1780 BC, which lasted 576 years. They became absorbed into the Babylonian population. The kings adopted Semitic names and married into the royal family of Assyria. Like the other languages of the non-Semitic tribes of Elam, according to Prince, that of the Kassites was agglutinative. That the Kassites had been in contact with the horse-using nomads of the northern steppes is indicated by the fact that they first introduced the horse into Mesopotamian lands, whence its use for riding and drawing chariots spread into Egypt in 1700 BC. Breasted, Ancient Times, p. 138. 239.16. Mitanni. Very little is known of the Mitanni. Von Luschen, p. 230, dates them around the 14th century BC. In 1380 they called themselves Hari, from Haria, an old form of the word Aryan. Myers, Dawn of History, says, the conquest of Syria in 1500 BC brought Egypt face to face with a homogeneous state called Mitanni, occupying the whole foothill country east of the Euphrates. The Egyptian conquest came just in time to relieve the kingdom of Mitanni from severe pressure exerted simultaneously and probably in collusion by its neighbors in the foothills, Assyria on the east, and the Hittites west of the Euphrates. Egypt made friends with Mitanni, and more than one marriage was arranged between the royal houses. Soon after the treaty between Egypt and Mitanni, Subbaluliuma, king of the Hittites of Cappadocia, whom Egyptian scribes conveniently abbreviate as Saplul, was overlord apparently of a number of outpost baronies in North Syria. Assured of their help, and watching his opportunity, he flung his whole force, about 1,400, upon Mitanni. This closed the career of Mitanni. The racial affinities of Mitanni are doubtful. Prince, Correspondence, says the language of Mitanni was certainly not Aryan. It has been thoroughly analyzed by Ferdinand Bork in his Die Mitanni-Sprake, who compares it with the Georgian or Imeretian branch of the Caucasic linguistic groups. The Mitanni are not to be confused with the Ossetes, who speak a highly archaic, real Aryan language. Mitanni, in structure, is like the polysynthetic North American groups. Feist 1 p14 says the Mitanni were Nordics and inhabited the western mountains of Iran, in Zagros. In 5 p406, he places them on the north of the Euphrates during the 15th and 16th centuries BC. Also Hall, p. 200, the following note and that to p. 213, 123 of this book. Hall also considers them Nordics. 239, 16 sec. Von Luschen, p. 230, asks, can it be mere accident that a few miles north of the actual frontier of modern Kurdish languages there is Boghazköy, the old metropolis of the Hittite Empire, where Hugo Winkler in 1908 found tablets with 2 political treaties of King Sebelulima with Madiuaza, son of Tushratta, king of Mitanni, and in both of these treaties Aryan divinities, Mithra, Varuna, Indra, and Nasidia are invoked, together with Hittite divinities, as witnesses and protectors. And in the same inscriptions, which date from about 1380 B.C., the king of Mitanni and his people are called Hari, just as 9 centuries later in the Achaemenidian inscriptions Xerxes and Darius call themselves Haraya, Aryans of Aryan stock. So the Kurds, concludes von Luschen, are the descendants of Aryan invaders and have maintained their type and their language for more than 3,300 years. See also the notes to p. 173, 11, 239, 29, CPP 128 and 137 of this book. 240, 4 sec. See the notes to p. 173. 240, 15 sec. See the notes to p. 242, 5. Chapter 13, Origin of the Aryan Languages. 242, 5. The following notes on languages were taken mostly from the History of Language by Henry Sweet and were supplemented by the writings of W. D. Whitney and an article on Indo-European languages by Peter Giles. All languages may be roughly divided into 2 great groups, isolating and agglutinative. The isolating languages are constructed on the principle of single, distinct words for each idea, and do not employ forms which add or drop syllables, or letters, in order to obtain variety of expression, tense mode, person, number, etc. However, the element of intonation frequently plays a large part in multiplying the number of possible forms, and therefore of ideas in isolating languages by imparting to otherwise identical words different meanings through pitch, rising or falling inflection or accent. To the isolating languages belong most of those of southeastern Asia: Chinese, Burmese, Siamese, Theibten, Annamite, Cochin Chinese, Malayan, etc. The term isolating does not necessarily imply words of one syllable, although there is a tendency in this direction since the roots are stripped of all encumbrances of a modifying nature so common in agglutinative or synthetic languages. The Chinese, Burmese, Siamese, and Annamite are classed as monosyllabic, the Theibten as half monosyllabic, while the Malay is polysyllabic. Because languages are isolating in structure does not mean that they necessarily all belong to one family. They merely have this structural principle in common. To establish family relationships, it is necessary to investigate the sets of phonetics used, the root forms, the types of ideas expressed, the composition of the sentence, and various other important points included under the psychology of habit and growth forms of speech. No one of these alone is ordinarily sufficient to prove that 2 languages are of one common stock, since extensive borrowing of all kinds has occurred since time immemorial. Nevertheless, in point of fact, taking languages as they now exist, only those have been shown related which possess a common structure, or have together grown out of the more primitive radical stage, since structure proves itself a more constant and reliable evidence than vocabulary. But on the other hand, since all structure is the result of growth, and any degree of difference of structure, as well as of difference of material, may be explained as the result of discordant growth from identical beginnings, it is equally inadmissible to claim that the diversities of languages prove them to have had different beginnings. In isolating languages, word order is very important, but here again the peculiar character of any tongue of this type depends upon the order selected, or the relative importance of ideas, general, specific, etc. The employment of particles makes possible a freer word order. The agglutinative languages are those which combine roots or parts of words or elements into new wholes to express other related ideas than those imparted by the single forms, or else entirely new concepts. Frequently, these combinations are still separable on occasion into their original elements, or, if inseparable in their secondary meanings, their original parts with their derivations are still recognizable as such. Again, the component parts are no longer independent, but form a firmly knit whole. In some languages, certain classes of elements have arisen which may be added in a perfectly formal manner to other fixed roots or elements, with or without slight phonetic modifications of either or both parts. Since this occurs in conformity with fairly fixed rules, the meanings of the resultant combinations are, according to the class of the attached elements used, fairly analogous. Thus, in English, many verb roots obtain the present participle by the addition of the formal element ing, in itself now meaningless, but once, no doubt, a separate root. The process of agglutination may be accomplished in many different ways, any of which may be characteristic of whole groups of unrelated languages. These may be roughly divided first into mono- or oligosynthetic and polysynthetic. The former very nearly approach the isolating languages, since usually only one element may be added at a time, but the process of addition may be accomplished in any of the ways possible to agglutination. Agglutination includes prefixing, suffixing, and infixing in all degrees of complexity and fixity. Thus, languages may be spoken of as agglutinative only in a relative sense. Some are much more so than others, both in point of the number of elements which it is possible to add, and their dependence upon one another and the root, denoting a higher or lower degree of inextricability in blending. Many languages are only loosely agglutinative, and the component parts of the compounds readily resolve. In others, as in the inflecting languages, the combination is inextricable. Thus, under the head of agglutinative, we have the merely agglutinative or synthetic, readily resolvable combinations, which are often hardly distinguishable from isolating languages, and the less easily divisible inflectional and incorporating types. Any or all of the three processes of infixing, prefixing, and suffixing may be employed in simple agglutinative combinations. In inflectional languages, the root is attended by prefixes or suffixes which form inseparable modifiers. At times, phonetic changes occur which render the complex unlike the simple joining of its component parts. As Mr. Sweet says, if we define inflection as agglutination run mad, we may regard incorporation as inflection run madder still, for it is the result of attempting to develop a verb into a complete sentence. In some languages, such as the incorporating, a verb is sufficiently distinct in its meaning not to require an independent pronoun. French and Spanish, though not belonging to this category, contain words with the incorporating idea, as in Spanish hablo, I speak, and French pluit, it rains. Where polysynthesism is the prevailing character, the verb may be sufficiently comprehensive to include the objective pronoun as well as the subjective, so that it is possible to find in one word a transitive, as well as in others an intransitive, sentence. But this is only rudimentary incorporation and borders on inflection. Some American Indian languages carry it to a very high degree, appending to or inserting into this simple complex not only nouns, which may stand in a position to the implied or actual pronouns, but particles and modifiers of every description. See the Handbook of American Indian Languages, published by the Bureau of American Ethnology at Washington. Frequently during this process, various parts undergo phonetic changes in accordance with fixed laws, so that the final complex may not at all resemble a string of the original elements, but becomes a new, inseparable and fixed word containing a whole sentence of ideas. This sentence, in some languages, may carry throughout certain modifiers for all noun elements, for instance, as to whether the objects under discussion are visible or invisible. These modifiers bear definite relationships to the nouns, and the sentence word, in each of its parts, must then be conjugated as a verb in an even more complicated manner. This is agglutination par excellence, and is frequently so complex as to be utterly bewildering to the Indo-European mind, even though the Indo-European languages themselves employ agglutination to a limited degree and of certain varieties, particularly of the inflectional order. Compared to the most complicated Indian tongues, English is in the position of Chinese to Indo-European languages in its structural simplicity, though of course in Chinese we have an added complexity in the use of pitch, etc. There are certain types of speech which secure changes, plurals, etc., by internal vowel modification. English itself makes use of this device, but it is the outstanding feature of Semitic tongues. Sweet says, there are many other minor criteria of morphological classification. The most important of these is perhaps that of the agglutinative or inflectional elements before or after the word or stem. In Turkish and in other Altaic languages, as also in Finnish, these are always postpositions, so that every word begins with the root which always has chief stress. The Bantu languages of South Africa, on the other hand, favor prefixes. The Semitic languages favor prefixes and postpositions about equally. The Aryan languages are mainly postpositional, with occasional use of prefixes, most of which, however, are of later origin. It must not be supposed that languages fall into absolutely distinct categories because of their structure. No language today is purely of one type or another. There have been too many centuries of borrowing and change for that condition to now be possible for any language, nor are there any longer what might be called primitive tongues. They have all long since outgrown that state, whatever it may have been, even the Batacudo of Brazil, which is generally ranked as the most primitive. Languages may now be classified only according to their prevailing tendencies. Thus, modern English is in part isolating, in part inflectional, and in part agglutinative, as that term is generally applied. Basque is an incorporating language, far removed geographically and linguistically from any other of that character. The Indo-European family may be considered as inflectional, because that process is a prominent feature, but it is by no means the only one present, nor is it exclusively typical of that family. There is no doubt that all languages pass through certain stages in their development, but it is not at all true that they all have eventually the same or even similar histories. There are endless possibilities of growth and decay, and this fact alone excludes any set evolutionary scheme. Nor are the isolating languages the most primitive. On the contrary, they are as complex in their way as the most agglutinative North American tongues, and as expressive for some psychological categories. There is little doubt that all languages have begun on an isolating principle of simple roots for single ideas, from which they have diverged in endless variety. Probably all inflectional languages had an isolating and agglutinative stage, although this is by no means proved. The Chinese seems to have undergone an agglutinative past of some sort, but to have resolved again into simple roots, with only traces of fuller forms, but with the added complexity of tone, accent, and order, to give, as Sweet puts it, that extreme of elliptical conciseness and concentrated force of expression, which excites our admiration. English has become analytical, for many older inflected words have now been worked over into combinations of independent words, but this is far from a complete or consistent process. Probably it will never become like the Chinese, for to do away now with its inflectional system entirely would necessitate a complete upheaval of structure, which is not likely to happen in the course of normal inner development, particularly with a vast literature to assist in stabilizing present forms. As regards polysynthesism, or amount of agglutination, the Aryan tongues are intermediate. They allow affixes, but only within certain limits. Languages undoubtedly differ from one another in their richness and power of expression, but may not be used as a test of the intellectual capacity of those who now speak them. In fact, men of any race can learn any language, unless abnormal. To account for the great and striking difference of structure among human languages is beyond the power of the linguistic student and will doubtless always continue so. We are not likely to be able even to demonstrate a correlation of capacities, saying that a race which has done this, and that in other departments might have been expected to form such and such a language. Every tongue represents the general outcome of the capacity of a race as exerted in this particular direction, under the influence of historical circumstances which we can have no hope of tracing, but there are striking anomalies to be noted. The Chinese and the Egyptians have shown themselves to be among the most gifted races the earth has known, but the Chinese tongue is of unsurpassed jejuneness, and the Egyptian, in point of structure, little better, while among the wild tribes of Africa and America we find tongues of every grade up to a high one or the highest. This shows clearly enough that mental power is not measured by language structure. On the whole, the value and rank of a language are determined by what its users have made it do. A poor tool in skillful hands can do vastly better work than the best tool in unskillful hands, even as the ancient Egyptians, without steel or steam, turned out products which, both for colossal grandeur and for exquisite finish, are the despair of modern engineers and artists. In other words, we must not underestimate the important part played by habit or inertia. The formation of habit is slow, and once formed it exercises a constraining as well as a guiding influence. The Indo-European language is one of the most highly organized families of tongues that exist, and its greatest power lies in modern English, etc., in its mixed structural and material character. So to the Indo-European family belongs incontestably the first place, and for many reasons, the historical position of the peoples speaking its dialects, who have now long been the leaders in world history, the abundance, variety, and merit of its literatures ancient and modern, and, most of all, the great variety and richness of its development. These have made it an illustration of the history of human speech, which is extremely valuable and the training ground of comparative philology. W. D. Whitney gives the following linguistic groups in order of their importance from a literary standpoint: Indo-European, Indo-Germanic; 2 Semitic; 3 Hamitic; 4 monosyllabic or Southeastern Asiatic; 5 Uralo-Altaic, Scythian-Turanian; 6 Dravidian or South Indian; 7 Malay-Polynesian; 8 Oceanic, A Australian and Tasmanian; B Papuan and Negrito, etc. 9 Caucasian, A Circassian; B Mitzjegian; C Leskian, Georgian; 10 European remnants, Basque, Etruscan, Lydian; 11 South African Bantu; 12 Central African; 13 American. The first 10 groups are families. So little is or was known about the last 3 groups that the author of the article classed together what are now known to be vast agglomerations of families. For instance, the American languages include several hundred distinct stocks, of which 50 are found in California alone. These are all, according to our present knowledge, utterly unrelated. It is known that the Central African tongues belong to a different group than the Southern, and it would be advisable to consult Sir Harry Johnston's recent large work on the Bantu languages. The subdivision of the Indo-European family into cognate languages is given here to show the great diversity of tongues that may spring from one ancestor. Not all the dialects, nor even languages, have been included, but only those best known. Satem European, Greek; Ancient Modern Latin, Portuguese Oscan, Spanish, Italic, Umbrian Catalan, minor dialects of Provençal; Ancient Italy French, Tuscan Italian, Calabrian Friulian, Latin Romansh Romanian; Irish, Q Celtic Manx, Scotch Gaelic, Celtic Ancient Gaulish, P Celtic Welsh, Cornish, Breton or Armorican; Gothic, Swedish, Danish, Scandinavian, Norwegian, Icelandic, Old Norse, Germanic or Teutonic, English, Frisian, West Low Frankish, Dutch, Germanic, Flemish, Low German, High German, Armenian. Roman II, Satem, Eastern Europe and Asia. Zend, Sanskrit, Old Persian, Aryan or Modern Persian, Indo-Iranian, Hindu, and nearly all the modern languages of India. Lithuanian, Lettish, Old Prussian or Borussian, extinct since the 17th century; Old Bulgarian, Great Russian, 1, SE and White Russian; Balto-Slavonic, Slavic Russian; Little Russian or Ruthenian, B Servian; Slovene, 2 West Polish; Slavic, Czech or Bohemian; Sorb Albanian. 242, 16. Cf. S-faced 2 p. 250. On the archaic character of Lithuanian, see Taylor, 1 p. 15 and the authorities he quotes. Also Schrader, Jevon's translation. 242, 2243, 4 Denneker, 2 p. 320, sums up Hert's position on this question in the footnote. According to Hert, the home of dispersion of the primitive Aryan language would be found to the north of the Carpathians, in the Leto-Lithuanian region. From this point, too, linguistic streams would start flowing around the mountains to the west and east. The western stream, after spreading over Germany, Teutonic languages, left behind the Celtic languages in the upper valley of the Danube, and filtered through on the one side into Italy, Latin languages, on the other side into Illyria, Albania, and Greece, Helleno-Illyrian languages. The eastern stream formed the Slav languages in the plains traversed by the Dnieper, then spread by way of the Caucasus into Asia, Iranian languages, and Sanskrit. In this way, we can account, on the one hand, for the less and less marked relationship between the Aryan languages of the present day and the common primitive dialect, and on the other hand, for the diversity between the two groups of Aryan languages, Western and Eastern. If this were so, Sanskrit should more closely resemble the Slavic than the Western languages. As it is, the Old Vedic speech, the earliest form of Sanskrit, is said to show more affiliations with Greek than with any other of the Aryan tongues. See Taylor, 1, p. 21, and authorities quoted. A fact which merely adds another proof to our hypothesis that sometime between 2000 and 1500 BC, the Nordics filtered down the Balkan Peninsula in their earliest wave, and about the same time other branches found their way into northwestern India. The Sanskrit alphabet is more closely related to the Phoenician than to any other. At the time of the first Nordic expansion, their language was not reduced to writing. The alphabet used for early Sanskrit was, according to Professor Buhler, probably introduced into India by traders from Mesopotamia about 800 BC. Another authority on the relations of Greek and Sanskrit is Johannes Schmidt, Die Verwandtschaftsverhältnis der Indo-Germanischen Sprachen, Weimar, 1872. 243. 4. Prof. J. D. Prince, Correspondence, in discussing the kinship of prehistoric Ugrian to Aryan says that, although it is a temptation to believe in it, there is insufficient data for proving it. As careful a scholar as Chenier in his Vergleichende Grammatik der Ugrischen Sprache is careful not to commit himself. But see Zaborowski, 3, also the notes to p. 236, 26, and Denneker, 2, pp. 340, 9, 351. 243, 12. Denneker, 2, p. 320, and the authorities he quotes. 243, 20. See the notes to pp. 158, 21, and 159. 243, 25. See p. 158, and also the notes on languages to p. 242, 5. 244, 1. See p. 157 and the notes. 244, 6. Latin derivatives. Zaborowski, 1, p. 2. See Table of Languages in the note to p. 242, 5 of this book. 244, 1228. Ripley, pp. 423-424. Freeman, 2, p. 217. Abedaner, p. 350. Ratzel, Volume Roman 3, p. 564. And the articles on the Balkans and Hungary in the Geographical Review by Sivijic and Wallis. Cf. G. Poisson, The Latin Origin of the Romanians. 244, 29. 245. 3. Freeman, 1, p. 439. 245, 3. Jordan's History of the Goths, Procopius, The History of the Wars, Gibbon, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, chaps. I and Roman 11. Freeman, The Historical Geography of Europe, pp. 70-71, also the notes to pp. 143 and 156, 10. 245, 12. Sarmatians. See the note to p. 143, 21. The same for the Venethi. Under the Roman dominion, Latin speech appears to have spread from the Adriatic coast eastward over the Balkans, replacing the native dialects except along the shores of the Aegean and in the large cities. 246, 9. Freeman, 1, pp. 440-441. 246, 15. Ripley, p. 425. 246, 24. See the note to p. 173 of this book. 246, 27. Rees and Jones, The Welsh People, pp. 12-13. 247, 3. See the note to p. 174. Oman, 2, pp. 13-14. Rice Holmes, 1, pp. 409-410, 2, pp. 319-320. Rees and Jones, pp. 1, 2. 247, 9. Goidels. Rice Holmes, 1, pp. 227, 291, and 455-456. 247, 16. Rice Holmes, 1, pp. 229, 456. Oman, 2, p. 16. See also p. 174 of this book. 247, 23. Ripley, p. 127. Faced, 4, p. 14. Ridgway 1, p. 373, and pp. 195 and 212 of this book. 247, 27. See the note to p. 247, 3. 248, 3 Fleur and James, pp. 146, 148, Darbois de Jubainville 2, p. 88. 248, 6 Rice Holmes 2, pp. 319, 321, Taylor 2, pp. 138, 167, 168, Beddoe 4, p. 20. 248, 12. Neo-Celtic. Darbois de Jubainville 2, p. 88, Fleur and James, p. 143. 248, 14. Rice Holmes 2, p. 12. 248, 29, 249, 4C the notes to pp. 177, 178 of this book. 249, 16. Beddoe 4, p. 223. 249, 20. The same pp. 241, 242, Ripley's Maps pp. 23 and 313, but consult Beddoe 4, p. 66 for criticisms of evidence derived from place names, Taylor 2, p. 119. 249, 27, 250, 1 Beddoe 4, pp. 139, 241, 242. 250, 1 sec. Taylor 2, p. 173, Palgrave, Volume I of the English Commonwealth, Oman 2, pp. 158 sec. 250, 6. Taylor 2, pp. 170, 171. 250, 14. Ripley, p. 22, Taylor 2, pp. 137, 138. 250, 20. Jordan's Roman 36, Gibbon and others. 250, 24. Ripley, pp. 531, 533. 250, 28 sec. Cf. Ripley, pp. 101, 151 sec. 251, 7 sec. Cf. Rice Holmes 2, pp. 309, 314. 251, 18. See the note to p. 182 of this book. 251, 26. Since the Belgae were the last wave of the Celts and Cymric was the later Celtic, this deduction is inevitable, even if there were no facts, such as place names, history, etc., to prove it. See the note to p. 248, 6. 251, 28, 252, 2 Beddoe 4, p. 35. Ripley, pp. 101, 152, Taylor 2, pp. 95, 98. 252, 5. See the note to p. 196, 7. Chapter 14, The Aryan Language in Asia. 253, 1 CP 158 and note. Also Peak 2 p. 165, Breasted 1 p. 176, Von Luschen pp. 241, 243, Zaborowski 1 p. 112, Delapage 1 p. 252 says, Aryans were in India about 1500 BC. 253, 10. See Peak 2, also pp. 170, 171, and 213 of this book. 253, 13. See the note to p. 225, 11. 253, 13, 15. Eduard Mayer, zur altesten Geschichte der Iranier. 253, 16 sec. See the note to p. 239, 16 sec. 253, 19. Zaborowski 1 pp. 137 and 214. 254, 1 c pp. 173 and 225 of this book. 254, 3 sec. For Saki see the note to p. 259, 21. Cahun, Histoire de Lacy, says on p. 35, the Saki and the Ephthalites and Massageti were from the Kipchak. See also Zaborowski 1 pp. 94, 100, 101, 215 sec. 254, 6. Massageti. See the note to p. 259, 21. 254, 8. Ephthalites or White Huns. Cahun, Histoire de Lacy, pp. 4355. The Turks destroyed in the first half of the 7th century a powerful nation, the Eftalites of Sogdiana, north of Persia. They were called Eftalites or White Huns or Tila-Ern Turks. See also the notes to pp. 119, 15 and 224, 3 of this book, and chapter Roman 26 in Gibbon on the Huns in general. Procopius, Volume I, says in speaking of the Ephthalite Huns and describing their war with the Persians about 450 AD. The White Huns are of the stock of the Huns in fact as well as in name, living in the territory north of Persia, and are settlers on the land in contrast to the nomadic Huns who live at a distance. They are the only ones among the Huns who have white bodies and countenances that are not ugly, and they are far more civilized than are the other Huns. The general impression gained from Procopius is that they were not true Huns. Massagetae is used as another name for Huns by Procopius. He describes them as mounted bowmen. It is clear that in using this name he refers to Huns only. 254, 13. Medes. The name Medes is variously applied by different authorities. By many the Medes are regarded as a branch of the Persians, one of two kindred tribes of Nordics. The author follows Zaborowski in applying the name to the round-skulled population which was conquered by the Persians. See Zaborowski, 1 chaps, V and Roman 6, especially Part 2 and p. 125. Also Herodotus in the references given for Persia. Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, p. 459, gives an interesting bit of their story. 254, 15. Persians. The Persians were a branch of Nordics who invaded the territory of the round-skulled Medes and gradually imposed their language and much of their culture on the subjugated populations. See Herodotus, Book 1, especially 55, 71, 72, 74, 91, 95, 101, 107, 125, 129, 135, 136, and Book 6, 19, where he discusses both Medes and Persians. For modern commentary, the author follows Zaborowski, 1 pp. 138-139, 153 sec. Chapter Roman 6 and also pp. 212-214. Von Luschen, pp. 233-234, describes the present-day Persians, showing that there has been a resurgence of types and that the Nordic elements have been largely absorbed by the original inhabitants. He adds, however, on p. 234, that while he never saw Persians with light hair and blue eyes, he was told that in some noble families fair types were not very rare. 254, 19. See the note on the Medes and Zaborowski, p. 156 on the Magi. 254, 26. Darius. Zaborowski 1 p. 12. Herodotus I 209 says, Now Hystaspes the son of Arsames was of the race of the Achaemenidae, and his eldest son Darius was at that time 20 years old. Another name for Hystaspes was Vashtaspa, whose father was Arsames Arshama. He traced his descent through 4 ancestors to Achaemenes Hacamamish. Von Luschen, p. 241, says, Nothing is known of the Achaemenides who called themselves Aryans of Aryan stock, and who brought the Aryan language to Persia. About 1500 BC or earlier, there seems to have begun a migration of northern men to Asia Minor, Syria, Persia, Egypt, and India. Indeed, we can now connect even further India with the Mitanni of Central Asia Minor. See Zaborowski in regard to the Behistun tablet, etc., although practically any writers on Persia and Mesopotamia discuss this great monument. 255, 2 Zaborowski 1 pp. 116-117. 255, 6 See the note on the Medic language, 255, 13. Also Zaborowski, 1 pp. 34, 180-184. 255, 7 sec. Zaborowski, 1 pp. 180-184, Faced, 5 p. 423. 255, 13, Bactria and Zendik. See the notes to pp. 119, 15 and 257, 12. 255, 13. Zendik or the Medic language. See Zaborowski 1 chapter Roman 6, according to the Census of India, Volume I pp. 291 sec. Both Persian and Medic tongues belong to the Aryan stock. They are divided in the following table. Aryan ++++++ Persic plus Medic. the language of Old Persian of the Achaemenides, the Avesta. No, Darius, Insk. At Behistun, see transition languageth century BC between Medic and its modern derivatives Pahlavi or Parthian is known. D 7th century ++++++ A. D. Galcha dialects of the Pamirs, Pashto, modern Persian. Amuri, Balachi, Kurdish, other minor dialects. Zaborowski 1 p. 146 positively identifies Medic as a agglutinative, in which he agrees with Oppert. See Chaps, V and Roman 6, especially Part 2 and p. 125. For early data on the Medes, see the Herodotus references given under Persia. Zaborowski says, p. 121, that Medic was spoken until 600 B.C. 255, 15. Kurdish. Von Luschen, p. 229, the Kurds speak an Aryan language. The Eastern Kurds are little known. They speak a different dialect from the Western tribes, but both divisions are Aryan. On the Kurds as a people, see the notes to p. 225, 20. 255, 20. Zaborowski 1 p. 216-217. 255, 23. Von Luschen, p. 234, and the note to p. 225, 19 of this book. 255, 26-256, 10. See Plutarch's Life of Alexander, Historia Alexandri Magni de Praeliis, Zaborowski 1, p. 171. 256, 3. Alexander the Great and the Persians. Plutarch, Life of Alexander. After this, he accommodated himself more than ever to the manners of the Asiatics, and at the same time persuaded them to adopt some of the Macedonian fashions, for by a mixture of both he thought a union might be promoted much better than by force, and his authority maintained when he was at a distance. For the same reason, he selected 30,000 boys and gave them masters to instruct them in the Grecian literature, as well as to train them to arms in the Macedonian manner. As for his marriage with Roxana, it was entirely the effect of love. Nor was the match unsuitable to the situation of his affairs. The barbarians placed greater confidence in him on account of that alliance. Hephaestion and Craterus were his two favorites. The former praised the Persian fashions and dressed as he did. The latter adhered to the fashions of his own country. He therefore employed Hephaestion in his transactions with the barbarians and Craterus to signify his pleasure to the Greeks and Macedonians. 256, 11 sec. Armenians. Ridgway 1 p. 396, speaking of language, says that the Armenians were an offshoot of the Phrygians as mentioned in Herodotus Romans 7, 73, is proved by the most modern linguistic results, which show that Armenian comes closer to Greek than to the Iranian tongues. Cf. Also Hall, Ancient History of the Near East, p. 475. This need not imply racial affinity, however. The following notes on Armenian were contributed by Mr. Leon Dominion. The proof of Aryan affinities in the Hittite language has not yet been established. The great difficulty in establishing the pre-Aryan relation of Armenian is due to the fact that the earliest text dates only from the 5th century A.D. The Cimmerians and Scythians, coming from southern Europe by way of the Caucasus, Herodotus Roman 4, 11, 12, reached Armenia about 720 BC, see Garstang, the land of the Hittites, p. 62. The Old Vannic language antedating this invasion resembles the Georgian of the Caucasus, according to Sayce-Shore. Roy. As Soch, Roman 14, p. 410, who has studied the local inscriptions. On p. 409, he infers that the Aryan occupation of Armenia was coeval with the victory of Aranism in Persia at the end of the 6th century BC. The fact that Armenia is linguistically related to the Western groups of the Indo-European languages, and that the Persian element consists of loanwords, is corroborated by geographical evidence. The Armenian highland culminating in the 17,000-foot altitude of Mt. Ararat has acted as a barrier dividing the plateau of Anatolia from that of Iran. Herodotus called the Armenians the Beyond Phrygians. See also O. Schrader, Jevon's translation, p. 430. 256, 14 sec. Phrygians, see the note to p. 225. 256, 15. Felix Sarchiox Troy La Guerre de Troy pp. 5-9. 256, 16, 17. See the note to p. 239, 2 sec. 256, 21 sec. See the table of languages to p. 242, 5. 256, 27 257, 7 cpp. 20, 134, 238 239 of this book. 257, 12, Bactria. See the note to p. 119, 15. 257, 16 sec. See the notes to pp. 158 and 253. Also von Luschen, p. 243, Zaborowski 1, p. 112, and the Indian Census 1901, Volume I, p. 294. 257, 19, Punjab, Panch 5 Ab River in Hindustani, cf. the Greek Penta 5. 257, 22, Dravidians, cpp. 148-149 of this book. 257, 23, see the note 2. p. 259, 21 and Zaborowski 1 pp. 113 sec. 257, 28 258, 2 see the note to p. 242. 5. George Turner's edition in 1836 of the Mahavamsa first made it possible to trace Sinhalese history and to prove that about the middle of the 6th century BC a band of Aryan-speaking people from India, under Vijaya conquered and settled Ceylon permanently. There are a number of later works on Ceylon dealing with its archaeology, flora, fauna, history, etc. According to the British Indian Census of 1901, nearly 2/3 of the inhabitants of Assam were Hindus, and the language of Hinduism has become that of the province. The vernacular Assamese is closely related to Bengali. E. A. Gate has written a history of Assam, 1906. 258, 3 see the notes to pp. 158 and 253 of this book. 258, 8, Zaborowski 1 pp. 184-185. Compared to Morgan's dates with those of Zaborowski, the Indian Census and Mallet. 258, 19. See Mallet, Introduction à Acute Elédu des Langues Européennes. On p37 he claims that the relation between the two is comparable to that prevailing between High and Low German. Zaborowski, 1, p. 184 says, "The language of the Avesta, the Zend, is a contemporary dialect of the Persian of Darius, i.e., of Old Persian, from whence has come the Pahlavi and its very close relative. It even presents the closest affinities with the Sanskrit of the Vedas, from which was derived, in the time of Alexander, classical Sanskrit. This Sanskrit of the Vedas is itself so close to Old Persian that it can be said that one and the other are only two pronunciations of the same tongue." See also the Indian Census for 1901, Volume I, p. 294. 258, 25 sec. Zaborowski 1 pp. 213-216, Peak 2 pp. 165 sec, and especially pp. 169 and 172. 259, 4 Ellsworth Huntington, The Pulse of Asia, Peak 2 p. 170 and breasted Passim. 259, 9, CPP. 173, 237, 253, 254, and 257 of this book. 259, 16. See the notes to pp. 119, 13, and 255, 7. 259, 21. Saki or Saka. The Saki or Saka were the blonde peoples who carried the Aryan language to India. Strabo, 511, allies them with the Scythians as one of their tribes. Many tribes were called Saki, especially by the Hindus, who used the term indiscriminately to designate any northern invaders of India. One tribe gained the most fertile tract in Armenia, which was called Sakacene, after them. Zaborowski, 1, p. 94, relates the Saki with the Scythians and says, "The Tajiks are a people composed of suppressed elements where blondes are found in an important minority. These blondes, saving an atavistic survival of more ancient or sporadic characters I can identify. They are the Saki." He continues, in a note, that a great error has been committed on the subject of the Saki. Repeating an assertion of Alfred Maury, whose very sound erudition enjoyed a merited reputation, I myself once repeated that the Saki who figures on the rock of Behistun was of the Kyrgyz type. This assertion is completely erroneous. I have proved it and can say that the Saki and the Scythians were identical. Zaborowski, p. 216, also identifies the Saki with the Persians. On this whole subject, see Herodotus, Roman 7, 64, also faced 5. 259, 21. Massageti. Zaborowski, 1, p. 285 says, the first information of history concerning the peoples of Turkestan refers to the Massageti, whose life was exactly the same as that of the Scythians, Herodotus, I. 205-216. They enjoyed a developed industrial civilization while they remained nomads. They were doubtless composed of ethnic elements different from the Scythians, but probably already spoke the Iranian tongue, like them. And since the time of Darius, at least, there were in Turkestan with them, and beside them, Saki, whom the Greeks have always regarded as Scythians come from Europe. Mins, Scythians and Greeks, p. 11 says, the Scythes and the Massageti were contemporaneous and different. The Massageti are evidently a mixed collection of tribes without an ethnic unity. The variety of their customs and states of culture shows this, and Herodotus does not seem to suggest that they are all one people. They are generally reckoned to be Iranian. The picture drawn of the nomad Massageti seems very like that of the Scythians in a rather ruder stage of development. Herodotus, I. 215, describes them as follows. In their dress and mode of living the Massageti resemble the Scythians. They fight both on horseback and on foot, neither method is strange to them. The following are some of their customs. Each man has but one wife, yet all wives are held in common. For this is a custom of the Massageti and not of the Scythians, as the Greeks wrongly say. Human life does not come to its natural close with this people. But when a man grows very old, all his kinsfolk collect together and offer him up in sacrifice, offering at the same time some cattle also. After the sacrifice, they boil the flesh and feast on it, and those who thus end their days are reckoned the happiest. If a man dies of disease, they do not eat him, but bury him in the ground, bewailing his ill fortune that he did not come to be sacrificed. They sow no grain, but live on their herds and on fish, of which there is great plenty in the Araxes. Milk is what they chiefly drink. The only god they worship is the sun, and to him they offer the horse in sacrifice, under the notion of giving to the swiftest of the gods, the swiftest of all mortal creatures. Darbois de Jubinville, 4, Ti, p. 231 declares they were the same as the Scythes. Horse sacrifices are said to prevail among the modern Parses. On the whole, the Massageti appear to have been largely Nordic. 259, 24. Kyrgyzes, see Zaborowski, 1 pp. 216, 290-291. 259, 25 sec. See the note to p. 119, 15. 260, 3 Gibbon, chapter Elziv, also called the Battle of Lignitz. Lignitz is the duchy, and Wallstatt a small village on the battlefield. 260, 8 see the notes to pp. 224, 3 and 259, 21. 260, 17. Faced, 5 pp. 1, 427-431 says the Tocharian is related to the Western rather than to the Iranian Indian group of languages and places the Tochari in northeast Turkestan. See the note to p. 119, 13. On p. 471, he identifies the Yuetichai and Kong with Aryans from Chinese Turkestan, basing himself on Chinese annals, the date being given as 800 B. CCF. Also the notes to p. 224, 3 of this book. 260, 21. See Delapauge 1 p. 248, Faced 5 p. 520. 260, 29-261, 5 see Faced above in the note to 260, 17. 261, 6, Traces, see the note to p. 70, 12. 261, 17. Denneker 2 pp. 407 sec. G. Elliott Smith, Ancient Egyptians, p. 61, Ripley, p. 450. Bibliography. Abercrombie, J. Bronze Age Pottery, 1912. Alsina, Juan A. European Immigration to the Argentine, 1898. A Paean of Alexandria, De Rebus Hispaniensibus, De Bello and Abalico, Appian's Roman History with an English translation by Horace White, 2 vols. London, W.M. Heinemann, New York, Macmillan, 1913. Appiani Historia Romana, edited Ludovicus Mendelssohn. Lipsy, Trubner, 1878-1881. Arbois de Jubinville, M.H.D. Les Celtes and Espagny, Revue Celtique, vols, Roman 14 and Roman 15. Les Celtes et les langues celtiques, Revue archéologique, série T. Roman 43 pp. 8796, 141-155. Les Gaulois dans l'Italie du Nord, Rev. Celt, volumes I, Les Premiers Habitants de l'Europe. Avebury, Lord Sir John Lubbock. Prehistoric Times, 7th ed. New York, Henry Holt & Co., London, Williams and Norgate, 1864-1913. Avienus, Rufius Festus, Ora Maritima. Banworth, E.C. Studer. Basanovich, I. Materials on the Anthropology of the Bulgars, the Lomsk District, pp. 3-186, 1891. Beddoe, John, The Anthropological History of Europe, 1893. The Celts of Ireland, Journal of Anthropology, 1870-1871, pp. 131. On the Stature and Bulk of Man in the British Isles, Memoirs of the Anthropological Society, Volume Roman 3, pp. 384-573, London, 1869. The Races of Britain. Bristol and London, 1885. Scottish Review, Volume Roman 19, 1892. Belloc H. The Old Road. London, Constable & Co., 1911. Bertrand Alexander, with S. Rienich. Les Celtes dans les Vallées du Pô et du Danube. Paris, E. Leroux, 1894. Binder Julius, Die Plebs. Leipzig G. Bohm, Dykert, 1909. Boas F. Changes in the Bodily Form of the Descendants of Immigrants, Document 208. Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office, 1911. Modern Populations of America, 19th International Congress of Americanists, pp. 569 sec. 1915. Washington, D.C. Boni, G. Roma, Notizie digli Scavi, Seri 5, pp. 123 sec. and 375 sec. 1903. Bork Ferdinand, Die Mittani Sprake. Berlin, W. Peiser, 1909. Botsford George Willis, The Roman Assemblies. Macmillan, 1909. Boole M. Essai de Paléontologie stratigraphique de Elham, Reviewed Anthropology, Seri 3, T. Roman 3 pp. 129-144, 272-297, 385, 411, 680. 1888. La tale et les proportions du corps de el homo neanderthalensis, comparendo inst. Frank, Anth, pp. 5760. Various writings. Breasted, James H. Ancient Times, A History of the Early World. Boston, Ginn & Co., The Origins of Civilization, Scientific Monthly, vols, Roman 9 nos, 4, 5, 6 and X nos, 1, 2, 3, A Survey of the Ancient World. Boston, Ginn & Co., 1919. History of Egypt and Other Writings. Bruil, Ella Bay H. Les Painters Rupesters de Spagny, Avec Serrano Gomez at Cabaraguillo, L. Anthropology, T. Roman 23, 1912, with Obermeyer. Les Premiers Travaux de l'Institut de Paléontologie Humaine, L. Anther, T. Roman 23, 1912. Les Subdivisions du Paléolithique Supérieur et leur Signification, Conger, Intern, Danth, et Darch. Préhist, Comterendu Roman 14, pp. 165-238 Cess, Genève, 1912. Various writings. Broca Paul, Les Pupils et les Monuments Megalithiques, Les Vandals en Afrique, Rev. Danth, Seri 1 v. Various writings. Bryce, George, The Remarkable History of the Hudson Bay Company. New York, Scribner, 1900. Bryce, James, The Holy Roman Empire. Macmillan, 1904. Bruns, Jean, Race et Nation, Le Correspondent, Paris, September. Burke, You Are a History of Spain, 2d ed. London, Longmans, Green & Co., 1900. Burroughs, R.M. The Discoveries in Crete. London, J. Murray, 1907. Barry, J.B., A History of Greece. Macmillan, 1917. A History of the Later Roman Empire, 2 vols. Macmillan, 1889. Cahun, Leon, Histoire de l'Asie. Paris Armand Collin et Cie, 1896. Caldwell, Bishop are a comparative grammar of the Dravidian or South Indian family of languages, 2d ed. London, K. Paul, Trench, Trubner & Co., 1913. Kandal, Alponsta. Histoire des sciences et des savants depuis du siècles, to me aid. Genève, H. Jorg, 1806, 1893. Cartilhac, Emile, La France préhistorique d'après les sépultures et les monuments me aid. Paris, 1903, with H. Bruel. Various writings. Castle, William E., Genetics and Eugenics. Cambridge, Harvard University Press. Heredity, New York, D. Appleton & Co., 1911. Cadell, J. McKean. A Statistical Study of American Men of Science. Science, N.S., Volume Roman 24, Nos. 621-623, and Volume Roman 32, Nos. 827 and 828. Chanter, Ernest. Recherches anthropologiques dans l'Asie occidentale, extrait des archives du Musée de Histoire naturelle de Lyon. Lyon, 1895. Recherches anthropologiques dans le Caucase, 4 vols. Paris, 1887. Clay, Albert T. The Empire of the Amorites. Yale University Press. Clemenceau, Georges, South America Today, New York and London G. Putnam and Sons, 1911. Collignon R. L'Anthropologie au Conseil de Révision etc., Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie pp. 736-805, 1890, also Bull, Soch Danth, 1883. Anthropologie de la France d'Ordon Charente Cruz Correz Haute-Vienne, Mémoires de la Société d'Anthropologie série 3 I Fasc 3 pp. 379. Anthropologie du Sud-Ouest de la France Mame, Soch, Danth, série 3 Fasc 4. Étude anthropométrique élémentaire des principales races de France, Bull, Soch, Danth, pp. 463-526, 1883. Étude sur l'ethnographie générale de la Tunisie, Bull, de géographie historique et descriptive Paris, 1887. L'indicéphalique des populations francaises, Elanth, série pp. 200-224, 1890. Répartition de la couleur des yeux et des cheveux chez les Tunisiens sédentaires. Rev. Danth, série 3, T. Roman 3, 1888. Comparetti Domnico. La Legge di Gortina, e la alter iscrizini archich credesi, Monumenti Antiquae, Volume Roman 3, Milano, 1893. Conklin, Edwin G., Heredity and Environment. Princeton University Press, 1915. The Mechanism of Evolution in the Light of Hereditary Development, Scientific Monthly, Vols, Roman 9, No. 6, 1919, and X. Nos. 1, 2, 3, 1920. Constantinus Porphyrogenitus, Corpus Scriptorum Historiae Byzantini. Conway, R.S., Early Italic Dialects. Cambridge University Press, 1897, The Pre-Hellenic Inscriptions of Presos, Annual of the British School at Athens, Volume Roman 8 pp. 125-157. A third Ediocraton fragment, Anne, Brit, at Athens, Volume X pp. 115-127. Crawford, O.G.S. Distribution of Early Bronze Age Settlements in Britain, Geographical Journal, XL pp. 184 sec. 1912. Kuno, J.G. Forschungen im Gebet der alten Völkerkunde, Berlin. C. Vijich Javan, The Geographical Distribution of the Balkan Peoples, Geographical Review, Volume V, No. 5, pp. 345-361, May 1918. The Zones of Civilization of the Balkan Peninsula, Geog. Reverend, Volume V, No. 6, June 1918. Darwin Charles, The Descent of Man, 2d ed., London, John Murray. Davenport Charles B., The Feebly Inhibited Nomadism, Inheritance of Temperament, Washington, D.C., Carnegie Institution, 1915. Heredity in Relation to Eugenics. New York, Henry Holt & Co. Davis, J. Barnard, Thesaurus Cranorum, London, 1867, with J. Thurnham. Crania Britannica, 2 vols, London, 1865. Dawkins, W. Boyd, Early Man in Britain, London, Macmillan, 1880. Dawson, Charles, On the discovery of a Paleolithic human skull and mandible in a flint-bearing gravel overlaying the Wealden Hastings beds at Piltdown, Fletching, Sussex. With an appendix by Prof. G. Elliott Smith, with A. Smith Woodward, Quarterly Journal of the Geological Society, Volume L6, Part 1, pp. 117-151, London, 1913. Prehistoric Man in Sussex, Zoologist, Series 4, Volume 17, pp. 36. Supplementary note on the discovery of a Paleolithic human skull and mandible, Quart, Jour, Gilles, Soch, Volume LXX, pp. 8299, London, 1914. Deschillet J. Manuel d'Archéologie, Paris, A. Picard et Fils, 1908. Denneker J. Les Races de l'Europe, Note préliminaire, L'Anthropologie, Volume 9, pp. 113-133, Paris, 1898. The Races of Man, New York, Scribner, London, Walter Scott. Dill, Samuel, Roman Society in the Last Century of the Western Empire, 2d ed. Macmillan, 1906, Roman Society from Nero to Marcus Aurelius. Macmillan, 1905. Diodorus Siculus, Bibliothecae Historici. Dionysius Perigetes, Orbis Descriptio. Daughton G. Manuel Celtique, Paris, Edouard Champion, 1915. Dubois e Pithecanthropus erectus, ein menschenähnlich Übergangsform aus Java. Batavia, 1894. Duckworth W. L. H., Morphology and Anthropology. Cambridge University Press, 1904, Prehistoric Man, New York, Putnam, 1912. Dugdale R. L. The Jukes, New York, Putnam, 1877. Eginhard, Life of Charlemagne, Glaister translation. London, George Bell and Sons, 1877. Evans, Sir Arthur J. Cretan Pictographs and Pre-Phoenician Script, Journal of Hellenic Studies, Volume 14, Part 2, pp. 270-373, 1895. Essai de Classification des Epoques de la Civilisation Minienne, Report of the British Association, 1904-1905, London, 1906. Further Discoveries of Cretan and Aegean Script, Jour, of Hellenic Studies, Volume 17, pp. 327-395, 1898, Prehistoric Tombs of Knossos, 1906, Reports of Excavations at Cnossos, Anne, Brit, at Athens Valls, Roman 6x, Scriptum Minoa, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1909. Evans, Sir John, Ancient Bronze Implements of Great Britain and Ireland, Longmans, Green & Co., 1881. Faigt, Emile, Le Culte de l'Incompétence, Paris, B. Grasset, 1914. Feist, Sigismund, Address to the International Congress at Graz, 1909. Beiträge Z. Geschichte der deutschen Sprache Literatur, Roman 31, Sept 15, 1910. Europa im Licht der Vorgeschichte, Quellen und Forschungen zur alten Geschichte und Geographie, 1910. Geschichte deutschen Sprachen und Kultur der Indo-Germanen, Kultur, Ausbreitung und Herkunft der Indo-Germanen. Berlin, Weidmann, 1913. Ferrero, Guglielmo, The Greatness and Decline of Rome, New York, Putnam, 1909. Fischer, Eugen, Die Rehobothar Bastards, Jena Fischer, 1913. Fischer, E. Fossil Hominiden, Sonderabdruck Handwörterbuch Naderwissenschaft, B.D., Roman 4, Jena, 1913. Fisher, H.A.L. The Political History of England, Volume 4, edited by William Hunt and Reginald Poole. London, Longmans, Green & Co. Fisher, Irving, National Vitality, Its Wastes and Conservation. Senate Document No. 676, Volume 3, 60th Congress, 2D Session. Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office, March 1910. Fleur, H.J., with James, T. Seath. Anthropological Types in Wales, Journal of the Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland, Volume 46, pp. 35-154. Fleur, H.J. with L. Winstanley, Anthropology and Our Older Histories, Jour, Roy, Anth, Inst, Volume 48, pp. 155 sec. Flower and Lydekker, Mammals, Living and Extinct, London, Adam and Charles Black, 1891. Ford, Henry Jones, The Scotch-Irish in America, Princeton University Press, 1915. Frank Tenney, Race Mixture in the Roman Empire, American Historical Review, Volume Roman 21, Number 4, July 1916. Roman Imperialism. Macmillan, 1914. Freeman, E.A., A Historical Geography of Europe. Edited by J. B. Barry, 3D ed. London, Longmans, Green & Co., 1912. Race and Language. Historical Essays, Series 3, pp. 173-230. New York and London, Macmillan, 1879. Fritsch, Gustave, Des Hauptthar und sen Bildungsstadt bei den Rassen des Menschen. Berlin, 1912. Funnel les parleurs populaires du département des Alpes-Maritimes, Bull, Geiger, Hist, et Descrip, No. 2, 1897. Fustel de Coulanges, La Cité Antique to me aide. Paris, El Hachette et Cie, 1866. Gaillard Claude, Silortet Louis. Les tâtonnements des Egyptiens de l'Ancien Empire à la recherche des Animocs et de Mystiqueur, Revue d'Ethnographie, 1912. Galton, Sir Francis, Hereditary Genius. London and New York, Macmillan & Co., 1892. Garstang, S.J. The Land of the Hittites. London, Constable & Co. Gatterer, J.C. Com, Societ, Reg, Scient, Roman 13 Göttingen. Gier, Baron Gerard de. A Geochronology of the Last 12,000 Years, Compterendu de la Session 1910, du Congrès Gael. Intern, Volume Roman 11, Fasc. 1, pp. 241-257. Gibbon, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Ginley Anton, History of the 30 Years' War, New York G. Putnam Sons, 1884. Giuffrida Ruggery, v. A Sketch of the Anthropology of Italy, Jour Roy, Anth. Inst. Volume Roman 48 pp. 80-103, 1918. G. Jerset Nutt, The History of the Norwegian People. New York Macmillan, 1915. Gluck, Leopold. Zur physischen Anthropologie der Albanessen, Wissenschaftliche Mitteilungen aus Bosnien und Herzegowina. Gowland W. The Metals in Antiquity, Jour, Roy, Anth. Inst. Volume Roman 42 pp. 235-288. Grant, Madison. The Origin and Relationships of North American Mammals. 8th Annual Report of the New York Zoological Society, New York, 1904. Green, John R. A History of the English People. New York Harper. Greenwell W. Cannon, British Barrows, Oxford, 1877. Gregory W. K. The Dawn Man of Piltdown, England, American Museum Journal, Volume Roman 14, New York, May 1914. Facts and Theories of Evolution with Special Reference to the Origin of Man, Dental Cosmos, pp. 319, March 1920. Studies on the Evolution of the Primates, Bull, Amer, Muse, Nat, Hist, Volume Roman 35, Article Roman 19, New York, 1916. Gross v. Latin un Oppidum Helvete. Supplement 1886 to Les Proto-Helvetes, Berlin, 1883. Grierson, G.A. A Linguistic Survey of India, Volume Roman 4, Munda and Dravidian Languages. Calcutta, 1906. Grillier M. Le Docteur, La Tale des Conscrits Corréziens de la Classe, Bull, Soch, Danth, Seri Roman 6 T Roman 4 pp. 392-400, 1913. Haddon A.C., The Races of Man and Their Distribution. London, Milner & Co., The Study of Man. New York, Putnam and London, Bliss Sands, The Wanderings of Peoples. Cambridge University Press, 1912. Haeckel, Ernest, The Riddle of the Universe. Harper, 1901. Hall, H.R. The Ancient History of the Near East, 3D edition. London, Methuen & Co., 1916. Hall, Prescott F. Immigration, 2D ed. New York, Henry Holt & Co., 1908. Immigration Restriction and World Eugenics. Journal of Heredity, Volume X, No. 3 pp. 125-127, Washington, D.C. March. Harrison, J.P., On the Survival of Racial Features in the Population of the British Isles, Jour, Roy, Anth. Inst. Volume Roman 12 pp. 258. Hart, H.H. Sterilization as a Practical Measure. Russell Sage Foundation. Hauser, O.C. Klatch. Hawes, C.H., One Some Dorian Descendants. Anne, Britt. At Athens, No. Roman 16 pp. 254-280, 1909-1910, with H.B. Hawes. Crete, the Forerunner of Greece, 1911. Herodotus, History of the World. Hervé G. Les Brachycephales Néolithiques, Revue de Cole d'Anthropologie, Tome Roman 4, pp. 392-406, Paris, 1894, v. pp. 1828. Les Populations Lacusters, Rev de Cole d'Anth, T.V., pp. 154, Paris, 1895. Hert Hermann, Die Indo-Germanen, Eicher Verbreitung, Eicher Arheimat und Eicher Kultur. Strasbourg, Trubner, 1905. Die Arheimat der Indo-Germanen, Geographische Zeitschrift, B.D. I. Leipzig, 1895. His and Rudheimer, Crania Helvetica, Basel, 1861. Hodgkin Those, Italy and Her Invaders. Hoerns Moritz, Die Hallstattperiode, Archive für Anthropologie, B.D., Roman 31, pp. 283, 1905. Ergeschichte die Mensch, Wien, 1890. Holmes T. Rice, Ancient Britain and the Conquests of Julius Caesar. Oxford University Press, 1907. Caesar's Conquest of Gaul. Oxford University Press, 1911. Homer, The Iliad, The Odyssey. Horace, Epodes. Hrdlichka Alish. The Genesis of the American Indian, 19th International Congress of Americanists, pp. 559 sec. Washington, D.C., 1915. The Most Ancient Skeletal Remains of Man, Report, Smithsonian Institution, pp. 481-552, pub. 2300, 1913. Washington, D.C. Government Printing Office, 1914. Old White Americans, 19th International Congress of Americanists, pp. 582 sec. Washington, D.C., 1915. Houghton, C. Peake. Huntington, Ellsworth. Civilization and Climate. Yale University Press and Oxford University Press, 1915. The Pulse of Asia. Boston, Houghton Mifflin Co., 1907. Jacobs, J. On the Racial Characteristics of Modern Jews, Jour, Roy Anth. Inst. Volume Roman 15, pp. 2362. 1880, 1886. James, T.C. with Fleur, H.J. Anthropological Types in Wales, Jour, Roy, Anth. Inst. Volume Roman 46, pp. 35-154, 1916. Jessen, A. et Thomson Thomas, Une trouvaille de l'Ancien Age de la Pierre. Copenhagen, Brabant, 1906. Johnston, Sir Harry H. The Negro in the New World. London, Methuen and Co., 1910. On North African Animals, A Survey of the Ethnography of Africa, Jour, Roy, Anth. Inst. Volume Roman 43, pp. 375-422, Various Writings, Views and Reviews. London, Williams and Norgate, 1912. Jones, David B. with Rhys John, The Welsh People. London, Macmillan, 1900. Jones, Sir J. Morris. Pre-Aryan Syntax in Insular Celtic, Appendix B of Rhys and Jones, The Welsh People. London, Macmillan, 1900. Jordan, David Starr, War and the Breed. Boston, The Beacon Press. Jordan's, History of the Goths, Miro translation. Princeton University Press, 1915. Josephus Flavius, De Bello Judaico or the Jewish War of Flavius Josephus, translated by Robert Trail. London, Halston and Stoneman. Kanitz, P. F. Donna Bulgarian und der Balkan. Leipzig, 1875. Keene, A. H., Ethnology. Cambridge University Press, 1896. Man, Past and Present. Cambridge University Press, 1900. Also new edition by Huygens and Haddon. Curie, C. F. The Vikings in Western Christendom. London, T. Fisher Unwin, 1891. Keith Arthur, Ancient Types of Man. Harper, 1911. The Antiquity of Man. London, Williams and Norgate, 1915. Presidential Address to the Royal Anthropological Society of Great Britain and Ireland, Jour, Roy, Anth. Inst. Volume Roman 45, pp. 1223, 1915. Keller, Ferdinand. The Lake Dwellings of Switzerland and Other Parts of Europe, translated by John Edward Lee, FSA, FGS 2D edition. London, Longmans, Green & Co., 1878. King, L.W. Chronicles Concerning the Early Babylonian Kings. London, Luzac & Co., 1907. The History of Babylonia and Assyria. London, Chatto, Volume I, The History of Sumer and Akkad, 1910, Volume Roman II, The History of Babylon, 1915. Klotch H. Homoer Ignatius Hossery, 1909. Klotch H. and O. Hosser, Archive für Anthropologie, 1908. Klaproth J. Tableaux historiques de l'Asie, Paris, 1826. Klashevsky V. O. A History of Russia, 3 vols, translated by C.J. Hogarth, London, Dent and Sons, New York, E. P. Dutton, 1911-1913. Kalrausch F. Deutschgeschichte. Kraus Franz Xaver, Dante, Berlin, 1897. Kretschmer P. Einleitungen die Geschichte der griechischen Sprache, Göttingen, 1896. Kurth G. La Frontière linguistique en Belgique, Mame, Couronnes Acad, R. Sion, Lit. Et Beaux Arts de Belge, Roman 48, Volume I, 1895, Volume Roman II, 1898. Brussels. Lapouge v. Sida, ARYAN Sun Roll Social, Paris, 1899, Les Sélections Sociales, Paris, 1896. Various writings. Laughlin, Harry H. Eugenics Record Office Bulletins, 10A and 10B, Part 1. The Scope of the Committee's Work. Part 2. The Legal, Legislative, and Administrative Aspects of Sterilization. Cold Spring Harbor, Long Island, NY, Feb. 1914. Lecky W. E. H. A History of European Morals, 2 vols. New York D. Appleton and Co., 1900. Lefevre, A. Germans et Slavs, 1903. Lewis A. L. The Menhirs of Madagascar, Jour, Roy, Anth, Inst, Volume Roman 47 pp. 448-455, 1917. Livy R. Anthropometria Militaire, Part I, Dati Anthropologia et Ethnologicae, Roma, 1896. Livius Titus, Historiae Romani Decades. Lortet Louis, and Gaillard Claude. La Faune Mommifiée de l'Ancien Égypte, Musée de Histoire Naturelle de Lyon, Archives, Volume Roman 8 No. 2, Volume Roman 9, No. 2 Lyon, 1903-1907. Lydekker, C. Flower. McCulloch, J.R. A Statistical Account of the British Empire, 3 vols. London, Longmans, Brown, Green and Longmans, 1854. McCulloch, Oscar C. The Tribe of Ishmael, Report of the 15th Annual Conference of Charities and Corrections, pp. 154-159, 1888. McCurdy, George Grant, Eolithic and Paleolithic Man, American Anthropologist, N.S. Volumes I, No. 1, pp. 92-101, 1909, The Eolithic Problem, Amer, Anth. N.S. Volume Roman 7, No. 3, pp. 480, 1905. Recent Discoveries Bearing on the Antiquity of Man in Europe, Smithsonian Report for 1909. Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office, 1910. Mackenzie, Sir Duncan, The Middle Minoan Pottery of Knossos, Jour, of Hellenic Studies, Volume Roman 26, pp. 243-268, 1906. Cretan Palaces, Anne, Brit, at Athens, vols, Roman 11, Roman 14. Maclean, Hector, The Ancient Peoples of Ireland and Scotland Considered, Jour, Roy, Anth, Inst, Volume Roman 20, pp. 154-179, 1890-1891. On the Comparative Anthropology of Scotland, Anthropological Review, Volume Roman 4, pp. 209-226, 1866. Various writings. Madsen, A.P. with Sophus Muller, etc. A Faldstinger fra Stenalduren I Danmark. K. Jobenhaven, 1900. Maltbrunn, V.A. Carte archéologique de la France, Bull, Soch, de Geager, Series 6, Roman 17, pp. 319-526, Paris, 1879. Martin Rudolph, Lehrbuch der Anthropologie, Jena, Gustav Fischer. Matthew W. D. Climate and Evolution. Published by the New York Academy of Sciences, Volume Roman 24, pp. 171-318, New York, 1915. Revision of the Lower Eocene Primates, Bull, A.M., Muse, Nat. Hist., Volume Roman 34, pp. 429-483, New York, Sept. 1915. Maillet, Antoine, Introduction à l'étude comparative des langues indo-européennes. Paris, Hachette et Cie, 1912. Menzel W. Geschichte der Deutschen, Stuttgart, 1834. Merriam, John C., The Beginnings of Human History read from the Geological Record. The Emergence of Man, Scientific Monthly, Vols. Roman 9 and X, 1900-1920. Messerschmitt, L. Die Heditor, Der Alt Orient Roman 4 1, 2t Auflage 1902. Leipzig, 1909. Metchnikoff, Eli, Nature of Man, Putnam, 1903. Mayer, Eduard, Egyptische Chronology, Berlin, 1904-1907. Geschichte des Altertums, 2t Auflage 1 Stur BD, 2t Haft, Stuttgart und Berlin, 1909. Die Sklaverei im Altertum, Dresden, 1898. Sumerier und Semite in Babylonian, Berlin, 1906. Zur altesten Geschichte der Iranier, Zeitschrift für Vergleichende Sprachforschung, 1907. Mayer, Leo. Über den Ursprung der Namen Indo-Germanen, Semiten und Agrofinner, Göttinger Geliot Nachrichten, Philologisch-Historisch Class, 1901. Miller, Jared S. The Jaw of the Piltdown Man, Smithsonian Miscellaneous Collections, Volume LXV, No. 12. Washington, D.C. Nov, 1915. The Piltdown Jaw, American Journal of Physical Anthropology, Volume I, No. 1, pp. 2552, Jan Marr, 1918. Minns, E. H. Scythians and Greeks. Cambridge University Press, 1913. Modestov, Vasily Ivanovich. Introduction à l'Histoire Romaine, Paris, F. ALPINE, 1907. Mommsen, Theodore. A History of the Roman Provinces, translated by William P. Dixon. Scribner, 1887. Montelius, Oscar. Die Chronologie der Altesten Bronzeit, Arch, F. Anth, B.D., pp. 443 sec. 1900, The Civilization of Sweden in Heathen Times, translated by F. H. Woods, London Macmillan, 1888. La Civilisation Primitive in Italy, Stockholm, 1895. Kulturgeschichte Schwedens von den altesten Zeiten. Leipzig, L. Anthropology, Seri Roman 17, 1906. Archive F. Anth, B.D. Roman 17, pp. 151-160, Roman 19, pp. 121, Roman 21, pp. 40. Morgan de, Rev de l'École d'Anth, T. Roman 17, p. 411, 1907. Morgan, Thomas Hunt, Heredity and Environment. Princeton University Press, 1915. Heredity and Sex. Columbia University Press, 1914. Mortelet, Gida, Formation de la Nation Francaise. Paris, 1897, with A. de Mortelet, Le Préhistorique. C. Rienwald, Paris. Much Matthias, Die Heimat der Indo-Germanen im Licht der Urgeschichtlichen Forschung. Berlin, 1902. Mullenhoff, C. V. Deutsch Altertumskund. Berlin, 1871-1892. Müller, Friedrich, Grundriss der Sprachwissenschaft. Wien, 1884. Reise der Österreichischen Fregat Novara die Erde in den Jahren 1857-9, unter den Befehlen des Commodore B. von Wielerstorff-Huber. Wien, Linguistischer, 1867. Müller Sophis, Afaldsdinger Frostenelduren I Danmark K. Jobenhaven, 1900, with A. P. Madsen, etc. L'Europe préhistorique tr. Du Danois, Paramanol Philippot, Paris J. Lamar, 1907, Nordisch Altertumskund. Strasbourg, 1897. Munro, Dana Carleton, A Sourcebook of Roman History, D.C. Heath & Co. Boston, New York, and Chicago, 1904. Munro, John, The Story of the British Race. New York, D. Appleton & Co., 1907. Munro, R. 1. The Lake Dwellings of Europe. London, Cassell & Co., Paleolithic Man and the Terramara Settlements. Macmillan, 1912. Discussion in Jour, Roy, Anth, Inst. for 1890. Myers, J. L., A History of the Pelasgian Theory, Jour, of Hellenic Studies, Volume Roman 27, pp. 170-226, 1907. Nansen Fridtjof, In Northern Mists, New York, Frederick A. Stokes. Nordenskjold Erland. Finland, The Land and the People, Geographical Review, Volume Roman 7, No. 6, pp. 361-375, June, 1919. Abbé Dainer, M. de la Roumanie économique. Paris, 1876. Obermeier Hugo, El Hombre Fossil, Museo Nacional de Ciencias Naturales Madrid, Der Mensch der Vorzeit, Munchen R. 1912, with Breuil, see Breuil 2. Allores, Distribución Geográfica del Indus Cephalica, Bolton Sociedad Geográfica de Madrid, Volume Roman 36, 1894. Oman Sir Charles, The Dark Ages, London Rivington's Press 1905, England Before the Norman Conquest, London Methuen and Co., or New York Putnam 1913. Aubert Jules, Le Pupil et la Langue des Medes, Paris 1879. Osborne Henry Fairfield, Men of the Old Stone Age 2D edition, New York Scribner 1918, The Origin of Life, New York Scribner 1917. Palgrave Sir Francis, The Rise and Progress of the English Commonwealth, London 1832. Parkman Francis, The Old Regime in Canada, Boston Little, Brown & Co., 1905, various writings. Parsons, F.G., Anthropological Observations on German Prisoners of War, Jour. Roy, Anth. Inst., Volume Roman 49, 1919. Pausanias, Description of Greece. Payne, Edward John, A History of the New World Called America. Oxford Press, Volume I, 1892, Volume Roman II, 1899. Peake, H.J.E., Memorials of Old Leicestershire, 1911. Racial Elements Concerned in the First Siege of Troy, Jour Roy, Anth. Inst., Volume Roman 46, pp. 154-173, 1916. With Houghton. A Saxon Graveyard at East Shefford, Berks, Jour Roy, Anth. Inst., Volume Roman 45, pp. 92-131. Pearl, Raymond, The Sterilization of Degenerates, Eugenics Review, April, 1919. Pete T.E., Rough Stone Monuments and Their Builders, Harper, 1912, The Stone and Bronze Ages in Italy, Oxford Clarendon Press. Penck Albrecht, Des Alter des Menschen Geschlechts, Zeicher, F. Eth. Jog, Heft 3, pp. 390-407, 1908. Die Alpen im Eiszeitalter, BD. I Roman II, Roman III, Leipzig, 1909. Penka K., Die Herkunft der Aryer, Wien, 1886. Origins Aryaki, Wien, 1883. Peterson, E. with F. von Luschen. Reisen in Lykian, Milias und Kiberatis, Wien, 1889. Petrie, W. M. F. Migrations, Jour, Roy, Anth. Inst., Volume Roman 36, pp. 189-233, Revolutions of Civilization. Harper, 1912. Perroni, M., and Capitan. Bulletins de la Société d'Anthropologie de Paris, 1909-1910. Pilcher, Madge Jen, Thomas L., The Present Situation in India. Outlook, March 10, 1920. Pilgrim, J., The Correlation of the Siwaliks with the Mammal Horizons of Europe. Records of the Geological Survey of India, Volume Roman 43, Part 4, pp. 264-326. Pliny, Natural History. Plutarch's Lives, Langhorne translation. London, Frederick Warne & Co. Poirot, J. Review of Atlas de Finland. Annals de Géographie, Volume Roman 22, pp. 310-325 and 417-426. Poisson, G. L'origine Latin des Romanians, Revue Anthropologique T. Roman 27, pp. 357-379, Paris, 1917. Pollard, A. F. A Political History of England, Volume Roman 4. London, Longmans, Green & Co., 1915. Polybius, History. Popenoe Paul, One Phase of Man's Modern Evolution, 19th International Congress of Americanists, pp. 617 sec. Washington, D.C., 1915. Posch T. der Aryer, Jena, 1878. Procopius, A History of the Wars, translated by H. B. Dewing, Loeb Classical Library. New York, Putnam, and London, W. M. Heinemann. Prunerbay, Sur la langue Euskara, Bull, Soch, Danth, pp. 3971, 1867. Sur l'origine de l'ancienne race Egyptian, Mame, Soch, Danth, T.I. pp. 399-433, 1860. Pompelli, Raphael, Explorations in Turkestan. Washington, D.C. Carnegie Inst., 1905 and 1908. Punnett, R.C. Mendelism, 3D edition. Macmillan, 1911. Quintus Curtius Rufus, Historiarum Alexandri Magni Libri Decem. Rank Johans, Der Mensch. Leipzig, 1886-7. Ratzel Friedrich, The History of Mankind. Macmillan, 1908. Reed, Charles H. A Guide to the Antiquities of the Bronze Age. British Museum Handbook. Reed, Arthur, Finland and the Finns. New York, 1915. Reed, Sir G. Archdale, The Laws of Heredity. London, Methuen and Co., 1910, The Principles of Heredity. London, Chapman and Hall, 1905. Rianich Salomon, Les Gaulois dans l'Art Antique, Revue Archéologique, Série 3T, Roman 12 pp. 273-284, Série 3T, Roman 13 pp. 1322, 187-203, 352, 1888-1889. Inscription éthique relative à l'invasion des Galates en Greece, Rev. Celtique, Série 11 pp. 80-85. Le Mirage Oriental, Elanth, Série 4 pp. 539-578, 697-732. Répertoire de l'art quaternaire, Paris, 1913. La sculpture en Europe avant les influences Greco-Romans, Elanth, Série 5 pp. 1534, 173, 186, 288, 305, 6 pp. 168, 194. With Alexander Bertrand, Les Celtes dans les vallées du Pô et du Danube, Paris, E. Leroux, 1894. Reisner, George A. The Early Dynastic Cemeteries of Naga ed Derer, University of California Publications, 1908, Leipzig, J.C. Hinrichs, 1905. Renwick George, Finland Today, New York, 1911. Ritzius A., Ethnologische Schriften. Stockholm, 1864. Mémoire sur les formes d'Ukraine des habitants du Nord. Annals des Sciences Naturelles, Série 3, Zoology, T. Roman 6, pp. 133-172. Ritzius G., Anthropologia Susica, Beiträge zur Anthropologie der Schweden, Stockholm, 1902, Crania Susica Antiqua. Stockholm, 1900. Matériaux pour servir à la connaissance des caractères ethniques des races finnois, comparando Congers interne. Danth, Session Roman 7, T. Roman 2, pp. 741-765, Stockholm, The So-Called North European Race of Mankind, Jor, Roy, Anth Inst. Volume Roman 39, pp. 277-314, 1909. Rees, Sir John, with D. B. Jones, The Welsh People, London, Macmillan, 1900. Rice Holmes, T., Ancient Britain and the Conquests of Julius Caesar, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1907. Caesar's Conquest of Gaul, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1911. Ridgway, Sir William, The Early Age of Greece, Cambridge, 1901, The Origin and Influence of the Thoroughbred Horse, Cambridge University Press, 1905. Who Were the Romans? Proceedings of the British Academy, 1908. Ripley, William Z. The Races of Europe, New York, D. Appleton and Co. Rose, Beiträge zur Europäischen Rassenkund, 1906. Rudot Ada, Les Industries Primitives, Bull et Mame, Soch, Danther, T. Roman 20 Mame, Roman 3 Bruxelles, 1902. Various writings. Sacken, Baron von, Des Grabfeld von Hallstatt, Wien, 1868. Saro, GFLN Stenolden Bopleds, Magelmos ved Mullerup, 1913, or Trouvaille Fate dans le Nord de l'Europe, Datant de la période de l'Hiatus, Conger, Préhist. De France, Perrigeau, 1905. Sarchiox Felix, Troy La Guerre de Troy, Paris, Hachette et Cie. Savigny, Friedrich Karl, Geskich des Römischen Reiches im Mittelalter. Sayce Archibald Henry, The Ancient Empires of the East, Scribner, 1898, The Hittites, 1888, Jour, Roy, Assoch, Volume Roman 14, p. 410. Schenk et la Suisse préhistorique, Lausanne, Rouge et Cie, 1912. Schleicher August, Altpreußische Grammatik. Schlosser Kurt von, Nestor Koch, Revelet de l'Europe. Schotensack Otto, Der Unterkiefer des Homo heidelbergensis aus den Sanden von Mauer bei Heidelberg, Ein Beitrag zur Paläontologie des Menschen. Leipzig, 1908. Schrader, Oscar, Die Indo-Germanen. Leipzig, 1911, Reallexikon der Indo-Germanischen Altertumskunde. Strasbourg, Trubner, 1917. Sprachvergleichung und Urgeschichte. Jena, 1890, or Prehistoric Antiquities of the Aryan Peoples, a translation by F. B. Jevons. London, 1890. Schwalbe G., Studien über Pithecanthropus erectus Dubois, Zeitschrift für Morphology und Anthropology, BD. I. Heft 1, 1899. Vorgeschichte des Menschen, Zeitschrift für Morphology und Anthropology, 1906. Schwers, France, Die Volkerschaften der Schweiz von der Urzeit bis zur Gegenwart. Stuttgart, 1915. Sclater, W. L. and P. L. The Geography of Mammals. London, Kegan Paul, Trench, Trubner & Co., 1899. Sergi G., Africa, Anthropologia della stirpe canidica specie eurafricana. Torino, 1897, Arii e Italica. Torino, 1898. Italia l'origine. Torino, Fratelli Bacca Editori, 1919. The Mediterranean Race. New York, Scribner, and London, Walter Scott, 1901. Siculus Diodorus, C. Diodorus Siculus. Skeet, W. W. The Wars of Alexander, translated chiefly from Historia Alexandri Magni Perles. London, N. Trubner & Co., 1886. Smith, G. Eliot, The Ancient Egyptians. Harper, 1911. Ancient Mariners, Journal of the Manchester Geographical Society, Volume Roman 33, Parts 1-4 pp. 122, 1917. Manchester and London, April, 1918. Sneyd, Charlotte Augusta, translator. A relation of the island of England about the year 1500 known as the Italian Relation, published by the Camden Society, 1847. Sohn, E.B. to Mesopotamia and Kurdistan in Disguise. Boston, Small, Maynard & Co. Stark, James H. The Loyalist of Massachusetts, W. B. Clark Co. Steenstrup, J. C. H. R. Normanern. K. Jobenhaven, 1876, 1882. Steenstrup, J. J. S. K. Jochen Modinger, Ein Gedrant Darstellung dieser Monument sehr alter Kulturstadien. Copenhagen, 1886. Sur les K. Jochen Moddings de l'âge de pierre et sur la faune et la flore préhistorique du Danemark. Copenhagen, 1872. Stephen, Sir James Fitzjames. A History of the Criminal Law of England, 3 vols. London, Macmillan, 1883. Stoddard Lothrop, The French Revolution in San Domingo. Boston, Houghton Mifflin Co., 1914. Strabo, Geography. Studer T. with E. Banworth. Crania Helvetica Antiqua, Leipzig. Sullivan, Louis R., The Growth of the Nasal Bridge in Children, American Anthropologist, N.S., Volume Roman 19, No. 3, pp. 406-409. Esferonos, J. and L. Hellénisme primitif de la Macédoine prouvé par la numismatique, et l'or du Pinguet. Paris, Ernest Leroux, Athens, M. Eleftheroudakis, 1919. Sweet Henry, The History of Language. London, 1900. Sykes Mark, The Kurds, Jour, Roy, Anth, Inst, Volume Roman 28 pp. 45 sec, 1908. Chenier Joseph, Finnish Ugrish Sprachwissenschaft. Berlin U. Leipzig, Sammlung Goschen, 1910. Leipzig, G. J. Goschensch Verlagsschendlung, GmbH, 1912. Ungarisch Sprachlehre. Berlin, Goschen, 1912. Vergleichende Grammatik der Ugrischen Sprache. Tacitus, Germania, translated by M. Hutton, Loeb Classical Library, New York, Macmillan, and London, W. M. Heinemann, 1914. Taylor, Isaac Cannon, The Origin of the Aryans. London, Walter Scott, 1890. Words and Places, edited by A. Smythe Palmer. New York, E.P. Dutton & Co. and London, Routledge & Son. Thomson, Thomas, et A. Jessen. Une trouvaille de l'Ancien Age de la Pierre, Copenhagen, Brabant, 1906. Thompson, J. Arthur, Heredity. New York, Putnam, and London, John Murray, 1910. Thunman, Untersuchungen über der Geschichte der Östlichen Europäischen Völker. Thurnam, J. with J. B. Davis, Crania Britannica, 2 vols. London, 1865. Mem. Anth. Soch, Volume I, pp. 120-168, 485-519, Roman 3 pp. 40-175 London. Topinard p. Carte de la couleur des yeux et des cheveux en France, Rev. Danth, série 3 Roman 4 pp. 513-530, Éléments d'anthropologie générale. Paris, de Lahayet Lecresnier, 1885. Les types indigènes de l'Algérie, Bull, Soch, Danth, série 3t. Roman 4 pp. 438-469, Paris, 1881. Sur la couleur des yeux et des cheveux en Norvège, Rev. Danth, Roman 4 série 3 pp. 293-405. Tout, Thomas Frederick, The Empire and the Papacy. London, Rivington's Press, 1903. Trevelyan, Sir George, George Roman 3 and Charles Fox. London, Longmans, Green & Co., 1914. Trogus Pompeius, History. Van Cleef, Eugene. The Finn in America, Geographical Review, Volume Roman 6, pp. 185-214, 1917. Vanderkindier, Leon. Recherches sur l'ethnologie de la Belgique, comparando du Congers International Danth. Session Roman 6, pp. 574, Bruxelles, 1872. Valéry, Pasquale. The Barbarian Invasions of Italy, translated by Linda Valéry, 2 vols. Scribner, 1902. Virchow, Rudolf. Gesamtbericht über die Farbe der Haut der Haar und der Augen der Schulkinder in Deutschland, Archive F. Anth, BD Roman 16 pp. 275-477. Über die kulturgeschichtliche Stellung des Kaukasus unter besonderer Berücksichtigung der ornamentierten Bronzegürtel aus transkaukasischen Grabern, Berlin Akademie der Wissenschaften Abhandlungen, pp. 166, Berlin, 1895. Von Luschen F. The Early Inhabitants of Western Asia, Jour, Roy, Anth, Inst, Volume Roman 41, pp. 221-244, with E. Peterson. Reisen in Lykian, Milias und Kiberatis, Wien, 1889. Vauga, Iles Helvetia Latin. Vauga P. with M. Waver, Extrait du Musée Neuchâtelois, Mars Avril. Wallace Alfred Russell, Island Life, Macmillan, 1902. Wallis, B.C., The Romanians in Hungary, Geographical Review, Aug., 1918. The Slavs of Northern Hungary, Geo. Reverend Sept, 1918. The Slavs of Southern Hungary, Geo. Reverend Oct, 1918. Central Hungary, Magyars and Germans, Geo. Reverend Nov, 1918. Waver M. with P. Vauga, Extrait du Musée Neuchâtelois, Mars Avril. Weisbach A. Die Bosnier, Anthropologische Gesellschaft Mittelungen, BD Roman 25 pp. 206-239 Wien 1895. Korpermessungen Verskittener Menschenrassen, Ergänzungsband F. Eth, Berlin 1877. Die Serbokroten der Adriatischen Küstenländer, Zeicher. F. Eth. Supplement 1884. Weisbach, Franz H. Chamneiden-Schriffen, Zweiter Art. Leipzig, 1890. Wendell Barrett, A Literary History of America. Scribner, 1900. White Horace, Appian's Roman History, 2 vols. London, W.M. Heinemann, New York, Macmillan, 1912-1913. Wilser, L. Die Germanen. Eisenach U. Leipzig, 1904. Wilson, Sir D. The Archaeology and Prehistoric Annals of Scotland. Edinburgh, 1851. Winstanley, L. C. Fleur. Whistler Clark, The American Indian. New York, Douglas C. McMurtry. Woodruff, C. E., The Effect of Tropical Light on White Men. New York and London, Rebman Co., 1905. The Expansion of Races. New York, Rebman Co., 1909. Woods, Frederick Adams, Heredity and Royalty. New York, Henry Holt & Co., 1906. The Influence of Monarchs. Macmillan, 1913. Significant Evidence for Mental Heredity, Sure, of Heerd, Volume Roman 8, No. 13, pp. 106-112. Washington, D.C., 1917. Zaborowski, M.S. Les Pupils Aryans de Siet d'Europe, part of the Encyclopédie Scientifique, Octave Duin, Editer, Paris, 1908. Relations Primitives des Germains et des Finnois, Bull, Soch Danth, pp. 174-179, Paris, 1907. Les Races de l'Italie. Paris, 1897. Zampa R. Anthropology Illyrian, Rev. Danth, Seri 3 TIPP 647, 1886. Il Tipo Umbro, Arch per Elant, Volume Roman 18 pp. 175-197, Vergleikend Anthropologische Ethnographie von Apulian, Zeicher, F. Eth, BD, Roman 18 pp. 167-193, 201-232. 1886. Zeus J.K. Die Deutschen und die Nachbarstam. München, 1837. Anonymous publications, collections, encyclopedias, etc. Argentine Geography, published by Messrs. ARYAN y Colombo. Members of the Academy of American History and Numismatics, 1914. Atlas de Finland, Société de Géographie de Finland, Helsingfors. British Indian Census, 1901-1911. Cambridge Modern History, planned by Lord Acton, edited by A.W. Ward Lit D., G.W. Prothero Lit D., and Stanley Leaths. New York Macmillan Co., 1900-1913. Dutch East Indian Census, 1905. Fonts Rerum Bohemicorum, 5 vols. Prague, 1873-1893. Genealogical Records of the Society of Colonial Wars. Publications and documents on file with the Secretary-General of the Society of Colonial Wars, New York. Handbook of the American Indian. Bureau of American Ethnology, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 1907. Hittite Inscriptions. Cornell Expedition, Ithaca, New York, 1911. El Libro Statistico de la República Argentina. Dirección General de Comercio y Industria. Toller's Gráficos del Ministerio de Agricultura, Buenos Aires, 1905. Schaffherzog, Religious Encyclopedia. Secret History, or the Horrors of Santo Domingo, in a series of letters written by a lady at Cape Francois to Colonel Burr, late Vice President of the United States, principally during the command of General Rochambeau. Philadelphia, Bradford and Inskip, R. Carr, printer, 1808. The Statesman's Yearbook for 1915, London Macmillan. Statisk Arsbok for Finland, 1917. Helsingfors, 1918. The Statistical Yearbook of the Argentine Republic, 1915. Index. Aachen, 182. Akkad, 147. Language of, 239. Achaeans, 158-161, 173, 189, 223, 225, 243, 253, at Troy, 159, invade Greece, 158-159, language of, 161. Acheulean period, 104-106, 133. Achilles, 159. Actinic rays, 38-84. Adamic theory, 13. Adriatic, 36, 138. Aegean, islands of Hellenes in, 162 Aegean region, Nordics in 253. Aeolian language, 243. Aeolians, 159. Afghan hill tribes, physical character of, 261 language, 261 passes, Nordics in, 257, 259. Afghanistan, 257, 261 Mediterranean race in, 148, physical types of, 257. Afghans, 148, language of, 148. Africa, 23, 33, 82 Alpines in, 140, 158 Bronze Age in, 128, Cephalic Index in, 23, hunting tribes of 113 Mediterraneans in, 148, 151, 152, 155, megaliths in, 155, Negro population of 33, 79, 80. No Nordic blood in, 180, 223, Nordic invasion of, 223 North Africa, as part of Europe, 152 Berbers of, 152 under Vandals, 180, 233. South Africa, density of native population barrier to white conquest, 79-80. Agglutinative languages, 148, 234, 239, 240. Agriculture, 112, 122, 124, 138, 146, 240. Ainus, physical characters of 224-225, crossed with Mongols, 225. Alabama, 99. Alani or Alans, 66, 177, 195. Alaska, 45. Albania, 30, 36, 164 stature in, 190. Albanian language, 164 origin of, 243-244, Albanian type, 164. Albanians, 25 blondness of, 163 in the Balkan Peninsula, 153. Albigensians, 157. Albinos, 25. Alcoholism, 55. Alemany, 135, 145, 177. Alexander the Great, 161-162, 256, 259. Alexandria, 92. Algeria, 44. Alphabet, earliest traces of, 115. Alpine race, 20, 21, 25, 29, 31, 34, 35, 63, 64, 69, 73, 134, 147, 167. An agricultural race, 138, 139, 146, and Aryan language, 238, 241, and Dorians, 160, and High German, 188. And iron, 129. And lake dwellings, 121, 139, and Proto-Slavic language, 143, and round barrows, 137 as aristocracy in Rome, 154 Asiatic and earliest civilizations, 147, bringers of bronze, 127, 128, of cereals, 138, 146. Of culture, 138, 146 of domesticated animals, 138, 146 of metals, 122, 127, 129, 146, 147 of pottery, 146 Celticized, 174. Center of radiation of 124, 136, 141, 143. Conquered by Nordics, 129, 145, 147. Crossed with Mediterraneans, 151, crossed with Nordics, 134, 135, 151, 163. Discovery of type of 130, distribution of 241, eastern spread of 136. Final invasion of Europe, 127, 128. First appearance of 116, in Europe, 136. Habitat of 43-44, hair of 34 in Africa, north. 128, 140, 156 Alsace, 140 Armorica, 251 Asia, 144 Austria, 232 Auvergne, 146 Baden, 140 Bavaria, 141. Belgium, 138, 140, Britain, 137, 138, 239, 240, 247. Present absence of 137. British Isles, 199, Brittany, 63, 146, Canada, 81 cities, 94 Denmark, 136 Egypt, 128, 140. Europe, 117, Central, 138, 139, 141, Eastern, 44, Western, 44. During the Neolithic, 124. France, 63, 64, 138, 140, 146, 194, 240, 251 Gaul, 240. Germany, 64, 72, 184, 232 Greece, 65 Holland, 136 Italy, 64, 128, 140, 154, 157 North, 141. Ireland, 128, 137 lake dwellings, 121 Lorraine, 140 Neolithic period, 136. Norway, 136, 211 Po Valley, 157 Rome, 154 Russia, 136, 142 144 Savoy, 146 Sicily, 140 Spain, 140 Switzerland, 121 135, 141 Syria, 140 Terramara, 122 Tyrol, 141. Württemberg, 140 maximum extension of 136-137 migrations, root of 116 mixed with Celts, 177 with Nordics 25, 35, 36, 62, 135, 136, Nordicized 130, 141, 147 north of the Black Sea, 136, 144. Origin of 134, 241. Original language of 140, 235. Physical characters of 35, 36. 73 racial aptitudes of 227 reinforced by others, 144, replacing Nordics in Europe, 260. Resurgence of in Europe, 131, 146, 147, 184, 190, 191, 196, 210 retreat of from Northwest Europe, 136, 138, skull of, 62 speech of, 64, substratum in Eastern Germany, 72 underlying population, 136. In relation to Nordics in Central Europe, 141. Unimportant in modern culture, 147. Alps 42, 123, 129, 174, 187 Alpines in, 124, lake dwellings in, 121, Mediterraneans in, 149, 151, Nordics in, 151. Alsace 182 Alpines in, 140. Amber 125. America 6, 10, 14, 57, change of religion in, 219 genius in, 98 immigrants to 218 in colonial times, 46, 48, 83, 85 Mediterranean element in, 45 Nordic immigration to 211 Nordics in, 83, 84, 87, 89, 206, 231 Norman type in, 207. Race development in 262, 263. Replacement of types in 110, result of immigration to 11, 12, 72, 86, 89, 94, 100, 209, 211. Scandinavian element in 211. American aristocracy, 5 characters, 26 colonies, 10 democracy, 6 factories, 11 farming and artisan classes, 11 Indians, 33 eliminated by smallpox, 55 arrowheads of 113. Mines, 11 Negro, provenience of 82 Revolution 6. Americans, 5, 11, 12, 77, 83, 88, 90, 100. Birth rate decline of 46, 91, Brunette type of 45, 150. Destruction of in Civil War, 88, future race mixture of 92, 93, 100. In competition with immigrants, 91 individualism of 12. National consciousness of 90. Nordic element of 88 race consciousness among 86 Southerners 42. Typical hair shade of 26. Amerindian blood 61. Amerinds 23, 31, 33, 34. Amorites 223. Anak sons of 223. Anarian languages 140, 194, 204, 233, 236. Survivals of in Europe 234, 236, 240, in Russia, 243, in the British Isles, 246. Anatolia, 21, present population of 225. Anatolians, 237. Andaman Islands, Negroids in, 149. Angles, 177, in Britain, 206, 248, 249. In England, 200. In Scotland, 203, origin of 200. Anglian blood of American settlers, 83. Anglian type 40. Anglo-Norman type, 162. Anglo-Normans of Ireland, 64. Anglo-Saxons, 63, 67, 80, 154 and genius, 109, in colonial America, 83. Animals domesticated, 112, 117, 122, 123, 138, 146, 240. Antes, 141. Anthropoid apes, 101, 102. Anthropology, 3, 97 in the British Isles, 249. Apes, 101, 102. Aquitaine, Iberian language of 194. Brunette elements from 208 and Celtic language 248. Aquitanian language 140. Arabia 44, 152. Arabic language in Spain 156. Arabic race 147. Arabs in Spain 156. Aral Sea, see also Caspian Aral Sea 171, 254. Argentine 78. Aryan faith of the barbarians 181. Aristocracy 5, 10, 140, 142, 153, 154, 187, 189, 191, 192, 196, 197 Alpine, 154 Austrian, 141 Bavarian, 141 British, 247 French, 140 German, 141 Greek, 153 Italian, 189, 215 military, 78 Persian, 254 Roman, 154 Russian, 142 Spanish, 192, 247 Swabian, 141 A true, 7, 8. Aristocrats, 188, 191, 192, 197. Aristotle, 226. Armenians, 59, 63, 66, 238, 239, 256 language of 238, 256. Armenoid Alpines, 254. Armenoids, 20, 134, 238, 254, 257. Armies conscript and volunteer, 198. Armor, 120 of the Romans, 154. Armorica, see also Brittany Alpines in, 251, Celts in, 250, 251. Armorican language, 248, 251. Armoricans, 250. Arrow in the Azilian period, 115 in the Paleolithic period, 112, 115. Art, Cro-Magnon, 112 Magdalenian, 114 in the Paleolithic period, 112 decline of in the Solutrean period, 114. Artois 210. Arya 233 241. Aryan deities 253. Aryan language or speech 20, 61, 67, 130, 155, 161, 233 and Alpines 238 associated with the Nordics 234, 241, 242. Diversity of 242. First appearance of in Europe 246. Imposed upon the Alpines and Mediterraneans 242. In Armenia 239. In Asia 253, 263 in Asia Minor 238, 239 in the Caucasus 238, 239. In Iran 238, 239. Introduced into Etruria 244 into Europe, 155 into Greece, 203 into India, 258 into Media, 254. Into Spain, 192 language of the Ossetes, 66 of Hindustan, 67, 70 origin of 242, 252, place of development of 243, primitive 212, pre-Aryan 204, 233, 235, 247, Proto-Aryan 61, 233, 238, 242, 243. Aryan race 3, 67, 213. Asia 20, 21, 61 Alpines in, 144 area of man's evolution, 13 Aryan languages in, 253, 263 Aryanization of, 255 blondness in, 224 cradle of mankind, 100, 101 cradle of the Negro, 33 early civilizations in, 119 ethnic conquest of 78. Western Hellenization of 162. Western Macedonian dynasties of 162 Mediterranean languages in, 253 Mediterranean race in, 148 149. Mongols destroy civilization in, 260 Negrito substratum in, 148 149. Nordics in, 214, 224, 253–263. Asia Minor, 20 Alpines in, 127, 134, 136, Armenians in, 256 Bronze weapons in, 127. Cimmerians in, 254 Early Iron in, 129 Gauls in, 158 Greek colonies in, 160 Hellenized, 220 invaded by Phrygians, 159. Nordics in, 214, 225 Turkish language in, 237. Asiatic types, Europeanized, 144. Asiatics, 22. Assam, dialects of, 258. Assyria, 147. Ancient civilizations of, 153. Languages of, 239. Athenians, instability and versatility of, 229. Athens, 160, 162. Atlas Berbers, 25. Atlas Mountains, 223. Attica and Genius, 109 Pelasgians in, 160. Attila, 139, 250. Augustus, Emperor, 51, 154, 216. Aurignacian period, 105, 108, 111, 112, 114, 132. Australia, Nordic race in, 79. Australians, 31, opposing the Japanese and Chinese, 79. Australoids, 33, 107, hairiness of 224. Austria, 56, 183 Alpines in, 210, 232 Nordics in, 210. Present population of 231–232, Slavs in, 141. Austrians, 57, 135. Auvergne, Alpines in, 146, ancient center of population, 149. Avars, 143–145 language of, 236. Avesta, 255. Azilian period, Azilian Tardenoisian, 99, 105, 115, 117, 132, 136, and Brachycephalics, 116, and Mediterranean race, 117, bow and arrow in, 113, 115. Azilians, 113, 138. Babylonia, 147, ancient civilization of, 153. Bactria, 119. Bactria, language of, 255, Mongolization of, 259. Saki in, 259. Baden, Alpines in, 140. Bahamas, 39, 40, English in, 40. Balkan Peninsula, Albanians in, 153, Illyrians in, 153, Mediterranean substratum in, 152–153. Nordics in, 189. Slavs in, 143, 153. Balkan question, 156–157. Balkans, 56, 57, 144. Alpines in, 116, 124, 127, 136. Immigrants from, 89. Language in, 237. Balk, 119. Balachi dialect, 255. Baltic coasts, Neolithic occupation of, 122–123. Pre-Neolithic culture of, 117. Provinces, 211–212. Race, see Nordic race. Russification of, 58. C. 20, 37, 117, 122, 124, 151, 168, 169, 171, 173, 174, 180. Subspecies, 20. See also Nordic race. Baluchistan, 148. Bantus, 80. Barbados, 39. Bashkirs, 144. Basques, 140. Language of and its affinities, 140, 234. Physical characters of, 234–235. Bas-reliefs, 112. Batavia, 210. Batavians, 177. Bavaria, Alpines in, 116, 141. Dolichocephalics in, 116. Bavarians, 135, 141. Beaker maker type, 138, 164. Bedouins, 100. Belgi, 145, 194, 195, 200, 269. In Britain, 251. In England, 175. In France, 175. Gaul, 251. Normandy, 251. Mixed with Teutons, 248. Language of 251. Belgians modern, 195. Belgium, 56, 64, 195 divided into Walloons and Flemings, 57 Alpines in, 116, 138, 140 Walloons in, 146. Benin, bite of 82. Berbers, 25, 63, 152, 223, language of 204, 233, related to the Spaniards and South Italians, 152. Berserker, 231. Bessarabia, Romanian language in, 245. Birth control, 48-49 increase, 51 privilege of, 6, rate in upper and lower classes, 47-52, 91, unconscious part played by church in, 52. Black belt of Mississippi, 76. Black breed of Scotland, 107. Black Sea, 125, 136, 144, 165 Alpines north of, 136. Blends, 14. Blonde hair, 24-25. Blonde type, 24-26, 229, 230, crossed with brunette, 14, 18, 26, 28, 202, origin of 214. Blondness, 25, 26, associated with glabrous skin, 32 with red hair, 32 of Ainus, 224 of Albanians and Greeks, 163 of Berbers, 223 of Libyans, 223 of Swiss, 136 of Tamahu, 223 in Asia, 224 in Bosnia, 190 in Central Europe in Roman times, 131. In Ireland, 201 in literature as special trait, 229 in Poland, 190 in Russia, 190 in Spain, 192 of Christ, 230. Blondes mixed with brunettes, 202. Bohemia, 59, 183, revolt of, 187, loss of population enduring 30 Years' War, 184. Bohemian National Revival, 58. Bone carving, 112. Borabi type, see beaker makers, 164. Borussian language, 242. Bosnia, 190. Boundaries of Catholics and Protestants, 185, of Nordics and Alpines, 185-186, of Eastern and Western empires, 179. Bow and arrow in the Paleolithic period, 112, 113, 115. Brachycephalic as a term, 19 races, first appearance of 116. Brachycephaly, 19, 116, 122, 127, 128, 136, 138, 144, 146, 151, 157, 172 increase of in France, 197, Russian, 136. Brahmins, 257. Brandenburg, population of 72. Brazil, Negro blood in, 78. Brenner Pass, 189. Brennus, 157. Bretons, 62, Asiatic origin of 63. Britain, 128, 131, 194 Alpine invasion of, 239 Angles in, 206. 248-249, Aryan language in, 234, beaker makers in, 138, Belgi in, 248, 251 Bronze in, 127 Bronze Age in, 163 Celtic language in, 247. Celts in, 248, Danes in, 249 Goidels in, 174, 248 Iron in, 130-131. Land connection of with France, 199 with Ireland, 199 loss of Roman power in, 250 Mediterraneans in, 123, 127, 248. See also British Isles and England Neolithic population of 123 Normans in, 249 Norse in, 249 Paleolithic population of 123 Proto-Mediterraneans in, 150 race mixture in, 248 racial composition of 199 round barrow men in, 163 Saxons in, 248 249 Welsh in, 248 249 British 29, Native British stature 29. British Empire 57. British Isles, see also Britain and England. Alpines absent in, 63 absence of round skulls in, 63 137 138 247 249 Anthropology of 249. Brunnets of 28 29 149 150. Conquered by Saxons, 180, Celtic languages in, 249 250. Iberian substratum in, 249, invaded by Belgi or Cymri, 199 by Brythons, 199 by Goidels, 199 Mediterraneans in, 149 198, 266 Nordics in, 188, 199 206, 269, 271. Saxon and Danish parts of 88 Saxons in 180. Teutonic languages in 249. Vikings in 249. Brittany 81 129 146 202 248. See Armorica. Alpines in 146 267 Armorican language in 248 Celtic language in 250 252 Celts in 250 251 Dolmens in 129 Megaliths in 155. Ravaged by the Saxons 251 252. Bronze 132 155 associated with Alpines 128 136 composition and invention of 126 effect of 127 128 129 fabulous value of 126 implements, wide diffusion of common types 128. In Crete 128. In England 128 137. In Ireland 137. In Italy 127 128. In megalithic monuments 129. In North Africa 128. In Scandinavia 128. In Sweden 137. Introduction of 157, 158 on Atlantic coasts, 128. Absence of indolmens, 127. Bronze period age, 120 122, 126 133, 137, 163, 174, 199, 213, 238, and beaker makers, 138, in the South contemporary with the Northern Neolithic, 129. Brunette crossed with blonde 14, 18, 26, 28, 202. Brunnetness among Greeks, 163 in Central Europe, 131 in literature as a special character, 229 in England and America, 150, 153. In Scotland, 150, 153, 204. Brun Predmost race, 113, 114, 132. Brutus, 217. Brythonic elements in Scotland, 203. Cymric invasion, 247 language, 248 in France, 248 in Wales, 205. Brythons, 203, 247 249, 269 on the continent, 174. In England, 175, 200, 206. In Ireland, 200, 206. Bucquina, Romanian language in, 245. Bulgaria, Mongoloid characters in, 144, Mediterraneans in, 153. Bulgarian national revival, 58. Bulgarians and Christianity, 65 domination of Thrace, 246. Bulgars, 145. Burgund, 142. Burgundians, 70, 72, 145, 177, 194. In Gaul, 180. Burgundy, 30, 180 to 183. Byzantine army, 189 Empire, 65, 165, 166, 179, 181, 189, 221, 237, 246. Decline of 221 Greeks in 165. Byzantium 92, 166. Cacocracy 79. Caesar 69, 140, 182, 193, 195, 200, 217, 221, 248, 251. Caithness 249. Calabrian language 244. California 1175. Californians 79. Caligula 217. Campignian period 120, 121, culture of 132. Canada 23, Nordics in 81, French Canada 47. Canadians French 11, 47, 58, 81, origin of 81, Alpine character of 81, language of 81. Irish 11, Indian 9, 87. Cantabrian Alps 140, 267. Carpathian Mountains 124, 136, 141, 142, 143, 244, 245. Carthage 126, 165, 180, ancient civilization of 153. Carthaginians 228. Caspian Sea, see also Caspian Aral Sea 171, 257. Caspian Aral Sea 170, 214, 225, 254, 258. Cassidarides 127. Cassius 217. Castes 70. Castilian language 156, 244. Catalan language 156, 244. Catholic boundaries in Europe 185. Catholic colonies, the half-breed in 85. Caucasian race 3, 32, 34, 65, 66, 67, hair of 34 in the United States, 65, origin of the name 66. Caucasus 66, 144, 225, 238, 239, 253. Sumerian raids in 254, Nordics in 214, 258. Caucasus Mountains 66, 214, 257. Cavalier type 185. Caverns of France and Spain 112, 132. Celtiberians 192, language of 234. Celtic dialects 62, 130. Celtic languages 62, antedating Anglo-Saxons in England and Romans in France, 63 in Spain, 155, 234 Celtic and High German, 189 Celtic in France, 194, 248 Celtic language of the Nordics, 194 first crosses the Rhine westward, 246, introduced into Britain, 247, 250. In Brittany, 250, 251, in Gaul, 250, descendants of, 250, remnants of, 155, 156. Celtic Nordics 139. Celtic race 3, 62, 64. Celtic speaking nations 130, 131, 139, 173, 177, 189, 192, 199. Physical characters of 175. Celtic tribes 250 in Armorica, 251. Celtoscythes 174. Celts 62, 63, 194 in the Rhine Valley, 174 in the Danube Valley, 174. Expulsion of from Germany 174. Physical characters of 175, mixed with Mediterraneans and Alpines 177. Q and P 247, 248. Central America 61, 75. Satem group of Aryan languages 256. Cephalic index 1924. In England 137, increase of in France 197. Cereals 138. Ceylon, 258, Mediterranean race in, 148, Negroids in, 149, Vedas in, 149. Chalons, Battle of 250, 272. Channel Coasts, 201, Depression of 199. Characters Unit, 13 et sec. Charlemagne, 182, 187, 191, 195, Capital of 182, Coronation of 182, Empire of 182, Language of the Court of 182. Charles v. 183. Charles Martel, 181. Chase the 122. Shellian period, 104-105, 132, Pre-Chellian, 104-105. Cherbourg, 201. China, Weizen, 78. Chinese, 11, 79, 119, 260, in California and Australia, 79, Nordic elements among 224. Chinese civilization, 119. Chinese Coolie, 11. Chinese Turkestan, Wusuns in 260, Tocharian language in 260. Chivalry, 228. Christ, 227, blondness of 230. Christianity, 181-183, 221-222. Chronological table, 132-133. Chronology, Hebrew 4. Church and birth control, 52, harboring defective strains, 4950. Church of Rome and democracy, 85. Cimbri, 177. Cimmerians, 173, 189, 214, 225, 253, 258, 269. Cinquecento, 215. Circassians, 237. Cisalpine Gaul, 157. Cities, consumers of men, 209. Alpines in, 94. Mediterraneans in, 94, 209. Nordics in, 94, 209. Civil War, 16, 42-43, 81, 86, 88, 218. Civilization, Foundation of European, 164, 165, and race mixture, 161, of Nordics and Mediterraneans, 214-216. Climate and arboreal man, 101. Climatic conditions, 38-42, 215. Cenosos, 165. Colonial American families, 46-48, 51, 83-85. Colonial population of America, 48, 83, 84. Colonial wars, causes of 85. Colonies, American, Nordic blood in, 84, Catholic in New France and New Spain, 85. Colonization, 93. Columbaria, 220. Competition of races, 46-55. Conquistadores, 73, 193. Conscript armies, 197-198. Constantine, 166. Constantinople, 166, see Byzantium. Consumption, 55. Continuity of physical characters, 262. Copper, 125, 132, in Egypt, 125, first appearance of in Europe, 122 implements, 121 mines, 125. Cornish language, 248. Cornwalls, 178. Cornwall, 178, racial types in, 206, Phoenicians in, 127. Cotentin, 201. Crackers, 39. Cretans, 228. Crete, 99, 165. Ancient civilization of, 153. Bronze in, 128. Hellenes in, 162. Minoan culture of, 99, 164. Pre-Aryan language, remnants in, 233. Crimea, 176. Gauls in, 174. Croats, 143. Cro-Magnon, race, 105-107, 108-115, 132 and art, 112, 114 and Esquimaux, 112 cranial capacity of, 109, culture of, 111-113 direction of entrance of into Europe, 111 disappearance of 110-111, 115 disharmonic features of 110. Distribution of 111 first appearance of 108-111, genius of 109. In France, 265 origin of 111 race characters of 108-109, remnants of 15-110, skull of 15, 110 weapons of 112, 113. Crossing brunettes and blondes, 14, 18, 26, 28, 202. Crucifixion in art, 230. Crusades, 182, 191. Cuba, 76. Culture, European, derivation of 164. Cumberland Mountains, 39. Cymric invasions, 174. Brythonic, 247. Cymric language, 248. ARYAN syntax of 204. In Britain, 248. In Central Europe, 248. In Normandy, 251. In Wales, 205. Cymry, 145, 174, 205, 206, 247, 269, 271. And Latin, 131. In Britain, 175, 200. In France, 175, 251. Cyprus, mines of 125. Mycenaean culture of 164. Cyrus, 254. Czechs, 143. Da Vinci, Leonardo, 215. Dacia, 245. Dacian plain, 176, 244, 245, occupation of 143. Dalmatian Alps, 30 coast, 138. Danes, 69, 145, 177, 196, 206, 211 along the Atlantic coasts, 180 in Britain, 249. Invasion of 201 Nordic, 64 of Ireland, 63-64, 201 of Schleswig, Germanization of 58-59. Danish barbarians, identified with Normans, 252, Danish blood of American settlers, 83 Danish peninsula, 200. Dante, 215. Danube, 244-245, Alpines, in valley of 116, 127, 136, 167 lake dwellings of 121, 122, Nordics in 174 routes of 125. Dardanelles, 256. Darius, 254-255, Nordic type, 258. Dark Ages, 99. Dart, barbed, 112 poisoned, 113. David, fairness of 223, mother of 223-224. Don Man, 105. Don Stones, 102-103. Degir, Baron, 169. Delphi, Galatians at 158. Democracy, 5, 8, 10, 12, 78, 79, and Socialism, 79. Democratic forms of government, 5. Denmark, Alpines in 136, 211, kitchen middens of 123, Magalmos culture in 117, 123, 169, Teutons from 174. Denaric race or type, 138, 163, 164, 190. Diogenes, 227. Diseases, 54, 55. Disharmonic combinations of physical characters, 14, 28, 35, 110. Dnieper River, 143. Dog the domesticated, 117, 123. Paleolithic, 112. Dolichocephalic as a term, 19. Dolichocephalics, earliest races in Europe, 116. Dolichocephaly, 24, 107, 108, 114, 116, 122, 136, 148, 149, 151, 172. Dolichocephs and megaliths, 129. Dolmens of Brittany, absence of bronze in, 129. Domesticated animals, 117, 122, 123, 138. Dominion of Canada, 81. Dordogne, stature in, 198. Dorian dialects, 164, 243. Invasion of Greece, 99, 159, 160. Dorians, 159, 160, 164, 189, 269. Dravidians, 148, 257, mixed with Mediterraneans, 150. Dutch, 61 in the East Indies, 78 in New York, 80, 84 in South Africa, 80. East Indies, whites in, 78, Dutch in, 78. Eastern Empire of Rome, 165, 166, 176, 179, 221. Ecclesiastics among Normans, brachycephalic, 208. Egypt, Alpines in, 128, 140. Ancient civilization of, 119, 153, 164. Bronze weapons in, 127. Copper in, 125. Culture synchronous with the Northern Neolithic, 125. Lower, earliest fixed date of, 125. Fellahin of, 15. Freedmen of, 16. Hellenized, 220. Invaded by Libyans, 223. Iron in, 129. Macedonian dynasties of, 162. Mediterranean race in, 148. Monuments in, 155. National revival of, 58. Nordics in, 223. Egyptians, 15. 63. Ancient, 152. Language of, 233. Elam, 147. Elimination of the weak and unfit, 4954. NEOLITHIC period, 121, 128, 132. Energy of the Nordics, 215. England, 10, 21, 26, 56, 62, 185, 186. Alpines in, 137. Angles in, 200. Blonde elements in, 63. Bronze introduced into, 128. Brythons in, 175. Cephalic index in, 137, 138. Conquered by the Danes, 69, 201. By the Normans, 69, 206, 207. By the Norsemen, 69. By the Saxons, 69. Blondes mixed with brunettes in, 202. Deterioration of, 209. Economic change in, 43. 209. Ethnic elements in, 201. 210. Gaelic elements in, 201. Gaelic speech in, 200. Iberian substratum in, 201. Iron in, 129. 131. Land connection of with Ireland and France, 128, 199. Loss of Nordics in, 168, 191. Mediterranean race in, 26, 83, 150, 153, 155, 203, 208, 210. Megaliths in, 155. Nobility in, 191. Nordic race in, 26, 188, 199, 210. Decline of Nordic element in, 190, 191. 208, 210. Norman type in, 206, 208, 252. Physical types in, 249. Post-Roman invaders of, 73. Race elements in, 64, 249. Round barrow men of, 137, 138. Saxon invasion of, 200, 201. Saxon speech of, 69. Severed from France and Ireland, 128. Stone weapons in, 120, 121. In World War, 191, 198. English, the 61, 67. Brunette, 149, 150. Borderers, 40 characters, 26, 29, 64. In the Bahamas, 40. In New York, 80. In South Africa, 80. Modern, 67. Norman type among, 207. Round barrow survivals among, 164. Typical hair shade of, 26. English Channel, 199. English language, 61. A world language, 80, 204. English race related to the Frisians, 73. Environment, 4, 16, 19, 28, 38, 39, 98, 99. Effects of, 262. Eoanthropus, 105, 106. Eolithic culture, 103. Man, 97, 103. Period, 102, 103, 105, 132. Eoliths 102-103. Ephthalites 254. Epirus 164. Erse language 247. Esquimaux and Cro-Magnons 110, 112, 225. Esthonians 234 language of 234, 236, 243 immigration of 236. Esths 236, 243. Eternal City 153. Ethiopia 151. Ethiopian Negro 24, 151. Etruria 153, 165. Ancient Civilization of 153. Struggles of with the Latins 154. Empire of 165. Etruscans 154, 157, 244. Language of 234, 244. Empire of 157. Power of destroyed 157. Learn ARYAN 244. Eugenics ideal in 48. Eurasia 100, 202. Europe 20, 21, 24, 27, 30, 44, 56, 60, 62, 63, 68. Abandoned to invaders 179. Alpines in 117. Anarian survivals in 234, 235. Brain capacity of 53. Cro-Magnons in 108, 115. Dolichocephalic 116. Early man in 102. Glaciation in 101, 102. Not the home of the Alpines 43. Nor of the Slavs 65. German types in 73. Iron in 129, 131. Medieval 10, 52, 59. Megaliths in 155. Mongols in 65. Nordic aristocracy in 188. See also aristocracy. Nordics in 188. Peninsula of Asia or Eurasia 100. Pre-Aryan speech in 235. Teutonic 179, 187. Turkish language in 237. Western introduction of Aryan speech into 234. Europe Paleolithic 23. European culture derivation of 164. European man 25,000 years ago 109. European races 1821, 24, 28, 30, 32, 33, 35, 60, 66, 131. Natural habitat of 37, physical characters of 21, 31, 34. Present distribution of 272, 273. European wars and Nordics 73, 74, causes of 56. Europeans in Brazil 78. Modern, cranial capacity of 109. Euskarian language, see also Basque 140, 235. Euskarians Basques 234. Eye color 13, 24, 25, 35, 135, 168, 175. Farms immigrants on 209. Nurseries of Nations 209. Fellahin 152. Fen districts Mediterraneans in 153. Ferdinand of Habsburg 187. Fertility and infertility of races 22. Feudalism 228. Finland 59, 236. Alpines in 211. Colonized by Sweden 211. Conquered by the Varangians 177. Finlanders language of 234, 236, 243. Finnic dialects 234. Finns 58, 243. Round-skulled, invasion of 236. Furbolgs 108, 203. Flanders 182. Nordics in 188, 210, 231. Flemings 57, 61, 195, 210. Language of 195. Descended from the Franks 210. Flints chipped 102, 104, 113, 119, 121. Polished 119, 120. Foot as a race character 31. Forests 124. 49ers 75. France 23, 56, 60, 63 and the Church, 181 and the Huguenots, 53 ALPINES in, 138, 140, 142, 194 ARYAN language in, 234 Athenian versatility of, 161 Basques in, 140 Bronze Age in, 129, 131 Brythonic language in, 248. Caverns in, 112 Celtic language in, 194, 248, 251. Connection of by land with Britain, 199. Cephalic index in, 197, conquered by Gauls, 173. Cro-Magnon race in, 110. Cymry or Belgi in, 175. 251 decline of international power in, 197. First Alpines in, 116 Hallstatt relics in, 131 in Caesar's time. 194, 195. Invasion of by Gauls, 199 loss through war, 197 Mediterraneans in, 149, 156, 194 megaliths in, 129 mercenaries in, 135 Nordic aristocracy in, 140. Nordics in, 188, 231 Normans in, 201, Paleolithic remnants in, 110 racial composition of, 194 religious wars of, 185, 196 Saxons in, 201, severed from England, 128, stature in, 198 Tardenoisian period of, 115, variation of physical characters in, 23. Francis I, 183. Franco-Prussian War, 198. Frankish aristocracy, 196 dynasties, 195 kingdom, 196. Franks, 67, 70, 145, 177, 181, 251 founders of France, 195 in Belgium, 195. In Gaul, 206 conquer the Lombards, 181 conversion of, 181 control Western Christendom, 181 defeat the Moslems, 181 kingdom of, 180, 196. French, 67, stature of, 197, 198, conscripts, 198 language, 244 revolution, 6. French Canadians, 1158. Frisia, 73. Frisian coast, 210 dialect tall, South Africa, 80. Frisians, 177, Nordic character of, 73. Friulian language, 244. Frontiersmen of America, 45, 74, 75, 85. Furfus Grenelle race, 116, 132, 136, 138. Furor Normanorum, 130. Gaelic, 247, 249. Galatia, 158, 225. Galatians, 158, physical character of, 175. Galicia, 245 Nordics in, 156. Galicia, Slavs in, 143. Gaul, 60, 131 Cisalpine Gaul, 157 Roman Gaul, 69 Alpines in, 124 240 Belgian, 251 Burgundians in, 180 Celtic speech in, 250 conquered by the Goths and Franks, 251 Franks in, 206 Goidels in, 248 languages in, 69 70 Latinized, 194. Latin speech in, 251 Mediterraneans in, 123 Nordics in, 193 194. Nordics or Celts cross into, 173, 194 Teutonic speech in, 251. Visigoths in, 180. Gauls, 68, 131, 145, 156, 189, 194 Ancient, 229 Conquer France, 174 Enter Spain, 174, 192 in Asia Minor, 158 in the Crimea, 174 in France, 199 in Galatia, 225 in Greece, 158. In Italy, 157, 174, 225, in South Russia, 174, in Thrace, 225, mixed with Alpines, 247, mixed with Mediterraneans, 192, 247. Physical characters of 175, as a ruling class, 247. Genius and leaders, 98, and education or environment versus race, 98 in Greece, 109, in various states, 99. Genius producing type and rate of increase, 51, 99. Georgia, 39, 99. Georgians, 237. Jeopardy, 177. German Emperor, 182-183 Empire. 184 immigrants to America, 84, 86, 87, 184. In the Civil War, 87. In Brazil, 78 language, 61, 182, 188, 189. Revolution of 1848, 87 type, 73. Germans, 61, 67 Austrian Germans, 145 defeat Mongols, 260 descendants of Wends, 72 immediate forerunners of 194 in America, 84. In Brazil, 78 in Civil War, 87 of the Palatinate, 84 Russification of 58, stature of 154. Germany, 65, 72, 200 Alpines in, 64, 72, 73, 124, 135, 141, 142, 184, 187, 189, 232. Celts in, 173, 174, 248. Change of race in, 141, 142, 184, 185. Christian overlordship of, 183, early Nordics in, 124, 131. Gentry of 185, 198, Goidels in, 247, 248. Imperial idea in, 187. Loss of population of during 30 Years' War, 183. Mediterraneans in, 123. In Middle Ages, 183. Modern population of, 186. 231, 232. Nobility of, 185. Nordics in, 73, 124, 131, 141, 142, 170, 174, 184, 187, 188, 210, 213. Peasantry Alpine in, 185. Race consciousness of, 57. Race mixture in, 135. Racial composition of, 72, 73, 184. Slavic substratum in, 72, 131, 141, 142. Teutons in, 72, 73, 184, 189. 30 Years' War, effect of 183, 187, 198. Unified, 56, 57, 186. Wends in, 236. Women of, 228. In World War, 186, 187, 231. Galcha, 255, 259. Galkic, 261. Ghettos, 209. Geyse round skulls, 127. Glacial stages, 101, 105, 106, 133. Glaciation, 100, 106, 132. Goidelic dialects, 200, 201, 248 elements in Scotland, 203. Language, ARYAN syntax in, 204. In Wales, 205. Older in Central Europe, 248. Goidels, 131, 173, 174, 194, 195, 200, 247, 269, 271. Crossed with Mediterraneans, 248, 249. Invade Britain, 199. Late wave of from Ireland to Scotland, 250. A ruling class, 247. Gold, 125. Gothic language in Spain, 156. Goths, 66, 73, 142, 145, 176, 177, 180, 181, 189, 192, 206, 211, 251. Early home of 176. In Italy, 157. Greeculus, 163. Greece, 59. Ancient, absence of denaric type in, 164. Ancient civilization of, 153. Classic period of 99, 160, 161. Conquered by Achaeans, 158. Culture of, contrasted with that of the Persians, 255 Dark period of 99 Dorian invasion of 99, 159 Homeric, 163-164. Homeric Mycenaean culture of 99 Mediterranean substratum in 152 Modern, 161-164 Hellenes in 162 Mycenaean culture of 164 Nordics in 159-160, 173 214 Pelasgians in 158 Race mixture in 161 War of with Persia 255. Greek language 179 Origin of 243. Greek states 162. Greeks in Asia Minor 160. Ancient cranial capacity of 109 brunettes among 159, 163, blondes among 159, 163. Genius of 109, language of 158, Mediterraneans 153, 158 classic, 161, 256 blondness of 159, 163. Brunettes among 160, 161. Character of 154, 160 language of 161 Nordic type of 162 physical character of 163 race mixture among 160, 161 modern 68 Alpines among 65 language of 163 physical character of 162, 163. Greenland 211. Gregory Pope 230. Granelle race 116, 132, 136, 138, 267. Gulf states Negroes in 76. Gunts glaciation 101, 132. Gunts-Mindel glaciation 132. Gustavus Adolphus 210. Hair of the head 33, character of 33-34. Hair color 13, 24, 25, 28, 32, 35, 135, 168, 175. Hairiness 31, 168 of the Ainus, 224 of the Australoids, 224 of the Scandinavians, 224. Haiti 76-77. Hallstatt iron culture 129, 130-132. Hamitic peoples 152 speech 140. Hannibal 217. Hanover 73. Habsburg House of 183, Ferdinand of 187. Harold King of England 120. Hebrew chronology 4. Heidelberg Jaw 102 Man 106, 118, 133. Hellas ancient civilization of 153, 160, 215, conquered by Macedon 161-162. Hellenes 68, 158, 163, 215, 243, language of 233-234. Hellenic colonies 165 language, 233-234 states, 165. Henry Roman 8, 183. Henry the Fowler 142. Heredity 4-13 et sec. In relation to environment 16 unalterable 1619. Heroes blondness of 159, 229. Heruli 177. Hidalgo meaning of the term 192. High German and Teutonized Alpines 189 and Celtic elements 189. High German people 73. High and Low German 258. Highlanders Scottish 62. Highlands Goidelic speech in 250. Language of 247. Himalayas Western 22 Alpines in 134. Hindu Kush 20, 256 Alpines in 134. Hindus 18, 21, 70, 159, 216 Aryan speech of 67 languages of 148, 216, 257. Hindustan 67, 70, 148, 149, 255 Mediterraneans in 149, Nordic invaders of 67, 70, physical types of 257 whites in, 78. Hittite Empire, 256 language, 239. Hittites, ancestors of the Armenians, 239, and iron, 129. Hyungnu, 224. Hohenstaufen emperors, 186. Holland, 26, 73, 182, 210 Alpines in, 136 Bronze in, 127, Nordics in, 188, 210. Hollanders, related to Anglo-Saxons of England, 80. Holstein, 73. Holy Roman Empire, 182, 184. Homer, 159, 189. Homeric Mycenaean civilization, 159. Homo, 32, 33, 167 Eanthropus, 105, 106. Europeus, 167, Heidelbergensis, 102, 106, 118, Pithecanthropus, 101. Horse, 112. House of Refuge, 115. Hudson Bay Company, 9. Huguenots exterminated in France, 53. In exile, 53. In America, 84. Humboldt, skull of 226. Hungarian nation, 59. Hungarians, 143 modern, 145. Hungary, 144 Alpines and Nordics in, 210 early Nordics in, 131 independent, 59 languages in, 236. Saxons in, 201. Slavs in, 131. Huns, 176. Hunting, 113, 122. Hybridism, 14, 17, 18, 60, 188. Iberian language, 194, 235. Iberian Peninsula, Aryan language in, 192 Mediterraneans in, 152, 156, states, 60. Iberian subspecies, 20, 148 C Mediterranean race, as substratum in British Isles, 249, in England, 201, in Ireland, 201. Iberian type or race, 148, 202 C Mediterranean race. Resurgence of in Scotland, 249. Iberians, 68, 156, 193, 201, 249. Iceland, 211. Illyria, stature in, 190. Illyrian language, 164, origin of, 243. Illyrians, mixed with Slavs, 153, 190. Immigrants, 71, 74, 84, 100, 218 Americanization of 1991. And American institutions and environment, 90. In America, 11, 12, 84, 86, 92, 209, 211, 218. German and Irish, 84, 86, 87. Large families among, 47. Norwegian, 211. Scandinavian, 211. Skulls of 17. Teutonic and Nordic types of, 184. Immigration and decline of American birth rate, 91. German in Brazil, 78. Italian in Brazil, 78. Japanese and Chinese, 79. Result of in the United States, 11, 12, 89, 94. Immigration Commission, Congressional Report of 17. Immutability of characters, 15, 18. Imperial Idea, 182, of Germany, 187. Implements, bronze, 121, 122, copper, 125 flint, 103 104 wide diffusion of, 128. Incineration, 128. Increase of Native Americans, 88, 89, and immigration, 89. India, 22, 33, 66, 78, 119, 171, 241, 261 Aryan languages in, 173, 216, 237, 257, 261. Conquering classes in, 70, 71 Dravidians in, 148, fossil deposits in, 101. Mediterraneans in, 150, 151, 261 Negroids in, 149 Nordics in, 257 physical types of, 257 pre-Dravidians in, 149 prehistoric remains in, 101 race mixture in, 150 Saki in, 257-258. Sanskrit introduced into, 216. Selection in, 150. Whites in, 78. Indian languages, 173, 216, 237, 257-261. Indians, 9, 18, 23, 33, 55, 65, 76, 77, 85, 87. Individualism, 12. Indo-European race, 3, 66. Indo-Germanic race, 3, 66. Indo-Iranian group of Aryan languages, 261. Inequality, law of nature, 79. Inheritance of genius, 15, 18, 98. Inhumation, 128. Inquisition, in selection, 53. Instep as race character, 31. Intellect privilege of 6. Interglacial periods, 102, 104, 105, 133. Invaded countries, effect on language and population in, 70-73. Ionia, Pelasgians in, 160. Ionian language, 163-164, 243. Ionians, 159. Iran, Alpines in, 134, 261. Iranian, division of Aryan languages, 255, 259, 261. Plateau, 116, 238. Ireland, 59 Alpines in, 128 Blonde elements in, 63, 201 Celtic language in, 247. Connection of by land with Britain, 199 Danes in, 201 Erse language in, 247 Gaelic element in, 201 Gaelic invasion of, 199, 200 Gaelic speech in, 200 Goidels leave Ireland for Scotland, 250. Iberian substratum in, 201 Mediterraneans in, 203 Nordics in, 201 Paleolithic man in, 202-203. Paleolithic remnants in, 108 religion in, 203. Severed from England, 128. Irish, 29. 58 immigrants, 11, 86, 87. Instability and versatility of, 229. Intellectual inferiority of, 203 Neanderthal type of, 108 race elements in, 63, 64, 175, 201, 203, 229 red hair of, 175 stature of, 29. Irish Canadians, 11 Irish Catholic immigrants to America, 84, 86, 87 Irish coasts, Norse language on, 249-250 Irish immigrants in the Civil War, 87 Irish language, pre-Aryan syntax of 204, 249, Irish national movement, 58, 64 Irish recruits, pigmentation of 202 Irish type, 202. Iron, 123, 124, 129, 132, discovery and effect of 129. Fabulous value of 126, first appearance of 121 in Asia Minor, 129, in Eastern Europe, 129, in Egypt, 129, in Western Europe, 130. Weapons, 126, 159, 200. Iroquois, 85. Islam, 59. Isle of Man, language of 247. Italia Irredenta movement, 58. Italians, 68, 91 decline of 217 descended from slaves, 216 loss in war, 216. South, immigrants in Brazil, 78. South, mixture of 71 related to the Berbers, 152. Italy, 29, 120 Alpines in, 64, 127, 139, 140, 157. And the Huguenots, 53 Bronze in, 127. Introduction of from Crete, 128. NEOLITHIC period in, 121, 128. Gauls in, 174, 225. Goths in, 157. Lake dwellings in, 139 languages in, 234, 244 Lombards in, 157, 180 Mediterraneans in, 29, 123, 152, 157, 158. Mercenaries in, 135. Mycenaean culture in, 164. Nordics in, 42, 145, 157, 173, 174, 180, 189, 215, 220, 221, 269, 271. Ostrogoths in, 180 races in the north, 157, 189 races in the south, 158. Terramara period in, 122. Teutons in, 176, 180. Slaves in, 218. Saxons in, 201. Umbrians and Oscans in, 173. Under Austria, 183. Unification of 56, 57. Ivory carving, 112. Jamaica, population of 76. Japan, Ainus of 224. Japanese, 11. In California and Australia, 79. Java, connection of with mainland, 101. Prehistoric remains in, 101. Jews, 1618, 82, 91, 227. Jutes, 177. Jutland, 200. Kalmucks, 144. Kassites, 214, 239. Language of 239. Aryan names among 253. Kentish dialect, related to Frisian and Tal, 80. Kentucky, 3940. Kipchak, 254. Kyrgyzes, 259. Kitchen middens, 123. Kurd, 100. Kurdish dialect, 255. Kurgans, Russian, 265. Lacedaemonian power, 160. Ladine language, 244. Lake dwellers, 121, 123, 139. Physical characters of 139. Lake dwellings, 132. Bronze in, 127. Languages, 3, 4, 233, 263, and nationality, 56, 57. Changes in, 249, 252. Through superposition, 204. In invaded countries, 70. A measure of culture, 240. Nationalities founded on, 56, 57. No indication of race, 60, 68. See also under various languages. Languedoc, Mediterraneans in, 156. Nordics in, 180. Langue d'Isle, 140, 180, 244. Lapps, language of, 234, 236. Latine culture, 131. Period, 130, 132, 266. Latifundia, 218. Latin America, 61. Latin language, 69. Ancestral forms of 234. Derivation of 244. Descendants of 244. In Gaul, 182, 251. In Normandy, 251. In Spain, 156. Limiting Western Roman Empire on the east, 179. Teutons adopt it in Artois and Picardy, 210. Vlachs in Thrace adopt it, 246. Latin nations, 61. Race, 3, 61, 76, 154. Stock, 61. Type, 76. Latins, struggle of with Etruria, 154. Leaders and genius, 98. Legendary characters and physical types, 229, 230. Leonardo da Vinci, 215. Lettish language, 212, 242. Levant, Hellenization of, 162, 220. Libya, 152. Libyans, blondness of, 223. Invade Egypt, 223. Liguria, Mediterraneans in, 152, 157. Ligurian language, 140, 234. Lips as race character, 31. Literary characters and physical types, 229, 230. Lithuanian language, 212, 242. Litus Saxonicum, 252. Livonian language, 236. Livonians, or Livs, 236. Lombards, 73, 142, 145, 177, 271. In Italy, 157, 180. Overthrow of by Franks, 181, 191. Lombardy, 25, 35, 183. Nordics in, 189, 221. London, 29, 153. Long skulls in India, 261. Lorraine, 182. Alpines in, 140. Low Countries and the Huguenots, 53. Low German language, 258, and the Nordics, 188-189. Low German people, 73. Lower Paleolithic, 104-106, 132. Loyalist 6. Lusitania, Portugal, occupied by the Suevi, 180. Luxembourg, 183. Macedon, 161-162. Macedonian dynasties, 162. Macedonians, mixed with Asiatics, 161-162. Magdalenian Bow, 112-113 period, 105, 111, 112, 114, 115, 132 art, 114. Magi, 254. Magalmos culture, 117, 123, 132, 169, 265. Magna Graecia, 158. Magyar language, 236, 244. Magyars, 143, 144. Malay Peninsula, Negroids in, 149. Male, as indicating the trend of the race, 27. Man, ancestry of 104-118 arboreal, 101 ascent of 97-98 classification of 32 definition of 104, earliest skeletal evidence of in Europe 101, 102 evolution of 101, phases of development of 101-103, place of origin 100 predisposition to mismate, 22 race, language and nationality of 3, 4. 3 distinct subspecies of in Europe 1922. Manx language 247. Marcomanni 177. Maritime architecture 165, 199. Marius 177, 217. Marriages between contrasted races 60. Maz Dazzle 115, 265. Massachusetts, genius produced in 99. Massageti C. Saki 214, 254, 257, 270, physical characters of 259. Massif Central, 141. Medes, 173, 216, 254, Nordics in the Empire of 254. Media, 147 language of 239. Introduction of Aryan language into 254, Nordics in 173. Medieval Europe, 10, 52, 179, 188. See also Middle Ages. Medic language, see Media, also Zendic language, 255. Mediterranean Basin, 89, 111, 123 immigrants from to America, 89. Mediterranean race or subspecies, 20, 21, 23, 24, 26, 29, 31, 34, 66, 69, 111, 134, 145, 148, 167, 226. And Alpine race 146, 181, and ancient civilization 153, 214, 215. And Aryan speech 155, 233, 235, 237, 238, 257. And Celtic language 247, 251, and Gauls 156, and Negroes 151, and Negritos 151. And synthetic languages 237, as sailors 227, 228. Classic civilization due to 153, 165, 166. Celticized 248, crossed with Goidels 248, description of 20, 148. Distribution of 148, 149, 241, distribution in the Neolithic 123, 148, 149, in the Paleolithic 147. Today 20, 148 sec. 152, 167, 273. Habitat of 44, 45 hair of 20, 26, 31, 34. Expansion of 266. Eye color of 20 foreigners of 117. Handsomest types of 158 in Afghanistan, 148 Africa, 148, 151 152, 155 Algeria, 44. America, 44, 45 Arabia, 153 Argentine, 78 Asia, 148 150, 257, Azilian period, 117, Balochistan, 148. Britain. See also British Isles and England. 123, 149, 247 249. British Isles, 137, 149 153, 177. Pre-Nordic, 153, 198 199, 247. Bronze Age, 128, 155 Eastern Bulgaria, 145 Canada, 44. Ceylon, 148 Cities, 94, 209. North and Western Europe, 149, 155 Egypt, 148 England, or the British Isles, 64, 83, 123, 127, 137, 149, 150, 153, 210, 249. France, 44, 149, 156, 194, 197. Greece, 158, 161. Iberian Peninsula, 152, 156 India, 66, 148, 150, 257, 261 Italy, 122, 127, 157, 158 Languedoc, 156. Liguria, 152, 157. Morocco, 148 Nile Valley, 151 Paleolithic period, 149 Persia, 66, 148 Po Valley, 157 Provence, 156 Rome, 153 154 Sahara, 151 Scotland, 150 153, 203 204 Senegambian regions, 151. In Sicily, 158 in South America, 78 in Spain, 149 151, 155 156, 192 in the Terramara period, 122. In Wales, 62, 63, 153, 177, 203, 205. Increasing in America, 45. Language of 155 158, 233. In Spain, Italy, and France, 238. Knowledge of metallurgy, 146. Mental characteristics of 229, mixed with Celts, 177 with Dravidians, 150 with Gauls, 192 with Negroids, 150, 241 with Nordics, 161. With other ethnic elements, 149 166. Never in Scandinavia, 150 151 not in the Alps, 149, 151. Not purely European, 155, 241 origin of, 241 original language of, 235, physical characters of, 34, 117, 134, 148. Racial aptitudes of, 228 229. Rise of in Europe, 190 route of migration of, 155 resurgence of, 190 196. In England, 83, 208, skulls of 20, 24, 117, 134, stature of 20, 29, underlying the Alpines and Nordics in Western Europe, 150 victims of tuberculosis, 45. Yielding to the Alpines at the present time, 177, Proto-Mediterraneans, 132, 149, 150. Mediterranean Sea, 71, 89, 111, 117, 123, 148, 155, 165, 179. Megalithic monuments, 128, 129. Distribution of 155, 265. Melanesians, 33. Melting pot, 16, 263. Mendelian characters, 13. Mercenaries, 135, 216. Mesotisphily, 19. Mesopotamia, 147, 239. Chronicles of 253, city-states of 119. Copper in 125. Culture synchronous with the Northern Neolithic, 125. earliest fixed date of 126. Messapian language, 234. Messina, Pelasgians in 160. Mesvinian river terraces, 133. Metallurgy, 120, 122, 123, 125, 132, 146, 238, 240, 267. Metals, 120, 132. Mexican War, 86. Mexico, 17, 76 peons of 9. Michelangelo, 215. Microliths, 113. Middle Ages, 65, 135, 156, 183, 185, 189, 197, 202, 227. Civilization of 165. Elimination of good strains of 50–53. Middle Paleolithic period, 104, 106, 132. Middle West, settlement of Bipur whites 40. Migrating types 10, 208. Micklegard, 179. Mindel glaciation, 133. Mindel-Ris interglacial stage, 102, 133. Minoan culture of Crete, 99, 164. Minoan Empire, 164. Miocene period, 101, 102. Miscegenation, 60. Mississippi, 99 black belt of 76. Missouri, 40 river 40. Mitanni, 214 Aryan names among 253 empire of 239. Mixture of races, 1834–60. See also race mixture. Mohammedan invasion of Europe, 181. Moldavia, Vlachsin, 246. Mongolian elements in Europe, 139. Mongolians, see Mongols. Mongoloid race, 33, 144, 237 hair of 34. Invasions of Europe by 65, 259, 260, 272. Mongols, 31, 33, 34, 65, 134, 139, 144, 224, 241, 260, crossed with Ainus, 225, crossed with Esquimaux, 225. In Russia, 65. Monosyllabic languages, 240. Moors in Spain, 156, 181, 192. Moral, intellectual, and physical characters, race differences in 226 et seq. Mordvins, 144. Morocco, bronze in 128, Mediterranean race in 148. Mosaics 13. Muscovy, 212. Moslems in Europe, 181. Mound burials, 129. Mousterian period, 104, 106, 107, 132. Muscovite expansion in Europe, 65. Mycenae, ancient civilization of 153. Mycenaean civilization, 159, 161, 164. Culture, of Crete, 164 of Greece, 99 of Sardinia, 164. Myrmidons, 159. Napoleon, 186. Napoleonic Wars, 197. National consciousness of Americans, 90. National movements, 57, 58. Types, absorption of higher by lower, 58, 59. Nationalities, formed around language and religion, 57, 58. Nationality, 3, 4 artificial grouping, 56, and language, 56, 68. Navigation, development of 165, 199. Neanderthal man, 15, 104, 107, 111, 114, 118, 132 habits of 107 race characters of 107 remnants or survivals of 15, 107, 108. Skull of 15, 107, 108. Neanderthaloids, 106, 107, remnants of 114. Negritos and Mediterraneans, 151. As substratum in southern Asia, 148, 149. Negroes, 16. 18, 23, 24, 31, 33, 34, 40, 65, 76, 80, 88, 152, African 80, American, provenience of 82 and genius 109, and the Mediterranean race 151, 152, and socialism 87, citizenship of 218, hair of 34 in Africa 23, 24, 33, 79, 80. America, 82 Brazil, 78 Haiti, 76, 77 Mexico, 76 New England, 86 South America, 76, 78 Southern States, 42 United States, 16, 40, 65, 76, 82, 85, 87, 99 West Indies, 76 Nordic blood in, 82 rapid multiplication of, 79 replacing whites in the South, 76, 78 a servient race, 87, 88. Stationary character of their development, 77. Negroids, 33, 111, 149, crossed with Mediterraneans, 150, 241, 257. Hair of 34. In India, physical character of 261. Neo-Celtic languages, 248. Neo-Latin, 250. Neolithic, New Stone Age, 29, 105, 136, 139, 148, 157, 169, 199, 205, 214, 248 beaker makers in, 138, beginning of 118, 122, duration of 121. Distribution of races during 123, 124, in Western Europe, 121 Northern Neolithic contemporary with Southern Bronze, 129. Pre-Neolithic, 117, 207 Upper or Late Neolithic, 121, 132, and Writing, 115. Neolithic ancestors of the Proto-Mediterraneans, 149, Invasion of the Alpines, 138. Nero, 217. New England, 11, 38, 41, 55 immigrants in, 11, 72 lack of race consciousness in, 86 Negro in, 86 Nordic in colonial times, 83 race mixture in, 72 settlers of 83. New England type, 83. New France, Catholic colonies in, 85. New Spain, Catholic colonies in, 85. New Stone Age, 119 C Neolithic. New York 541, 80 immigrants in, 91, 92. New Zealand, whites in, 79. Nile River, 80 Nile Valley, Mediterraneans in, 151. Nobility, French, Oriental and Mediterranean strains in, 197. Nomads, 10, 209, 258, 259. See also migratory types. Non-Aryan, 204, see Anaryan. Nordic aristocracy, 213. See also aristocracy in Austria, 141, Britain, 247 Eastern Germany, 141 France, 140, 196, 197, Gaul, 247. Germany, 187 Greece, 153 Italy, 215 Lombardy, 189, Persia, 254 Rome, 154. Russia, 142, Spain, 192, 247, Southern Europe, 188 Venice, 189 loss of through war, 191. Nordic Broodland, 141, 213 et sec. Nordic conquerors of India, 71, 216, Fatherland, 213, 222, immigrants to America, 211 invaders of Italy, 215, invasions of Asia, 257, 259 nations, 142. Nordic race or subspecies, 20, 24, 31, 61, 131, 133, 149, 151, 178. Adventurers, pioneers, and sailors, 74, affected by the actinic rays, 84 allied to the Mediterraneans, 24 depleted by war, 73, 74. A European type, 167 in the Great War, 168. Habitat of 37, 38. Hair of 34 in Italy, 42 in the subtropics and elsewhere outside of its native habitat, 41-42 location of in Roman times, 131, mixed with alpines, 25, 35, 36, 135, 136. Mixed with other types in the United States, 80-94, passing of 168. Physical character of 20, 26, 27, 29, 31, 32, 167, 168. At the present time, 168. Racial aptitudes of 226, 228. Red-haired branch of 32. Nordic stature, 29. Nordic substratum in eastern Germany and Poland, 141, in Russia, 172. Nordic troops of Philip and Alexander, 161. Nordic type, 40, among Native Americans, 88 in California, 75 in Scotland, 249. Nordic vice, 55. Nordics, 58, 61, 72, 129 absorption of by conquered nations, 176 and alcoholism, 55 and consumption, 55 and Low German, 188, 189, and Aryan languages, 240, 242, and Proto-Slavic languages, 143, and specialized features, 92 around the Caspian Aral Sea, 214. Among the Amorites, 223, among the Philistines, 223 as mercenaries, 155, 216 as officers, 142 as raiders, 130 Celtic dialects of, 157, 194, Celtic and Teutonic Nordics, 139. Center of evolution of, 169, 171. Checked by the Etruscans in their advance southward, 157 carriers of Aryan speech, 234, conquer Alpines, 145, 147, continental, 73 cross the Rhine westward, 173, 194, 240 decline of, 190, 196. In England, 208, 210, in India, 216, in Europe and Asia, 260, in Spain, 192 destroyed by war, 230, 231. Distribution of 242. Early movements of 253, energy of 215, expansion of 174, 188, 212, first 130, 132. First appearance of along the Baltic, 169, first appearance of in Scandinavia, 117, founders of France, England, and America, 206. In agriculture, 209 Africa, 223 Afghan passes, 257. The Aegean region, 253, the Alps, 151 Austria, 210 Asia, 214, 224. Asia Minor, 214, 225, the Balkan Peninsula, 189, the British Isles, 188, the Caucasus, 214, 225, south of the Caucasus, 253, 254 cities, 94, 209 colonies, 84 England, Britain. 64, 137, 188, 249, France, 188, 231. Flanders, 188, 210, 231 Gaul, 69, 193, 194. Germany, 170, 174, 188, 210, 231 Europe, 188 Hindustan, 67 Holland, 188 Galicia, 156 Greece, 158, 160, 214. India, 257 Ireland, 201 Italy, 189, 220, 221 Lombardy, 221. Persia, 254 Poland, 188 Portugal, 192, the Punjab, 257, 258 Rome, 154 Russia, 188, 214, 231 Scandinavia, 188, 210. Scotland, 188 Spain, 156 Styria, 210 Thrace, 214, the Tyrol, 210 invade Greece, 158, 160 landed gentry in Wales, 205 later in Central Europe, 141 long skulls of, 134 loss of through war, 184, 191, 193, 196, 197. Mixed with alpines, 134, 135, 151, 163, with Mediterraneans, 161, 192 Neolithic location of, 124. Outside of Europe, 223, 224 owners of fertile lands and valleys, 141 physical characters of, 214 Protestants, 228. Reach the Mediterranean Sea through the Alpines, 145, 147. Seas the Po Valley, 157. Norman language, spoken by French Canadians, 81. Norman type, in England and America, 207. Normandy, 23, 206. Conquest of 196 Belgian, 251. Change of language in, 251. Cymric language in, 251. Latin speech in, 251. Normans in, 252. Norse pirates in, 70. Ravaged by Saxons, 251-252. Normans, 201, 206, 207. Characters of in Sicily, 207. Ecclesiastics among, 208. In Britain, 249. In England, 252. Language of, 252. Racial aptitudes of, 207, 208. Racial mixture among, 208. Settle Normandy, 252. Transformation of, 252. Norse along the Atlantic coasts, 180. Norse blood of American settlers, 83. Norse in Britain, 200, 249. In Ireland, 64. In Scotland, 203. Norsemen, 201. Norse pirates, 70. Language of, 250. Norse Vikings, Sea Vikings. North Europeans, 67. North Germans, 61. North Sea, 20, 73, 166, 168, 171. Northmen, 145, 196. Invasion of, 201. Language of, 70. Norway, 201. Alpines in, 136, 211. Bronze in, 127. Intellectual anemia of, 210. Norwegian immigrants, 211. Nose form, 13, 30, 31. Offnet race, 116. Oklahoma, 87. Old Persian, 254, 255, 258. Old Prussian, 212, 242. Old Sanskrit, 257. Old Saxon, related to Frisian and Tal, 80. Old South, 42, 43. Old Stone Age, see also Paleolithic, 120, 123. Oscan language, 234. Oskins, 157, 160, 173, 244, 269. Osmanli Turks, 237. Ossetes, 66. Language of, 66. Ostrogoths, 176. In Italy, 180. Ottoman Turks, 166. Paintings, polychrome, 112. Palatine Germans, 84. Paleolithic period, 23, 38. Art of, 112, 114. Close of, 117, 149. Dates of, 104. Man, 104, 118, 107, 108, 124, 149, 227, 247. In Ireland, 202. Remnants of in England, 64. In Wales, 205. Races of the Paleolithic period, 118. Lower Paleolithic period, 104, 106, 133. Middle Paleolithic period, 104, 106, 133. Upper Paleolithic period, 100, 105, 108, 111, 113, 132. Close of, 115. Palestine, 223. Bronze weapons in, 127. Language of, 239. Pamirs, the 20, 254, 261. Alpines in, 134. Language of, 259. Pan-Germanic movement, 58. Pan-Romanian movement, 58. Pan-Slavic movement, 58. Parthian language, 255. Patagonia, 23. Patricians in Rome, 11, 217. Pax Romana, 195. Peasant, European, 117. See also under Alpines and racial aptitudes. Pahlavi language, 255. Pelasgians, 158, 161, 215. At Troy, 159. Language of, 158, 233, 243. Peloponnesus, 160. Pennsylvania Dutch, 84. Peons Mexican, 9. Pericles, 263. Persia, 22, 66, 147, 171, 241, 254 Aryan language in, 237, Aryanization of 225, language of Sea Old Persian. 255 Mediterraneans in, 148 physical types in, 257 Wars of with Greece, 255. Persian Empire, organization of 254. Persians, 63, 73, 161, 214, 216, 253, 256, 269. Culture of 255 Date of separation of from the Saki, 258 Expansion of 225. Hellenization of 256 as Nordics, 255 Physical character of 259. Pharsalia, 217. Philip of Macedon, 161. Philippi, 217. Philippines, 33. Spanish in, 78. Whites in, 78. Philistines, Nordics among, 223. Phoenicia, 165. Ancient civilization of, 153. Phoenician language in Spain, 156. Phoenicians, 228. Colonies of, 126. In Spain, 156 voyages of, 126 127. Phrygians, 173, 225, 253, 256. Invade Asia Minor, 159, language of 256. Physical types and literary or legendary characters, 229 230. Physical types of Normans, 207 208. Of British soldiers and sailors, 208. See also under various races. Picardy, 210. Pictish language, 204, 247. Picts, 204. Pile dwellings, 121, 127, 132. Piltdown man, 105, 106. Pindus Mountains, Vloxin, 45, 246. Pioneers, 45, 74, 75. Pithecanthropus erectus, 101, 133. Plebeians or plebs of Rome, 11, 154, 217, 218. Pleistocene period, 100. Pliocene period, 22, 101. Po Valley, Alpines in, 157 as Cisalpine Gaul, 157 Mediterraneans in, 157, seized by Nordics, 157, Terramara settlements in, 127. Poetry, 241. Poland, 59 Alpines in, 44, 124, 141, 142 Blondness in, 190 Dolichosphily in, 190 Nordics in, 124, 131, 170, 188 213 Nordic substratum in, 141, Slavs in, 131, 142, Stature in, 190. Poles, 58, 72, 143, increase in East Germany, 184. Polesia, 143. Polish ghettos, immigrants from 89. Polish Jews, 16 in New York, 91. Polish Stone Age, see Neolithic, beginning of 118-119. Polygamy among the Turks, 237. Pompey, 217. Poor whites, 3940 physical types of 40. Population, direction of pressure of 171, effect of foreign invasion on 6971, infiltration into, of slaves or immigrants, 71, value and efficiency of a 48. Portugal, Nordics in, 192, occupied by the Suevi, 180, 192. Portuguese language, 156, 244. Posen, 72. Postglacial periods, 105-106, 132-133. Post-Roman invaders of Britain, 73. Pottery, 138, 146, 241, first appearance of 122-123. Pre-Aryan language, 204, 233, 235, 247, in the British Isles, 246. Pre-Dravidians, 149, physical character of 261. Pre-Neolithic culture on the Baltic, 117. Pre-Nordic Brunnets in New England, 83. Pre-Nordics, 29, 63 of Ireland, 64. Primates 3, 24, 106, erect, 101. Pripet Swamps, 143. Procopius, 189. Propontis, 179. Proto-Alpines, 135 language of, 235, physical characters of, 135. Proto-Aryan language, 67, 233, 242 and Alpines, 237, Nordic origin of, 61. Proto-Mediterranean race, 132, descended from the Neolithic, 149, 150. Proto-Nordics, 224, 233, in Russia, 64, 170. Proto-Slavic language, Aryan character of, 143. Proto-Teutonic race, 169. Provencal, 244, Provencal language, 244. Provencals, 156. Provence, 23, Mediterraneans in, 156. Prussia, Spartan culture of, 161. Prussian, Old Borutian, language 212, 242. Prussians, ethnic origin of 72. Punic Wars, 217. Punjab, the 257 entrance of Aryans into, 258, decline of Nordics in, 261. Puritans, 55. Pyrenees, caverns of, 115. Quebec Frenchmen, 81.